that is going to be that final ban. And then what is going to be the answer here on that first rotation? It's actually going to be the Lucian, so a lot of focus on the bottom lane right now.
Maybe it is going to be something like, I mean, I'd look at Corki Nami in previous patches,
but Ezreal also very high priority. I think Hansama looking fantastic on that.
Yunara Lulu lane as well could be a possibility. In the LEC, no one's shown that they want to pick something like the Blitzcrank into it, but as you said, you know, the Rumble for Broken Blade would have been an option, taken away by Lot instead.
Yeah, so probably opens up BB to bring out some of his more wacky counter picks. Although hovering the Ornn at the moment, not too wacky. But I think this is where what we've seen is a willingness from BB to fall back over towards the tanks rather than embrace what we've seen as kind of the new meta of these carry top laners like the Jaces, the Vaynes, even Olaf as an answer into some of these picks as well. But instead, sticking to the tanks, and that will continue to be the story here. And imagine a jungle here for Skumond as well to try. But although he has been working very well with counter pick in the jungle.
I will say though, the recent series where we saw Broken Blade on that Ornn, which was up against Na'Vi, I really liked him being a role player again. I think for G2 it's what worked, and after yesterday, I'm confident with G2's performance starting off the weekend as Pantheon gets locked.
Yeah, they played exceptionally well off of dropping one lane, namely BB's lane, to then have him roam mid and look for these engages, look to try and shut down some pressure in the mid lane. And it worked out fantastic, so we have to see if that G2 macro is going to be the name of the game, or if Giant X can start to spice up the draft a little bit, because with the Pantheon now taken, we've seen things like the Nocturne as an answer into it, we've seen the Skarner come in as a little bit of an answer as well, and I think the Skarner, not the worst idea here as well.
Ok, mislim da smo uspeli sve da izrešavamo i da gledamo draft Giantsi i G2. Ime je bilo da pogledamo malo na badanja. Giantsi jako solidan early game, G2 iskreno jako su step upovali juče, tako da
Yeah, Canon was playing it in the LCK, so I'd be surprised, but yeah.
What did we learn?
It's fairly decent, I'm not gonna lie, at least in Kellen's hands.
Sve je moguće.
If they've done their homework, that pick could go into roll.
If in the last 3 hours they've seen the pick, immediately practiced it.
Quick getting the scrim.
Felt comfortable on it, and then brought it in. But still, I think Skarner, decent pick in the jungle, and then I think here, I mean, just respond with your AD carry. There is also an angle where you could go for something like the Rise for Caps here, which I think he's been exceptional on, and then you ban away Anivia or some of these long-range answers into it, but actually going for the Lulu instead, so putting a lot of pressure on towards this bottom lane about wanting to get some sort of hyper carry.
But Jun, I mean, he's a player in previous splits I knew as like a playmaker. I mean, we still know him as, but I feel like the bottom lane has not been as good. Definitely this spring.
But he did get his hands on the Nautilus yesterday, which they do immediately ban away, because that would have been the decent answer here.
But then you have to think, like, how strong is my Ezreal going to be in this lane? Yunara gets banned away, so one of the pairings now gone. I wonder, Dagda, what other range carries are you going to see in the bottom lane paired with Lulu?
I mean, we've seen actually Kog'Maw start to rise.
Aphelios, Kog'Maw, G2 je u pitanju, tako da mogu da igraju Kalisto i Drevena takođe. I dosta opcija za razno fiestanje.
Ezreal can do very well in that 1v1 or even just farming out against some of these more hyper carries like the Jinxes and that kind of stuff, which opens up then for like a Bard to start roaming around, or like if Jun wants to go for something like his Nico to have high impact elsewhere. So I think that's where for G2 it can get a little dicey, but they clearly have a game plan here as they ban out the Bard to make sure that it doesn't happen.
Note Annie gone on the other side as well. They are worried about Caps playing that Annie, that playmaker again. It kind of brought them back in the game. Again, quoting the Na'Vi series as Ansama is showing one for the fans. I don't know if with the Lulu it would go hand in hand, but
no, I think you want something aggressive with Draven. Honestly, I think it could be a Kog'Maw. Like, I think you're looking at Giant X and saying, hey, we have very little backline access. Yes, you've got the Rumble ultimate, but Skarner doesn't really threaten. Like, you're not really going to have a lot of dive, but it's just going to be the Sivir. So, still, same idea. Very little backline threat. So let's just go and be with this hyperscaler with this tank in the front line.
No, it's now just going to play the flexing game as well, but the biggest question is how they're going to pair up that Ezreal. The Bard's now taken away. The Nautilus we mentioned might be good in...
Matija, desi. Ništa, u suštini jedna osoba koja ima pristup Fortuninom admin strani je bila hakovana i onda su
things that you traditionally think as like counters to Sivir are like Alistair and these kind of things, but obviously into the Lulu, Alistair is terrible.
Onda su samo uzeli kanal, to obično bude ban, i sad se radi na tome da se vrati kanal, tako da nije ništa strašno.
playing more into this like 1 to 2 item spike with the Imperial Mandate, Triforce, you know, 1 item Rumble, like all coming online at a similar time and hoping they can try and play through that. Whereas for G2, a ton of scaling, but Jackie's bringing out the Yone.
He wants the Yone. I mean, I can see how it all works, Dagda, but I'm worried about the laning phase here. You've given Caps counter pick. Now, Anivia is up and available. I don't know if you want to run it into the Yone.
Yeah. Like, I do think you're onto something, though, with, like, you can go Rod of Ages champions usually into Yone, because you don't end up with a lot of threat to kill on the Yone, because you've got such a high health bar, and you can tend to clear the wave. So I wasn't sure if it was going to be Rise, but it's going to be Aurora instead. So Caps happy to just wave clear. A lot of poke in lane as well to try and push this Yone out early, and then super strong team fighting for G2.
I mean, I see the strong team fighting. I see the scaling that comes with an Orn Sivir naturally with an Enchanter. I see GX's ability to spike off that 1-2 item spike Dagda and really set their side lanes up for success.
Ne, EBL traje, EBL se događa i dalje, mislim, ništa se tu promenilo nije, samo EBL na Twitchu i to je to. Ja sam moram se spustiti na brzaka da uzmem kafu i da uzmem jednu bananu, pojedem pre nego što krene uživanje ovog gejma, tako da brb sam bukvalno minut 2 i onda sam tu krene game.
But their solo laners this split, I think, have been really good. They've now got to send it because otherwise they'll be facing single elimination in playoffs. That's how dire this best of 3 really is as they run head-to-head with G2, who are looking to lock in top 4.
Yeah, I mean, for Giant X, they do have incredibly strong solo lane champions here that they can try and play in towards a 1-3-1. That does get very difficult against Pantheon, though, which is why I actually really like the Pantheon here for Skewmont. I think it gives you a lot of ways to try and shut down those plays, and if you over-index as Giant X into trying to look for dives or look for plays, Skewmont can try and respond. So I think this is where for Giant X, it is about trying to get your solo lanes ahead, but then also ensuring you can get deep vision down to enable them to spot out where this Pantheon is so they can actually try and threaten sides.
Well, let's head on to our second day of the Madrid Roadshow. I've already said it's been a spicy start. We can talk about that later, but for now, G2 versus Giant X. A matchup that should be good. Again, Giant X have had a really interesting split with their bottom lane maybe not living up to the hype that was in Versus, but their solo laners have stepped up a real hell of amount.
I can't hear you, you're super low. Yeah, I think it's exactly it. I think there's a huge amount of the lines here on both sides. And for Giant X, you have a comp that can play through things super early with this. Like a 1-item spike is insane on either side. Also, Lost opting in towards the first strike rather than the Deathfire touch that we started to see people take as well. So trying to play in towards that, I want to stack my money and hit that spike early.
I remember you talked to me about this in the Ornn matchup specifically, and it was against Broken Blade, I believe it was Mainter, where it is free money against the Ornn, so benefiting off that as we get a pause. Hey, guys, they're not here. They got knocked out last week.
Respekt za pauzu, taman da doručkujem.
Hey, look, I mean, you got to make sure you're comfy, you know? I mean, these guys here yesterday definitely used to playing on stage at this stage. But either way, I still think that for Giant X, like, this is very much a, hey, we want to try and snowball this game. And I think opting in towards the first strike can give you like 1.2 to 1.3k gold coming up towards that like 50 to 16 minute mark before Rumble. And I think that's really where you're trying to look at, hey, can I try and snowball that advantage through that? Versus where the Deathfire touch, I think, is incredibly strong in team fights and trying to bully your opponent out of lane. But Ornn, not exactly the easiest to try and push out.
Dag, did you see that guy in the audience who had a notepad?
Oh, no.
I mean, he's writing the drafts down. That guy's going to take that back to solo queue. Holy. I love the camera pan down. He's like, he's just starting his notes. He's like, well, I noticed the first strike here against the Ornn, so take matchup, free gold. And, I can't hear Dagda, but I'm sure he's talking about that.
Oh, yeah,
matchup.
I was actually looking because it was Mirren yesterday who ran the Deathfire touch into the Scion rather than the first strike that you traditionally see. So I was just trying to remember who it was, but still, yeah, I think it gives you a lot of options. I want to get into this. I want to get into the game. Because as you say, like G2 potentially locking the top 4 with this one. You got Giant X who are potentially going into that 6th place slot if they lose, which would not be ideal for them. You don't get that second life in our playoff brackets. And you really want to try and start that one off.
Clapping work, Dagda. We're about to get back in.
Zaboravio sam još jednu stvar da uzem, tako da se ću dođi.
By the way, while we were at a pause, a bit of a lull. This is why I said recently, look, it's not super amazing, but against G2, the fact that you have any series, is pretty good. Heal's going to come through. There's Barrier as well. Nora at half HP. Good trade.
The point of this was to highlight that Actually, Giant X have won the last 2 times that they have faced off. The only time that they have picked up these wins has been this year. It's both in versus and in, both in versus was their wins for Giant X. So maybe the tables are starting to turn for this team, and maybe they, just maybe, they might be able to pick up a win here against G2. But after yesterday's performance, that is looking tough. G2 looked exceptional, with Skumon having a ton of control in the early stages, bringing a game back from the brink against Karmine Corp as well in that game too. So I think all eyes are going to be on Skumon to see what he can achieve in this early game against Isma.
The entire Reddit was like, well, rip, G2's in playoff form, that's it. Wrap up the LEC. And
yeah, there's also molecules in our Slack channel saying, you know, Skumon is the best jungler in the world. You can just only see it when he's outside Berlin. Oh,
no flashes. They're in trouble. Flash Lebrov ignite first blood with a Galetta land. John's going to flash well with a Boomerang Blade, and an auto Hans gets the second. Noah arcane shifted forward with 0 mana.
It's a disaster for them. This is not exactly the way this is supposed to start out. In theory, Noah and Jun can kind of heal out. They play this game of attrition, and eventually they will just start to push this Sivir and Lulu out of lane. But as you said, Noah arcane shifted forward, didn't have the follow-up, and Hansam and Lebrov knew it, immediately turned that one around. And Lebrov flashing forward to get the kill. He's then in range to set up for the follow-up here for Hansama.
Yeah.
Giant X's bot lane. This was one that we were looking at, and they aren't delivering.
Yeah, they cooked that play. That's a disaster. And honestly, like, Noah got his rotation off, but the no mana afterwards means no follow-up Mystic Shot, no follow-up for the potential trade in the end. So really risky play, and this is why I talked about it. Like, you know, this bottom lane that I was so excited for in Versus because of how well they were playing and the rest of Giant X were failing. It's a complete opposite. I know the AD talked about it where it's like, yeah, we normally focus about the bottom lane. This split, it has been about, you know, Isma and Jackie's, and I will throw in Lot there because
you need to.
I need to.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll throw a lot in there, but Jackie's and Isma have been fantastic.
And Lot, yeah.
Just to give you all a heads up at home, it is audio issues that are still being experienced, so they're trying to figure it out. We will let you know as soon as it all gets sorted.
Iskreno respekt za Giants fanove.
I do agree. I think Jackie's and Isma have just been absolutely fantastic, and I think that is where the focus has been on. You know, Jackie stepping up on picks like the Ari, making sure that he can lead from the front with these great.
Nema ih puno, ali su glasni.
And then Isma as well, finding some really cool plays in the early game.
When do you think the saxophones come in? My question is, when do you think, like...
I think they're waiting for you to conduct them, actually.
I'll get down there. I don't mind. But I just want to know how they fit in. Look, we've got the tuba, we've got the trombones, we've got the trumpet. Trumpet guys around. But when do the saxophones make their entrance? Like, how do they fit into the show?
I mean, they're going to just play them, you know?
Yeah, but I'm just trying to think.
Tends to be an instrument.
I mean, the brass is hard. Like, drums, tuba, trombone, and don't miss trumpet. They have a lot of echo.
Yeah.
I guess saxophones do as well. It's also a woodwind instrument. I miss band, Doug. I used to be in band.
You were like very into music.
I mean, I went through when I was in year 6 in Australia or year 5 or whatever. They said go and try instruments and we'll see if you're good enough. I went to the woodwind. I could never make a sound. The woodwind is hard. Like if you guys go and try and play a flute, man, that's hard. Flutes are hard.
So when I was about that age, there was people who brought a didgeridoo into my school to try and teach us how to play.
Yeah.
And they were like, just breathe in and out at the exact same time. I was like, that's not how my body works.
Yeah.
I can't do that.
No, it's really hard. Like, even I make the, you know, whatever it is, and it still doesn't make a sound. It's a really hard instrument to play, but it's such a cool instrument.
It is mad, yeah.
Shout out, if anyone can play the didgeridoo, absolute banger. Now, audio issues are happening still. We are in.
Ajmo problema sa zvukom, pa čekamo.
Getting a magnifying glass and seeing what is that port doing. I just want to point out there is someone in the crowd who's bought a caps cutout. Can you imagine? That sits in his or her bedroom for the duration of the year. You think? Or maybe they bought it specifically for this.
Look, if I start to talk about how cutouts are abnormal or normal, I invite a lot of hate from the K-pop fans. And I don't really need that in my life, to be honest.
Hey,
I feel like you're bringing me into dangerous
G2 fanovi samo čekaju.
Mislim,
najviše će biti sad KC i Koi, baš će biti banger. Mislim će publika baš da bude protiv Francuza.
good. It's a good sign of the day, isn't it?
I mean, this place is filling up quick. Like, it is a banger.
And a lot of people are just standing around. Like, there's an arcade area over there.
Yeah, there's like food stalls and all outside. Like, there's the 360 photo thing over here.
Is that what
as well.
that is?
Yeah,
Cool.
Like, there's a whole bunch of stuff here.
No, it's really awesome. And again, a lot of the fans are standing outside of the ring of the arena, so
yeah,
they're kind of just like watching the first games, and then later the series, it'll continue packing up. So, what was it, 8K arena, I think?
Yeah.
And we're definitely over half now. Fans, oh no, the whistle guy's back. Oh, the one instrument we didn't want back. Last time, I remember we were in the Euphoria studio, and the whistle drove me crazy at home.
Yeah.
All I could hear was the whistle, because it's so high-pitched, it beats everything.
Through everything, yeah.
It just beats every instrument.
We need the saxophones to start to get
Saxophones come on balance. They're standing there still. I'm looking at them from here. They're waiting like, so what's our cue again? What do we get into? By the way, while we wait for league officials, I've been told the audio issues on stage are still being worked on. We're going to hear what Skewmon had to say going into the week. We love a bit of Skewmon.
Love a bit of Skewmon.
Love Skewmon. I love Skewmon.
Yeah, playing against like probably like the best teams in the league. It's definitely going to be, there will be a lot of pressure playing against those guys. I think they are very good. I do believe that we're ramping up a lot, we as G2, and we will come in these games with a lot of power. I'm really looking forward for all these games. I think they're all going to be like really hype, and let's see who's going to be the best team. I think AC is probably like the strongest team right now. They are like currently undefeated, and they've shown a lot of like good stuff in like most of the games. I do think that they are obviously like not unbeatable, and yeah, I'm looking forward to see like how we'll play against them, since like our last games were like the finals, and it went to 5 games back in Barcelona. So I think it's going to be nice to see like how this match will turn out. 2019 G2 was for sure like the best team in Europe, and like close to be the best team in the world. It means a lot for us, for sure, and me individually, because being compared to this team just means that Europe actually have faith in one team to actually bring back the glory to Europe at international level. So I'm looking forward to keep playing good. I think one of our biggest issue in G2 this split was for sure like the fact that we didn't really have a lot of time to actually recover from like what happened during first end. I do believe that we were thinking a lot about how we've been playing during first end, instead of just like looking at how we should be playing moving forward during this split. I do believe that G2 is still the favorite to win the split, because we've always shown that when it matters the most, and like when it's really time to actually lock in, we are like playing way better as a team, and like all of us individually. So I do believe that most of the time this is like where G2 shines the most.
Yeah, he's always looking. I love it. He said like potentially second best team in the world, or an annotation of that. So still.
Baš zanimljivo koliko će arena također se napuni kad krenemo u game.
Apparently, that's been sorted. That's back in, which means game is back on.
Yeah. Apparently it took a little bit of time to find the cable, but the cable has been reinserted, and we are being reinserted into the game as we speak.
Yeah.
And I'm very excited for it, because also I do think, just talking about Skewmon, we kind of had him on the desk at the end of yesterday, and he was saying, look, I think the hardest thing has been finding that confidence again to make the plays. A lot of pressure was put on him after coming back from first stand. You can see the quote there on the left hand side of your screen. And I think it's valid. I mean, it's a tough L life when you just come back from it and everyone is expecting you to play.
Nije da Skewmon nije u pravu, mislim, njegov fokus bi trebao da bude njegov consistency. Jer mislim da se s tim najviše muči.
I'm excited to see if he can keep that going, especially in front of the crowd here this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, again, look, it's a mixed bag here, but Giants are getting a bit of support from the Madrid locals, even the band playing for them as well. As you know, the other Spanish organization. I mean, there's another one, but they're not here in Team Heretics. There's a GX sending in Isma to do the job in the top lane. Broken Blade might be exposed, but the 2v2 happened before. It's looking to happen again. Noah, it's going to arcane shift out of the way, but Han Sama with lethal tempo. Boomerang Blade just out of the way.
Da ga pogodio s kom ne bi go bio do duše.
But in trouble again in the bottom lane.
Yeah, this bot lane is gone terribly now. Good job by observers there. You can see them highlighting the ward that spotted out that Lot and Isma went into this bush, because Skewmon has the reset. Now the TP, they're looking for the all-in.
They are indeed. Giants looking to wait for it, but Skewmon's here to cover. They get the ward in the end. Broken Blade comes in with a full HP bar. That ain't mitigated at all as Isma looks to continue the invade.
But the problem is Isma has reset. You can see he's picked up the Kindle gem.
Yeah.
So that's why he's just trying to see if he can play up into the face of G2 here. has already picked up that topside scuttle as well. Now going to steal away the Raptors and potentially look for a gank on mid as well, but Skumon going to spot him.
Yeah, there is no power in mid because Caps has a wave under his thumb right now. Jackie's is a burst and electrocute away from getting maybe one shot. It might be too early for that as Skumon crosses through mid. He's going to be spotted out, drops control ward on the way in, but Caps just walks up, get the plating. As Jackie's gets chunked out and Isma tries to defend his own Raptors, we continue this onslaught.
But this is the thing, Lebrov winning bot lane with Hansama means that now Lebrov gets to support him. Yeah, the polymorph, now the engage. We saw this go badly yesterday for the Pantheon in this situation, but it turns out with the numbers advantage, G2 looking significantly sharper on the play.
Everyone moved up for that as well, Nora and Jun even making the rotate, but as we come back to our normal lanes and things chill out, just note that still it's a G2 winning game, 1.8k gold lead. Because even though Raptors were traded, Caps individually is doing exactly what a lot of people thought the Aurora versus Yone should do.
Yeah, I mean,
I on će on skillovati Auroru u nekom trenutku, samo treba dotle da dođe, to je fora.
He's the highest win streak at the moment for any champion on the Orianna. I think he's at 11 wins on that pick at the moment. And it just goes to show that when he can bully lanes, he will do so.
Gdje su ti? Danas sam pregame bez kamere, chillam, gledam. Stigo sam na vreme, što je super, a baš je knap bilo, iskreno. Baš sam knap došao kući. Ja sam brda nekih obaveza rešavao pre leca i bukvalno sam stigao u 3 do 4 sam ušao u stan, upalio sve i to je to. Kako si Saltis, dobar?
Jackie's has the fate sealed, but he won't push it. Between worlds held by Caps as well.
Isma is going for an invade on the top side, so I kind of understand why you're looking at the dive, right? Because you know as G2 you pushed Isma to that top side of the map, but Skumon is now losing his entire top side thanks to this going for the dragon.
Well, hang on, Jackie's going to ulti out. Dodges the weirding. With that, the burst and the twofold hex, he is dead as
Ali Caps je baš ubio Jackiesa. Ne znam, G2 se aktivirao u playoff formi pre playoffa, što je dosta retko, moram da priznam.
Meanwhile, there we go. There's the dive, comes after the dragon. Anyway, Aqua Prison was too early. Now Noah's exposed. Arcane shifts out of the way. Skumon waiting for the Q, doesn't need it. The order from Hansama gets the job done. Meanwhile, Caps running from his life from a deadly Scorpion as G2 successfully get one. And the next minion wave in means that Noah misses even more.
G2 basically making sure they knew exactly what Ginex were up for before they commit to anything. Broken Blade on reset from base, checked red buff, saw that Isma was there, chased Isma out of the jungle to guarantee that the rest of the camps from Skumon stayed there. Then because of that, Caps knew that he could go aggressive and play into the bottom side because he would have support there. And Skumon knew he could go for the dive because Isma was on the top side of the map. G2 very quickly starting to snowball a series of events there into a big gold lead.
Quickly becoming a storm, isn't it? LeBron now moves to mid, Electric comes off, and you see the passive from Aurora is doing enough damage as Jackie's use this time to drop the ward on those Raptors, and we look towards mid of what Caps. Solo Jackie's, by the way.
Great kill onto Jackie's as Isma tried to help, but there's the hop out. And then because
Da, G2 je samo ušao u G2 formu.
Skumon finishes dragon and goes, all right, I'm ready to dive. Let's go for it. The polymorph on
Aj, si Skumon je hito 6 i genkovo je bot. Ali mnogo lepo igraju, iskreno. I turret, agro, sve rade baš dobro.
They get the kill, Skumon gets out safely, and already, like, look at the gold leads you're seeing in mid and boss.
On a comp that wants a team fight, we talked about in draft, Daggy mentioned, like, oh, G2, they've built this little front to back, they've got a Sivir, they've got an Enchanter, and they've got a tank, right? Engage is going to be easy, you're going to have a Sivir that is going to be fed earlier than it should be. I'm starting to fear Ginex in this game as they fall 2,500 gold behind, and bot lane is an absolute nightmare.
Yeah, and a lot of that has come from just individual performances, right?
Yep.
Like Hansam and Lebrov outperformed Noah and Jun in the 2v2, sent them packing twice, once was a kill, and now you got Caps as well, who's solo killing in the mid lane. Ginex, unfortunately, just look a little outclassed at the moment, and G2 looking absolutely spectacular in this early game. We've seen Ginex try and rotate to the top side to get these Void Grubs. A Broken Blade just going to clear out the wave to make sure he can't be played with afterwards.
This will be a quick wave clear as well. He claps the minions, and as the next push in, he won't even go up for the plate. He's a little bit worried. He saw Isma on top side, but he does his job. Adds pressure, neutralizes the wave. Caps keeps trading like this. Lot has gone for the bottom lane wave, but he's walked on in. He's going to get polymorphed. He's overheated as well. Ignite goes down, but Hans gets him to half HP. This was the lane swap Ginex opted in for because they couldn't get near Hans Summer and Lebrov with Skumond on the bottom side.
And ideally, Lot wants to get to the tower, but I think G2 did a really good call of proxying the wave, and Lot didn't realize the Hans Hammer was there because the ward didn't spot him, and now Jackie's, oh my.
2-fold Hex, Caps is waiting, he's going to pop them between worlds, Jackie's ulti's out, Caps under and the order of the
Ne, G2 je samo krenuo da igra, ljudi, ovo je GG's. G2 je samo krenuo da igra, to je samo GG's, nema šta bukvalno.
The closer we get to playoffs, the more scared I go to this man. To be fair, there's been moments in the split that he's been popping off as well, as per usual, but Caps takes care of business, takes the plate, and now we have another over 1,500 gold lead in another lane.
It's 5-0, a 3.7k gold lead, and we've barely crested the 10-minute mark. Like, this is exceptional from G2. And you see here, Jackie's tries to use the solo bound just to try and farm, just to get anything, and Caps goes, great, let's do it. Tries to hop in front of the ultimate, but doesn't even need it. The auto, pull back on the Q, pops the extra damage on the passive, and it's enough to finish off the One.
It's that auto weave as well that he gets in. It's just, I mean, again, optimizes all of his uptime. Protobelt now picked up. Not sure if he had that before the play. Huntsummer might be in trouble, waiting for the first impale of the game. Spell shield taken. Huntsummer pops on the hunt, and Isma doesn't pull his trigger. He can't find anything on the exposed AD carry of G2, and just like that, information with the Scorpion given bot side.
Skumond was spotted on the wards on top side, so they're hoping maybe they could try and make a play on bot lane, but it is very difficult into the Sivir, and this is what we were talking about in Champ Select, right? The answers into Sivir aren't quite there. And G2 in a fantastic spot. Caps now, a little bit of attention mid.
Yeah, he's just run into this. He goes between the Veil, gets hit by the Scorpion, waiting for the Impale. Skumond flies on in. Tidal Wave, Impale misses, by the way. Skumond's already taken the first victim. Wildgrowth gets the knockup. Now Jun's exposed. A squidgy tuna fish. Oh, sashimi almost cut up in front of your eyes.
Oni u 11 minuta vode 5000 golda. Čoveče.
Engage Lulu with the Wildgrowth on Skumond. Nearly nets some extra kills, but again, G2 able to cover. And it's this Pantheon that's denying Isma so much attention in these early stages because he just can't make plays for fear Skumond's going to show up. And Hansama now is just continuing to bully on this bottom lane. 2.3k gold lead already. Like, he's about to match the items for his next item that Noah has for his first.
Yeah, that is a concern. I mean, this weekend, and I think this split, my favorite part about G2 has been this bottom lane. Give them an early lead, and I'm concerned as we look at the replay towards mid, how Giant X tried to send it.
Yeah, and here Jackie's gets the knock up. Isma thinks, okay, maybe I've got a chance because the ultimate for this Aurora isn't there. But Skumond with the ult, Caps with the sidestep on the Impale, Wildgrowth then with the follow-up. Really nicely played by G2.
Yeah, that Protobelt forward gets out of range of Isma. Frustrating for Giant X, but skillfully done by G2. 4,500 next Dragon sits there waiting. And Giant X right now might have to just keep sending it because it feels like this game is only going to get harder from here on out.
Yeah, I mean, Hansama's about to pop his cold. Like, he's going to be a 2.8k cold, 2.9, there you go, over Noah. Like, literally an entire item. And we're not even 14 minutes into the game. Like, this is absurd.
It's disgusting.
And now, second Dragon on the way. This is, so, again, what we said about Giant X was, they have a really good one-item spike. Yeah. Like, that's going to be their moment to kind of shine.
Let's get there.
The problem is everyone at G2's at the second, and you're like, wait, that's not how this is supposed to work.
Bringing the trumpet needs to be there. Rain, hail, or shine. I think that's got to bolster Giant X at this point. As True Shot Barrage used to clean 2 minions out of a forgotten remaining wave. With Ardent Sensor rushed here by Lebrov, Hansama will take that turret down, and Isma. This is all he's been able to do all game. Yeah. He's constantly been invading topside because it's the only part of the map that they can get control.
Yeah, and look, sure, but it's not really going to net you anything, right? Skumond spotting now. Jun here as well. May actually just be a solo kill.
Maybe is there a solo kill? Call the Fort God onto Light, he flashes away. He's up against the wall.
Ne, čudno je, baš je čudno kako ekipa G2-a samo ima neke svoje trenutke, ono.
Found Jun. What is that flying fish doing around Krugs? It's not a zoo.
They wanted to look for the play on towards Broken Blade. Didn't expect Skumond to be there. And in a 3v2 on the top side, they lose out. Hansama is bullying Noah and getting turrets for himself on the bot lane. And now, Isma hoping to make a play mid.
Well, maybe it's going to work out this time. Finding Lebrov, the polymorph is clutch. Glimmerlands comes in. I'm again waiting for the Impale to come through. But Caps gets out of the way to Protobelt again. Lot chase down with Electro Harpoon and onto Lebrov. Maybe the first kill coming in. But it's 7-0. G2 holds strong, and Lebrov will not be finished off as Giant X are now 4 in mid.
the mid tower is just going to fall in this push. Like, it's done. It's gone. And already Giant X, when we said, look, they want to try and play for a 1-3-1, have lost control completely of the map. You've got Rift Tower that's up in 30 seconds. You're going to reset. Probably finish your third item for Hans Sama. I'd imagine that IE is done now on the reset. Oh, sorry, the Storm Razor Surge is done in this next one. No, IE. Okay, yeah. There's his IE. Just done. And now you get to play off of 2 items for the Rift Herald in 10 seconds. Yeah.
What happens when you don't have mid-push and you want to play sides, but your sides can't 1v1 everyone?
You don't get to play sides, yeah.
So then what do we have to do?
What you could try to do is like Shadow to play for like 2 people on one side. Try and make that happen. Yeah. But then you're up against Pantheon, who joins in with his ultimate when you try to make that happen.
Okay.
So it does get very, very difficult. Giant X looks like to be able to sneak away the Rift Herald though, as the resets do come true. But this is where I think, yeah, you can just collapse his G2 if you want to.
I mean, Skimon's pinging up and he's got the ulti. I think there's a Grand Starfall on the way at 5k. Giant X are going to have to back off. Isma knows it. Hans Sama also shows, and you mentioned, I mean, with Infinity Edge, that 2-item silver is too dangerous as Jackie's walks into this against Caps, but as Jackie's runs away, I didn't even see a 2-fold Hex or a Weirding. With that burst and with Electrocute back up with Protobelt, there's one of them. You will see a lot of Between Worlds flash. Jackie's gets out, now has his Mortal Steel ready on Q3, but Caps already out of the way. Fate Sealed of potential as this was looking for the play. They're going to chase Caps but lose Herald.
I think they're going to chase Loss and he's going to die.
Oh, Dagner's
I Lot je samo Dunda.
got max range, engage. Lot there, uses flash before it won't hit, so that's nice. Searing charge.
Da li je bitno? Bibi neće umre od kule do prekosta. Ima 0 armora, ali nije ni bitno. Ubiše ih čoveč, ubiše ih.
G2, this has been very, very clean. And apart from the Void Grubs, it's a perfect game so far. Yep. Giant X going to try and get some pressure on mid. I don't know if they can take the tower. But this is Decimate. This is the G2 you need to be scared of.
This is absolute gap, you know. And if Giant X truly do lose the series and end at 6th, then the gap between, you know, top 4 and top 6, just by G2 being in this form, is now monstrous.
Yeah, and I think that's always kind of been part of the conversation around, you know, the top teams in the league versus what appears to always be that step down. Like when you look at what KC and then like what G2 and this can achieve against teams that are also in our playoffs bracket, you can kind of see that that gap is just so big at times. And when G2 are playing like this, they just feel absolutely unstoppable.
So Giant X, I'm not going to ask what they can do because right now the answer is probably going to be nothing. Noah dodged the 2-fold Hexman on the Weirding. And there's the damage right there. 45 seconds, third Drake. Feels like Giant X will forego this. I mean, even though they do have an item on everyone, it does not feel like it is anywhere near enough. Hans Sama with a Zeal. And Broken Blade pushing a tier 2.
Hans Sama ide na navori. O, baš izgleda bukvalno ko da nisu ni blizu obe ekipe.
Gonna pop the veil, goes over the wall. Isma looking again, Caps Protobelt out of range. This time will the Impale connect? No. Smite was not enough either, as I think right now I'd be taking notes of G2 as Hans Sama continues to work on the bottom lane turret. There it goes on the next wave. 7.5k gold.
Yeah, and 4k of that is on Hans Sama.
Yes, it
so
is.
He's going to be very, very happy. Will be a tower back in the top lane at least for Giant X.
I'll clap for that.
So, yeah, you get a clap sometimes at these things, but G2, yeah, third Dragon, third Dragon. They reset, you pick up a third item for Hans Sama. Like, this is crazy. This is terrifying.
I was crazy once. I don't remember it looking like this, Dagner.
Crazy clean? Is that how it goes?
Yeah, that was crazy once. Rubber room. You talking about the rat?
I would say it's crazy clean.
Oh, yeah, no, sorry. No, we're talking about completely different things.
As we usually do, you know.
Yeah, but we catch on at some point, you know. We've seen a lot of things. You and I have seen a lot in life, actually. That's a statement. Look, all you all need to know out there is we cast LPL together.
Yeah. 6 years ago, I moved to China to the LPL with you.
And in 2020, when everyone was locked down, we were locked into game. Yeah. Like that was peak League of Legends, at least for us. I mean, look, G2 today, I will say, this has been what you want to see out of the second best region in the world. Jackie's gets stunned up. And he's trying to play with Skewmon a little bit here as Blade of the Roaring King procs the passive, but now the Hans Sama and LeBrova here, I don't think so. Isma steps up, Boomerang Blade doesn't do that much, but you don't need it to. As Herald gets placed on down, in a turret in the top lane is the next game. Hans going to mount it himself and get in the charge. Fate sealed, tries the buffer. Jackies couldn't do it. Tidal wave comes out as well. That's a lot burn.
20 minuta Ezreal nemam u Ramanu. Ovo je toliki stomp od partije, ne mogu verujem. Ako ništa, mislim, G2 žele skrati dan, što stvarno mogu da poštujem. Tako da respekt za ekipu G2-a. Tamo posle ove partije stignem da stavim traku i sve.
I think Giant X might just go, well, they're probably, well, G2 rather, might start this on spawn.
I think if I'm Giant X, it's, look, we don't have a chance, right? Maybe they want a Hail Mary as they start to group up.
Why not? Send it. If you don't send it now, the game is even more done. Isma's going to come in, but call the Forge God means it was a bait. Isma gets sent in the air between gaps. Oh my god, his ulti! It's a world of difference for G2's mid lane. He already sets it up as Isma's now exposed, left isolated. He gets impaled down, finally...
Useless impale, ma kakvi. Ne, ovo je baš... Bukvalno mislim da Giantsi ovo nisu... Ko da ne igraju istu ligu s G2-om, najiskrenije.
Move over towards the Baron. Dragon's is there in 2.5. Maybe we get there.
Maybe.
But it's very clean. Again, Caps hops over the wall, forces the flash from Jun, then uses his ultimate to reposition alongside Skumon to finish off the Nami. Isma and Log try to make a play on towards Caps, but he then rotates in around. In the top of your screen, you can see Han Sama with Labrov, the shields, the wall growth, everything to keep them going. In the last auto.
Baš nije ni blizu, iskreno.
In Han Sama damage, I think they launched everything at him and he will still survive. He's 3.5 items. And our fastest game of this split so far is 23.5 minutes. There are 2 minutes for G2 to set a record in this split. Excuse me, and I think Dragon's coming up in a minute 45. That would be the safe route. But with this Baron, if they find another team fight, they can just knock down the base and end it.
Yeah, and we're still seeing the same stuff from G2 when they've got this Ornn, where it's like, we just play off 2 lanes.
Yep.
Scaps goes mid, he's fine with the amount of mobility that he has to escape anything, and then we just play with Broken Blade towards the bottom side, and it's impossible for Giant X to engage. The front line is too strong, the potential for a re-engage, and also that tank to just tank a tower for ages, means that you just can't really contest here. And here we go again. This is what I was talking about, right? Now instead it's the Pantheon mid lane, as that ultimate's about to come off cooldown, where you can try and play into bot lane as well.
Yeah, it's nice timing from Skumon. One plate on the mid lane turret, so it's pretty squishy as Giant X try to defend, but they're going to move to their inhibitor turret instead. Pillar set up by Broken Blade as the Ornn tanking up with 1.5 items. There's no real damage threat right now from Giant X unless they land everything. Demolish is taking the bot lane turret as Caps disappears. They send it.
Solidan od Jackisa, samo nije dovoljno head za tako nešto, iskreno.
Giant X defend and they finally got to send their ultis. Surprisingly enough, G2 got sent back.
G2 do get sent away. It was a good engage from Jackies that ended up closing the distance on towards Han Sama.
On a ward between Welch Jun. It's not going to be in this one for very much longer. Caps will take another victim at 10,000 gold and 25 seconds for a Drake's soul. G2, they'll just run it back.
Yeah, unfortunately for G2, they're going to have to take second prize of a Mountain Soul instead of the base on the way out as well. But again, nice effort from Giant X, right? Like, I always appreciate teams that don't end up just like rolling over and saying, all right, game's done. Let's try and make some plays. And Jackies makes it happen. Like, don't quite get the kill, but at least try and hold on for that little bit longer.
Caps will stand up while this Dragon's going to be taken. Lot looking for an angle, but meanwhile, Isma's up in the top side. That's part of their engage. Teleport's going to be burned. Now, an angle on Caps, that's what they're hoping here. Caps is a little bit low on the mana bar. His ulti's not up. He does have Protobelt here as Jackie's Q3 just out of range. Fate sealed not up and available.
Fajn je Jackies. To jest fajni Caps, pardon. Što oni stvarno da ih perfekt iskidaju. Bukvalno, da, ovo je bukvalno što kažeš ko Partizan. Ko Partizan kad igra. Nerealno, baš nerealno.
Outside of the turret and the 3 grubs, it is a perfect game. Oh dear, the LEC script writes itself again. Here comes the final moments of this game at the very least. Not going to be the fastest game in the split as we've now bypassed that by 40 seconds, but Giant X They're going to have to pull off some kind of miracle, engage like Jackie's had before.
It is somewhat infuriating with G2, right? Because you're kind of like, yeah, they're playing a little bit rough. Maybe, just maybe, something might go wrong. And then they get to the end of the split and they just look like this. And you're like, they're like the dog that faked a limp and then just started running whenever it wanted.
And shout out to Hopium, you know, I was on that earlier in the week and we're talking with Memento and he was literally saying like, you know, we come back from internationals, have like a 6-day break, and then we're thrown into the split. And it's called the Forge God comes through. It seems like this time around they've finally gotten their foot together. Impale does connect on the Skewmon. Caps goes between worlds. Jackie's face still gets flushed away from it, but the wild grows. Hanshammer gets a knock-up thanks to Lebrov. And even though G2 get tested a little bit for a 10,000 gold lead, Inhibitor still goes down, and all the same, the game is slowly ending. It's just Giant X breaking the straw a little bit further.
Yeah, a minute and 50 until the next Baron. Feels like that's kind of where the Baron is going to be the main focus to try and close out this game. But again, like, I think you're just gotten completely outscaled. Like, even with a hope, it's Hanshammer now starting to tick over towards a 5th item. He's in an insane spot. And Caps is one-shotting basically anyone who walks or near him when he finishes his Rabadons.
Caps had an exceptional game as well. As you said, Rabadon's close to being completed. Hans just got LDR, no memes this game. Not that he would need it, but still, I mean, Skarner, let's count. It is still one tank, and LDR in hand is better than not. As G2 final onslaught begins. I've said that a couple of times now, but it's just one long drawn out game-ending moment.
Yeah, but I do think this is where like the meta shift and the way the game has changed does force these kind of longer games. Because with all these extra plates, it takes longer to kill towers, especially because the amount of people that are around them that ups the amount of resistances that it has. So it just takes longer to get through out of structures, and you don't kind of see these like clean sweeps through tier 2s into inhibitor turrets anymore.
Iskreno neću vas lagati, ja sam sad samo u fazonu, mene zanima da li će G2 dropovati jedan kill. Najiskrenije. Znači sad gledam i u fazonu sam da li će G2, da li će neko u G2 da umre do kraja ove partije.
Because there's no way that the social media team for G2 isn't sitting there waiting for the content deck. And they're going to record it and then be like,
I think of the Leonardo, I think of the Leonardo DiCaprio meme, you know, him going, there it is, the first kill there. We're going to have an opposite of that. I don't know what it's going to be, but you guys can cook on the medias as...
Yeah, I mean, you're asking millennials for social media advice. What are you doing? Come on.
I thought they're Zoomers. I don't know. Are they Zoomers or millennials? We're millennials.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are. Sorry.
Mora se na story da stavimo ovaj skor, bukvalno, nerealno.
Zoomers will help us. Baron starts. This is round 2, Baron number 2. Giant X are going to run and send the Hail Mary once again. True Shot Barrage helps out with the leash. Caps goes in between the veil, wants to send it across the veil and between the well. Is going to get knocked up. The title.
Okay, gledamo da li neko umire.
A pillar out of searing charge threatened, and G2 get it cleanly. The zoning from Broken Blade makes sure that Giant X can't step any wind in.
Wave on the bottom side needs to be dealt with by Giant X, and the will just back away. G2 not really wanting to overextend here. Caps doesn't really have anything to reset for, so was kind of hoping someone would poke their nose there, but doesn't actually end up being the case.
Okay, now this is surely it with the Baron. Almost 11,000 gold. Hanshammer is 5.5 of it. This?
Yeah. I mean, this is giving a lot of ammo to Jack Spectra's quote of this week, which is that Hanshammer is the most underrated player in EU at the moment.
Yeah.
Because this is a pretty decent scoreline for him, I'm not going to lie.
But how is he the man, you know, I always want to fight Jack Spectra. It looks fun until you realize he's actually quite Jack. In the name, it's in the name.
It is.
Jack in the name. Good one me. W me, L Jack Spectra. However, before I fight him, I mean, he's got point, you're right, he's got ammunition, but I feel like the whole split, Hanshammer has had an incredible performance when G2 have just been warming up. And quote on more of that later, and he can have his response on the AD after this as Isman looking for the engage, flash and pale. It's onto a bellows, Fred into the air. The score.
Dobro, i dalje nula. Hanshammer se odsavio se od Ion ulta. Ne želi da bude taj koji umire, razumem ga iskreno. Razumem ga skroz. Dobro, pantult. Ok, Caps shota no jer mu se može. Ima reset, 14-0.
but it's an effort that's not too much. Jackie's wants one kill, but cannot find it as G2. It's not quite the perfect game, but it's damn near close.
It is kill-less for GX. Equalizer down. Jun about to hit the ground, and G2 safe and sound. Next Nexus tower drops down. The Nexus is
Oni neće dropovati nijedan kill. Ja ne mogu da verujem. Ubiš ih, vrat, to nije bilo ni blizu. Pa dobro, očigledno ekipa G2-a malo ljuta, šta da se radi. Samo jedan XD u chatu. Brba sam fazon 8 minuta jer toliko će trajati sljedeći game, tako da tu sam brzo pa gledamo. Verovatno finalnu partiju ove serije, se ne lažemo, ono G2 koji izgubi nakon ovog, ja stvarno ne znam, brba sam.
They slaughtered them. They tore them apart piece by piece. And the thing is, like, I know you're going to catch the pun. I know you are. But it's straight up a Hans diff. And what I mean by that is a Hans. You know, like...
yeah, now we got it.
Because in mid lane, in bot lane, like... There's nothing to talk about in the comp, the draft, like, you just got outplayed. You just straight up lost in lane in the 1v1 and the 2v2.
You did, didn't you?
I mean, it wasn't even close, right? And this is a matchup where I think that the Estral and Nami should be the one trying to bully the Sivir and Lulu. And you see that Giants, they have the right idea, right? They really want to try to punish them. But the movement on Hansama and Labrov, they're just dodging every single Q, outplaying them every step of the way, burning the summoners, and then they continue their lead forward. And Noah still wants to try to fight back. He wants to be the one that wins this game and wins the lane for his team. But I think Hansama and Labrov, for me, they're the best bot lane in the league. And you see it in this game. They played Sivir Lulu, and still, they had a 4,000 gold lead on Hansama at minute 15. He was taking the tier 2 from Noah after 2v2 killing them on bot, and they just kept this lead snowballing, and it was just a bot gap through and through.
It was crazy.
It absolutely was. And they just kept adding insult to injury with the roams that we saw on bot lane, the dives that they were making happen. The execution that we're seeing from G2 and from Hansama in this game was absolutely phenomenal. Playoffs G2 has arrived a couple weeks early, and my goodness, do they look terrifying.
And we need some respect on Hansama's name. I said it, he's the most underrated player in the league. And you can see it in this game. Like, yes, of course, he has caps. Every game he has caps, so people focus on caps. Even this game, you can focus on caps. You can have the solo kills. You can talk about that. But still, he's a rock for this team. But not just that. Because if you think rock, you think boring. You think stable. He's still aggressive. He plays forward. He plays the Draven. He plays the Kalista. And he wins you the lane. And he wins you the game.
I will say, listen. In the past, I might have been a little iffy about Hansama at times, and I'm going to tell you
exactly. There was one time he didn't buy LDR. That's it.
I'm going to tell you again. Like, I think it all fell away from me this year specifically. That's not saying that he wasn't always super great. I just felt sometimes in the very important matches, in the most important international games, perhaps he wasn't pushing his advantage as much as he could when they got an early advantage, right? But he was still a super, super freaking good player. I feel like all of that has fallen away this year, right? We take first stand into consideration, of course. How could you not against the best of the best? Like, if you could do it versus the best of the best, you ain't gonna drop it versus GX. Are you kidding me?
I mean, I think Skewman said it best. He went up against Diable and he went up against Ruler. And still, Hansama and Labrov were winning lanes and just outperforming them throughout. Now, of course, we'll see how they do at MSI and stuff like that if they eventually get there.
But
still,
they gotta get there first.
They gotta get there first. Like, come on, I mean, after this.
Hey, about Labrov, I've got some lore. So basically on the Spanish co-stream, when Labrov wasn't doing that good, you know, we were all kind of down on him. They had like all these nicknames for him. One was like La Broma, which is the joke. And they also used to call him El Triángulo. It's basically the triangle because they thought he had the most useless like role in the orchestra. They were really, really intense. But I think it does go to show as to where there were periods of time where people felt that way about Lebrov on this lineup, right?
I thought you would bring up Lebrov James.
Oh, yeah.
To be fair, like, when people look at this G2 roster, they will still point towards that bot lane. And I mean, like, of course, when we look at the regular season, Broken Blade is kind of being the big point of criticism. But what we know about G2, and it's kind of just been the story for as long as we can remember, and if you only want to go back the last 2 years because of this iteration, it's just that once they find a meta that works for them, the level just, it goes up through the roof. And it's a challenge taking this team down. And GX right now, they're not showing us the level because set aside the bot lane, set aside the top lane, forget Skumon. You have to go through the King of Europe.
Yeah.
And the man in the mid lane continues to remind you why he is at the top consistently.
It's crazy because we were singing Jackie's praises coming into this. The fact that he had good games despite GX losing yesterday. He got bodied, man. He got his ass handed to him like twice in a solo kill, but overall. And I was asking, like, is this supposed to happen? And Jack was like, I'm not sure, dude.
I mean, I don't think it's ever supposed to happen, but you are blind picking Yone up against Caps, which is pretty cocky. He's getting the counter pick on you, and he's able to then go something. He could go the Aurora, he could even go the LeBlanc, and he has a lot of angles to actually kill you. And up against Caps, I don't think you ever want to give him a matchup that can actually be winning, because you see what happens in a winning matchup.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes back to what we said at the start. There's not much to talk about in the context of the draft. There's not much team play to talk about. It was straight up a hands diff between the solo lane in mid and in the bot side of the map. Like, look at the damage dealt between Hans Sama and Caps. An absolutely stellar performance from these two carries.
Absolutely. Look at us. Never happier if we can talk about a G2 win in it. Just kidding. Let's talk a little bit about like recovery maybe for GX, because we also had this one from Anonymous.
Oh, it's anonymous now?
Yeah, it was anonymous. I don't know. Do you know who said this?
Oh.
It was Law yesterday.
Oh, what?
It was Laura.
Did she
What about,
say
I
that?
thought you were going to bring up the other one.
yesterday, yes.
Where's the lot top 4? Do you have that one?
Oh, that one? Here, hold this.
Is it out? Oh, it's there, okay. I mean, maybe that's these two go in hand. So this needs to happen for this to not happen.
Yeah, but if GX do lose, they will lock 6th place, which will hurt Lot's chances of being that.
Yeah.
Is this mirrored on stream? I don't know. Like, can people read this? We should have printed it maybe mirrored. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, GX will go 0-3 this week. And I remember us talking about this in our story meeting. Oh, should we make it 6-0, right?
0-6.
Or 0-6 rather, that they wouldn't win a single game. We were like, oh, but that's a little super rude. Like, I don't think it's that rude anymore.
I mean, it feels like that's the trajectory they're heading on, because
man,
what felt like a very promising regular season, the question that we kept asking for GX was, okay, you can beat the bottom teams, but then how do you fare against the top teams? And the way the standings are playing out right now is they are slap bang in 6th place, where they did not beat anyone above that, and they could beat everyone below that. And it's a bit of a shame, because last split, they finally broke the curse. They finally got 4th place, the thing that they've been working so long for. So to fall short of that goal, I mean, there's still playoffs to play for, of course, but the level that we're seeing from them is not the same as what we saw last
working
split.
so hard just to be fake Team Liquid. Like, like what the hell? But for GX, yeah, I think this is also why we're looking at this road trip, right? Because this is a real opportunity for you to kind of pave the way a little bit for higher expectations going into the playoffs. And you're never going to get as much fan support as you got right here, right? And that's why it's a little bit sad, because we know they have more in them, but we haven't seen it. Let's see if they can show us when we get into game 2, and that'll be after this break.
He's bottom, and now Jackie's, oh my.
2-fold hex, Caps is waiting, he's going to pop them between worlds. Jackie's ulti's out, gets out, Caps on the turret, 2-fold hex, and the order the pull back.
I will go dive, guys, I will go dive. I will look at, keep tagging. Good job, very nice. Don't die. Okay, listen. Anyone else anything or not? What? I might hit my Q. Need some CC, guys. Yeah, but he's gonna bring you better. Okay. What, you just killing them? Okay, nice, good job.
Brother, Let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother?
Perfection.
Ah, a new champion. Welcome to my shop. You'll need the right build. Choose wisely, because every upgrade brings you closer to the next level. So tell me, how will you level up?
The whole room was howling.
Howling? Oh, that's not howling, buddy. That's...
Did you steal the LEC trophy? Okay, you can close it.
Let's go. Confident like you never deceive. Big ego, bigger brain, it's really obscene. Said we only wear designer cause we always look clean. And for that money, everybody a fiend. And the bling like a chandelier hung on my chest. And I get it for free cause I'm simply the best. See deposits every hour, not breaking a sweat. About to lunch with my girls, grant at every request. Thank you. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. Ha. Break it down. I promise I am the hottest, determined and never modest. A star, a flying rocket, a stage. I always rock it, I lock it in tight. Do it every night. Big dividends, big love, big hype. Pretty lights, fat base, nice body, pretty face. Can't keep up with the pace. Everybody wanna taste. If I show up to a place, so you know what's going off. I make money moves, baby. Don't mess with the balls. High and bold, can't be bought or sold. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Slow down now. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. Got a whole lot of money, baby. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident. I'm so confident. Whoa, they wanna copy it. Yeah, my profit getting big, big, big. I'm on top of it. Style opulent. I'm so confident.
Time for a show. Show 'em how you outplay. Go and check the replay. Dubs like all day. Boy, you better know. Know that it might be just a little hyphy. Chronic all about these watches go. Cause the games are straight fire. Every team fight coming down to the wire. The whole world trying just to look like us. Take a look at your league. Wish you played like us. Not time to check reality. You're facing a tragedy when...
Yeah, we're definitely playing as like the top teams in LEC, right? And I think we have been looking, shaky a bit so far to this split. But I think a lot of our focus will just be on ourselves because we know that if we're playing our own game well, we can take down any of them. And I think that case is definitely the team to look out for. I think they've been very consistently strong both in winter and spring split. And they even took us to 5 games in the final. So they're definitely the main team we're looking out for. But both Koi and GX are also very strong. We'll definitely go for the 3-0. I mean, obviously our opponents are tough, but we also want to be the best team in Europe. And to do that, we need to showcase that we can take down anyone. So starting off here with a 3-0 would put us in a great spot for playoffs. Yeah, I'm definitely very confident on my own form. I think this split has been a struggle for us as a team, but individually, I'm definitely confident going up against anyone. Being part of being a pro player is definitely for the fans and enjoying the energy that the fans bring. I always love when we played in these like huge stadiums where you can just feel the whole stadium shaking and everyone is cheering. It brings so much energy and it makes the game feel different. Like it's just a different game you play. Like it's already a different game on stage, but when you go to these huge arenas, it's a game changer.
Caps likes the environment. I mean, why shouldn't he? G2 just slaughtered Giant X in game number 1, not even netting a kill on their side. It's 15, 16 and 0 in the end as we welcome you back here to Madrid. He was worried about KC the most. They beat KC yesterday.
That went pretty well yesterday.
That went well yesterday. And this one's going well again. I fear for Giant X because, again, with the series loss here, they're going to be number 6. And they're in a single elimination in playoffs. And if a game's like that, I mean, this will be a quick best of 3.
Yeah, it looked a little rough for wear for Giant X. Like, mid lane did not go well.
No.
Bot lane lost level 2. It had already, the wheels was coming off the cart before it even started the journey. So hopefully coming into this next game, they can find a little bit more of a pace that suits them. They take it a little slower.
I mean, yeah, get some bigger wheels.
Yeah.
I don't know, get some tape for the car.
Yeah. A bit of duct tape, you know, never did anyone any wrong.
Yeah, maybe upgrade from wood to metal. There's a lot of consideration.
Yeah, but you have to
Giant
unlock the tech tree first, and that takes a lot, you know. So it's
And you can't unlock it until you get the other sieve that's like in the mining industry or something like that. And then once you get that, then it upgrades to like bronze or something, and then you got to go through all the steps to get from bronze to
copper
iron
and everything. Yeah.
Like, how do you do that?
It takes a while.
I mean, yeah.
And GX only have this draft to figure it out.
I mean, yeah. And you remember, you got to go through all the other stuff, like Sean Bean saying, I'm fond of pigs. You got to get through that first.
Yeah, because that is
animal husbandry. That's what it's called, I think.
Okay, yeah.
So,
Sean Bean is animal husbandry.
I have gone to Civ 6.
Yes.
I have gone to Civ 6. You know, that was the only thing I could think of in the current moment.
You said Sean Bean, and my brain went to Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, they said that in Game of Thrones?
You know, he's gonna. Sorry, spoilers. He dies. Okay. If you haven't watched it now,
bro,
you've watched it.
So
don't give me bro. Also, Sean Bean dies in everything he's in.
Yeah, it is impressive.
In everything. If Sean Bean's in a movie and he lives to the end,
does he die in Civ 6?
Well, he's just the voiceover artist. We don't know. Someone could have shot him. At the end of Civ 6, they write in the subtext, "Yes, we shot Sean Bean at the end."
Yeah.
We're waiting to get him pick and ban on your screen, and it's devolved a little bit.
There is a graphics issue though, which is why it's devolved. We are allowed to talk about the draft though that we see on our screen. So, looking across at G2, they have banned Varus, Melio, and Nautilus.
And they're on blue side.
On the opposite side for Giant X, it is Orianna, Caitlyn, and Ashban. So still a lot of that bot lane focus, which is why it seems like G2 immediately go for the Nico pickup. This has been something that Jun is very strong on, and also something that is a little bit of a takeaway there. But also Lebrov, I think, can look to play this engage heavy style, look to bully the bot lane, and that seems to be the game plan for G2 a little bit coming into this series.
Yeah, and while on the other side, things like the Karma are up. Ezreal's played in game number 1. Looks like the Rumble's going to be off the board, but Jarvan picked regardless. It was a quick change to Bard in the end. We are just giving you full pick ban via audio. Yeah. Enjoy this. Bard picked for GX. Now 20 seconds remaining. Jarvan was hovered before. That gets locked in with the Bard. So far, we've got Bard, J4. Nico on blue side here for G2. There's maybe something like the Vi. What do you think in jungle?
Yeah. I mean, Vi, not a bad shout. Bard is basically an answer into Nico to try and shut down any sort of follow-up from the engage. J4 playing into Nico, I'm not the biggest fan of. I am curious what they want to try and pair with the Bard, though, on Giant X's side. Because Bard, Jarvan, you want something that would be a Caitlyn, but Caitlyn's banned. Ezreal taken away. So what is the answer here? And yeah, G2 go for a hyper-aggressive dive comp here.
Yeah, I mean, Kai'Sa here for Han Summer in the bottom. I mean, at least the lane's mitigated by the fact that Nico's strong in the lane itself, but Kai'Sa here for Han Summer, building up dive already.
Yeah. I mean, it could just be Zaya. Maybe Zaya is the answer here. Looks like that is going to be the hover here. Because I think the Zaya can still get push, has the safety if you end up with the Wukong trying to dive into the backline, can answer for the Kai'Sa, and there we go, Zaya going to be the take.
They were thinking about the Ambessa, like there was a bit of a indecision there from Giant X that you couldn't see, but Zaya gets locked in the end, because otherwise it's just double 80 carry ban from G2, and there's no way you're getting that Zaya in the thick of it either, so.
I think the call as well here is from Giant X that, look, we're going to be able to keep counter pick 4 lot in that 5th position. So let's just try and keep it going. So to keep you up to speed here, on Giant X, it is Bard, Jarvan, Zaya. On G2, it is Nico, Wukong, and Kaisa. There we go!
Oh my god!
All picked at once!
And the family!
Yeah, and then Annie, Vayne, literally meant to be taken away as well. So here we go. Back into the thick of things.
We love it.
Yeah, I think already you're looking at heavily disengaged tool. Are these dive comps coming through from G2? And I'm curious then if it is what they're going to pair for Broken Blade in that top side to try and facilitate this.
Now, I will say with Vayne Band, I was talking to Finn about this morning, just reissuing my thought process of what that means. It might just be the Nah here for Broken Blade up in the top lane. Remembering again, things like the Jace can be open, which seem to be an even matchup. Rise is gone as well, so double mid lane ban.
Duža pauza nego game, tako ja zovem ovu situaciju.
No mobility, right? What we've seen a lot of the times is an Azir into the Jarvan, because even when you go the Pro belt, you got that flexibility, you got the ability to try and move around. Problem is when you've got G2 here, you don't really have the support tools for an Azir. You're looking more towards the dive. So you are looking at things maybe like an Akali, like these kind of things that could end up working out, but we'll have to see exactly what that game plan is going to be, as LeBlanc is going to be the hover here for Jackies that is going to get locked in.
Dagda, sorry, I just did a do-si-do. LeBlanc is a good pick, but on the other side, as you said, something like Azir is already making trends, making waves, thinking about here. And
yeah, I don't think, I think the Azir isn't it. I do think Akali isn't really it either, so I'm curious. Like, Galio actually could be the answer here in the mid lane. I like Galio into LeBlanc in a lot of situations where you can survive that burst, you've got the instant CC for it, and you've got a ton of dive ready to set it up.
Yeah, I was going to come in and be like, I would raise you in Akali maybe, but I think the Galio logic makes so much sense.
Yeah.
When this, to me, this just feels like an old FPX comp. This is like FPX 2019. Shout out to Finn, who went on a Gimgoon rant the other day. Absolute GOAT rant, by the way. One of the best top laners of all time, underrated. This, to me, screams 2019. Hey, what do we do if Kaisa gets ahead? Well, we dive in. We like to dive. On the other side of Giant X, they're obviously trying to mitigate that. They've got strong solo lanes in the lane itself, and now you've got an opportunity here for Lot to try and win out the 1v1, but you're not picking Renekton in.
Vidimo kakav jugo. Marencu, upravo sam dobio zadatak da moram da vozim po pola grada kad završim lec, tako da me nema nigde. I to kad kažem upravo, mislim bukvalno sad. Sam dobio info.
You have a composition that wants to play into you, so you can try and play for peel. So I think Renekton can work in this sort of situation, and already it gives you a lot of setup, right? The potential for play.
Mislim, program bi svako trebao da bude gotov relativno brzo.
Yeah, I mean, it is strong in duo capacity, you are right, and the Wukong is going to take a bit to get rolling here, at least until level 6. But Galio can hit sides as well, so I'm wondering, I mean, Broken Blade in his lane has been a lot more effective in the past couple of days, nay, past week as well. Let's see, Giant X got slaughtered in game number 1. Can they recover this and keep their top 4 playoff chances alive, or are they just going to be in the wayside, in the bin? And it means no matter what happens tomorrow, they are locked in top 6 if they lose this. Their weekend and the end of the split has no more consequences for them. G2 would be 6-2, on the verge of going 7-2 if they could beat MCOY in their own arena tomorrow.
Toko G2 pobedi ko...
I could, because even though they started...
Ma da, ne, ali idem do... Ne bolje da... Bro, idem da kupujem zemlju, ono, ima zemlje gdje hoćeš, ali ne piti ništa. A što je najgore, već sam danas bio svugde. Već sam danas vozio... Još sam da kupujem i neko cvijeće, i do metroa, i do Lidla, i svugde negde. Mislio sam da sam klačovo za ceo dan i bio sam u fazonu super, taman sam sve završio, međutim izgleda da nisam. Samo 100 kila zemlje, istina.
He didn't get to stay in the last game, but on something like the Jarvan, I think he can be very good. Because as you can see on the left-hand side of your screen, this has been a little bit of a one-sided affair for Skumon this weekend.
Oh, yes, it has indeed. But for ISMA, the start of the split was really good. Their first 4 series, when, yes, they weren't really tested, but were still clean enough, ISMA was the one leading the charge. I think he's had an exceptional split.
Pa znam, to ti kažem, Arenci, ima je da hoćeš, mislim, ja idem da je kupujem. Ali dobro, nema veze, mora neko i to da radi izgleda. Kad je već prodaju, mora ima neko da treba da je kupi.
Yeah, it's not the end of the road for Caps. There's an extra pause, and you'll end up getting the shield now in a little bit as well to help support him. So, like the main factor with the Galio is that you just have the survivability for the lane. Like LeBlanc can't really look for the all-ins, and then you have the ability to try and play for sides very quickly. Because ideally, what LeBlanc would like to do against an opponent like this is try and play for roams and try and look for dives. But Galio is able to support that, so it's a nullifying pick here for Caps. I'll have to see if he can do just that.
Jack just gets Caps out of the lane, at least in the meantime. So push is going to come through. Caps will TP back in. Didn't get a really chance to go through the runes here. A lot has gone PTA versus Broken Blade, and for the matchup with how top is going to be, it makes sense. Slice and dice in, get your small trade, activate PTA, and get the hell out of there. The problem is the hop that comes afterwards and the chase from Nah. That's really how the lane's going to develop. Broken Blade goes back, gets a Ruby Crystal early. As we come back towards mid aftershock there. So we haven't really looked at the top lane yet, but I think the most important thing will be tracking how it goes, especially as Broken Blade hits 6, and as he gets towards that Trinity Force first as well.
Još jedan. Posle ovoga.
His red did Krogs, then red into now contesting this bot side scuttle. So wants to find early fights against Skumon, basically course correct, so he can match up against this Wukong. Now with the help of his bot lane has been able to secure this crab. May try and immediately go topside to match, but again it's just trying to slow down this Wukong and prevent him from hitting that level 6.
Crowd is cheering for something. I want to know what it is.
It's us.
It's us. Thank you. Thank you. They've realised that G2 are about to, you know.
Sorry, Jordan early got that cosmic finding onto Ansama there. I thought that was meant to connect.
Isma angle's good, but on the triangle brush, Award's going to spot him out. He'll immediately flag and drag and go in, but under turret, Isma playing a dangerous game. Tangle Barbs used a little bit early here. And that means that Lebrov won't get the lockdown under turret of the enemy jungler.
Yeah, Isma's a braver man than me. I would not have gone for that flag and drag because I would have been hit by the Tangle Barbs, perfectly honest. So shocking that that one didn't connect, and especially when you're under tower like that, that could have been a turnaround. But at least Isma gets some damage onto the bot lane, should help Noah and Jun get a little bit more control here. And if you can find this reset timer, it's pretty crucial, but that's a lot of damage.
Yeah, that blooming burst. So easy when you get a Tangle Barb down, and the trade just sends Noah backwards. And he's going to go back and leave lane, at least the wave's in there. Broken Blade going to hop out here while Locke gets a good Ruthless Predator down. Top wave pretty even for now, and it's nice that he is rushing the Tarbies in this lane, which is a must.
Skumon, knowing that Isma hasn't reset, is actually looking for an invade onto the Raptors here. So basically using the time that Isma spent on that bottom lane now to steal away a camp, because Isma hasn't got the items to match him. So Isma now going to run in, may try and look for the Smite fight.
Flag and drag going to come in. No, Smite comes in just in the nick of time. Isma can't get too much, and mini Raptors go down as well. So small take it from Skumon, which puts him in...
Iskreno čekam čujem publiku na sljedećoj seriji. Inače kapiram da niste pratili, pošto malo ko to baš gleda, ali Iba i Kameto, vlasnici K-Korpa i Koja baš bifuju. Ali baš se prozivaju, ono na najjače se prozivaju, tako da mislim da će da bude baš fan, milion španaca koji buju Francuze i sve to, mislim će bude veselo.
Whereas you will have that, I believe, available, unless Skumon wants to clear out very quickly here, but I think he's got time.
Yeah, we'll see at the very least. I mean, Krugs is still being done, and as Jordan roams back down after getting a couple of little meeps, you're right, there's 20 there.
Yep, so there you go. Skumon waited until the last second to finish him off, now has the Smite upgrade. And this is kind of the disadvantage of Isma's pathing. Starting on that bottom side and going top, this now means that with the Scuttle spawning on bottom side, he can't be matching with that upgraded Smite.
Control wall placed down by Isma, and even though he doesn't have the upgraded Smite, Flash Flag and Drag is a way to get on in. Skumon's being patient here. Scuttle Crab hasn't spawned just yet. As it about to come up, Lebrov trying to bait in Isma, now shown 3v3. Second skin proc nicely here. Cosmic Binding not against the wall. Magical Journey to be taken out. Noah sets up to run into Han Summer at half HP. Ginex are not winning the health trade.
Ne znam, ja sam stavio na terasi, nije pala, tako da bi trebali smo okej.
Human gets the burst down and the chains as well. Gets the enemy jungler low, which is nice for GX. But G2 still willing to commit as you said, smite upgrade Dagda, second skin, easy smite, level 6.
Yeah, it was a risky contest because Isma hadn't got enough experience because he was missing that camp to actually get the level 6 off of the Scuttle Crab. So that's why you can see him back away towards blue buff, maybe hoping that they could delay G2 enough that he could pick up that blue buff and still contest, but it was never going to be the case. It's Giant X, spend that time, but it's G2 who still get the camp.
It's G2 who again might not have a gold lead because top lane for Lot is actually going really well. But I mean, it's just been the rest of the map being G2, and it's like in last game, even though Broken Blade was on a tank, top wave was kind of mitigated. This game, a little bit different with Lot finding an individual lead. It's great, but if the rest of the map will melt, then the problem is, how does Giant X move into the mid game? A little bit early to be thinking about this, but still, it's thought process after you see such a dominant game in game 1.
Yeah, I do think for Giant X, it's, look, can LeBlanc get a big lead? Can we then have Renekton be massive in fights? And Noah being on this self-sufficient AD carry should be in a decent spot. The Brav, trying to be sneaky with the minion line here. Does Noah notice? I think he should.
I mean, he's not in line.
Oj, oj.
Wait, he didn't notice. He didn't notice.
He gets tangle barbs. Blooming burst is there. The
Dobar Hans. Lep reposition. Samo treba da ne uleti u okej. Mislim da Noah mogo samo da puluje bez flasha, ali ajde. Što znači Zaja je dobro u Kai'Su. Zaja je legitimno dobro u Kai'Su.
Whereas you only got 2 of the summoners burnt by Noah, Jun still gets to hold on to the heal, and now they can actually get this wave pushed in thanks to that health advantage. So Noah looking clean on the Zaya.
Really clean as well, using that Caulfield's Warhammer well. Not sure if Rectrix was picked up before, I believe it was. The Tangle Barbs come through, Jun takes a magical journey. It's just a clone to block. Minion wave going to be pushed in as well. And Hansama, I think, had to stick around a little bit longer at the edge of Fountain to get the gold for Recurve Bow and that longsword extra. So as he walks back to lane, he's going to miss a couple of minions here, and Noah is going to move into the red.
That's a nice job. Kind of Giant X at least getting some fighting spirit back after what was a disastrous game 1. And this is exactly what you want. If you can start to burn some of these key summoner spells and ultimates off of Hansama, he then looks very much less threatening for the likes of a dragon fight. But with Giant X investing Isma towards that Void Grubs, instead it will be G2 who are able to pick up the first dragon in response.
So Skewmon takes this. G2 getting push on bot. I mean, it all comes together. First dragon of the game again. Nice little stepping stone for our League of Legends games here in Europe. Hansama gets to step up and get a plate as well. So
inače, kažem opet za vas koji niste gledali prvi game, G2 je pobedio bez da su dropovali jedan jedini kill, tako da kogod prvi umre od G2 je prvi koji umre u G2 u ovoj cijeloj seriji, što je jako insane.
A lot in the early parties rushed Tarbies. He's now got that under his wing. Broken Blade's done the same, but a 10 CS lead against an R is really nice. It's really compliment. Top 5 top laner, by the way. If they get top 6, if they get top 6, you can put them in top 6, okay? Not my opinion.
I do think the Renekton can have a lot of value later on, because a lot of the way G2's composition wants to work is fairly shotgun, right?
Yeah.
You have Wukong jump in, the Galio to follow, BB goes in with the ultimate after, and Hansama wants to try and help out with that in repositioning with Killer Instinct. But if you're diving into the Renekton, into the Jarvan, these kind of things, it can be kind of difficult as the Kai'Sa to survive that. So unless you're getting high value from these engages as G2, Giant X have decent responses. So when we get to these big team fights, we'll have to keep our eyes on where both Lot and Isma are positioning to try and keep Hansama in check.
It's a mega 80 carry focus game as well. I mean, especially from G2's side, maybe from Giant X, just the fact of Noah trying to survive while all his side lanes are looking for angles themselves. I think those ultis are going to be something we're going to have to pay attention to as well, as no objective up for the little while, no fight incoming. Lot slice and dice in, he double slice and dice, full commits, Dominus now used. Broken Blade's going into Mega, but there is no E available. However, Broken Blade doesn't have the hop either, so he'll just accept the
Neće G2 ništa, neće da flipa, jako pažljivo igraju, sviđa mi se šta radi iskreno.
To his credit. I didn't discredit him, I didn't need to, Dagda, I'm just saying it's good push out here. Cap's going to be flagged and dragged. Good knock up here. Chain as well. Going to double root him in. Distortion for good damage, but Caps has got a Spectre's cows. The Jackies ain't doing that much anymore.
he kind of started to fall off as LeBlanc into this matchup at this stage. And it's just kind of ignore the damage, but there's the engage.
Wukong set up. Pop Blossom's going to follow up as well and finds one man, but Skewmon is going to spin a second time. Isma turns into Cataclysm, but he can't get out. Magical journey now from LeBron. He's followed it. He's taken. He's found Jun, who will be forsaken. He's left to the right, while First Blood goes to G2.
G2 find the kill, and it was explosive. I thought they were just going to back away. You'd already seen that big trade in mid. They didn't expect much more of it. I thought Skewmon was just here to help out, but instead he sees the angle, and it's first blood for the Wukong, which picks him up the Triforce.
You see Han Sama, in the meantime, wants to fight. He's got Kraken Slayer now picked up. Well, item advantage there is Jackie's. Not going to be Winds of War, gets out of the Taunt just in time. Doesn't even have Merc Treads, by the way, so I guess Taunt was just a small channel. As we look back at the replay, and Isma thought, I could tackle this.
Yeah, Skewmon with the level advantage, goes in, manages to catch Jackie's as well at the perfect timing. And Isma doesn't have anything left. It already flashed Cataclysm to try and keep the monkey in the cage.
Samo ekran. Vidi, G2 dalje nije dropovo kill. Tako da rade ozbiljan posao, definitivno rade.
His smite is available. He will only be able to contest one.
Must have also been a really big trade from Caps in the mid lane because Jackie's was too low, had to reset. So G2 using the advantage they have in mid and that push in bottom lane, get the invade, steal away the camp, and again it's Skewmon just keeping control in this jungle matchup.
And again, things are just escalating. 1,500 gold with 12 minutes in the game. It's not as explosive as game one, I feel, but as we go back to top lane, the all-in, he's gone into the dominance, but this is what I'm talking about. Broken Blade might not have the first item, but Caps is on the way. He's going to bring one hell of a hero's entrance in. That was a weird Justice Punch, but still the Shielded Ram with the Winds of War will take down Lot.
Nicely done by Caps on the roam. The ultimate to keep him in check and lost.
Gdje si, Grome?
Didn't want to invest to try and get away. Maybe more focused on these upcoming objectives.
Evo, gledamo kako G2 nije dropovo 1 kill u 2 gema. I dalje gledam i dalje ne verujem, ali nema veze. Evo ga, prvi kill. Prvi kill, prvi kill, prvi kill. U 2 gema prvi kill.
There's no Nico on the map.
I will say though, first kill of the series for Giant X. It took them 40-something minutes, but they got it. Plus break time, they got it. What do they do with it though? On Jun, well, he got the bell.
Well, I think
W bell.
The thing is, right? You should keep Lebrov off the map, so the vision set up for G2 becomes a little bit more difficult. Caps doesn't have ultimate as well because he just used a top. So if I'm Giant X, I'm calling all hands on deck. I want to try and take this fight, and especially as you still have things like Isma's ultimate to try and play it, I think Giant X should be looking to try and contest here.
Well, as they walk in the river though, Skewmon does have his ulti available. Flash not there, that's the difference. But Isma doesn't have his either. Cataclysm is available, however.
Caster, istina, ali dobro, mora i to malo, Mora bude napetije nego prvi game, iskreno.
With his TP, as Meganar is up now. But it will be going down. Huntama found out, electrocute, burst him down. Barrier saves his life, but Jackie's done exactly what you need to secure Drake.
Giant X reading the map well. They push him bot, they push him mid. They knew the Caps in at the ultimate and willing to take the fight when they had it. And we've seen what Jackie's can do previously on this LeBlanc. He had a fantastic game on it before this as well. Hiding in Fog of War, fishing for these 80 carry picks.
Oh, dear.
But I think Lot should be out of here. I don't think they can do particularly much. Maybe Winds of War to interrupt Buzz. I think they're fine to just reset.
Back. If he TP's top, he's going to use TP now on the mini wave. He does. Caps tried to back away, but he's okay.
But it's a big interrupt. Caps wanted to reset and then TP to the bottom lane. Now Caps is stuck. Has to TP immediately.
Tipping over the wall. Cosmic Binding. Tempered Fate going to be used. Meganar about to be enveloped into Giant X's top and support. Caps going to look at this as an engaged shielded ran flash from...
Mora flash, dobar flash.
He does get out as G2 are going to lose their Meganar on top.
But look at the amount that's been done by Jackie's in the bottom lane. He's cleared out a wave. Caps has missed that. You're getting plates. I think that Terra might even fall on that next approach. But G2, they're going to turn it in towards the Rift Herald. Jackie's cancel his reset to just get the Terror in the trade-off. So nicely done by Giant X. It looks a little wonky, but they do get that Terror.
That turret is big. Jackie's already doing good damage with the Luden's Echo. Now he's going to have a little more so with individual gold. So Giant X, first turret of the game. Again, a massive improvement here. They minimize the gold from about 2k down to 500.
again, I think Giant X just want to try and keep this pressure, right? You're looking at a big advantage in the jungle for Skumon. So ideally, Isma wants to try and separate himself from Skumon, see if he can play around this LeBlanc for a little bit and look for responses. The problem is, you've got a Riptail on the opposite side. So Giant X are kind of...
Nisam baš najsigurniji šta može da radi ekipa Giants ovdje, jer Renekton će samo da fall-offuje u odnosu na Gnara, Galio će da countera LeBlanc cijel game, Wukong outscala Jarvana. Jedino možemo složimo da Zayat treba da outscala Kai'Su, ali Kai'Su ima malkice više načina da igra, tako da ja mislim da ekipa G2 skroz full, da ne mora ništa da flipa pretjerano.
But now can he escape even further? Yes, he can. Caps can't do enough damage, but Broken Blade, can he TP for this? He's going to hop over the head of LeBrock, send out the boomerang. Good damage again onto Lottie, goes into dominance. Tempered Fate on him and the turret. Jun comes in to save the day while the teleport's going to come in and help buy time for Giant X. There's Jackies. He joins the fighters. Cap's going to get the enhanced recall to get away. Broken Blade stands his ground, hits Jackie's double distortion in. He gets poked out, but Giant X's mid laner will get a little bit of heal from the Shrine to stay.
Keep your eyes in the mid lane though, because there's a Kofruffle that's about to start off as well, as Wukong looking to see if he can find the engage onto Noah, but not able to do so. Isma floating in behind Noah to make sure that the counter punch from G2 couldn't happen. G2 move members top to try and look for the tower, basically basing that they're going to use that Rift Herald there. But instead, Skumon stuck around mid and was looking for a play there. So good read from Isma to cover. And at least Giant X can also cover that topside play with Jun on reset. So nice job on the defense there.
It's not like, again, they're using the TP when they don't have it, when G2 don't have it available on the other side. To catch my meaning, Caps TP on cooldown, Broken Blade TP on cooldown. So now the Summoners are matched here. And Giant X mitigating gold is exactly what you want to see. We talked about how this comp would go, running off, you know, again, their solo lanes. Their solo lanes are doing pretty good in this game, and Dragon's up in a minute 30 with them already having won. It feels like a good game state as Noah versus Hansam is going to begin. Kraken comes out, the Unleashed Feathers won't find the target, it's Skumon again. Double Cyclone is a root from LeBron, and the bonk on the head.
Even trade. Svaki even trade odgovara G2 jer bolje scaluju.
This game I'm really tunneling on Skumon with the angles he's finding.
I mean, it was nice by Skumon to cover, but a great read from Giant X in the play. Giant X basically looked at the map and said, okay, there is still a semi-global for Caps. What G2 are going to do is push boss, shift Caps mid, shift everyone else in G2 to take that top tower. We need to make a play on mid before that can happen. And they tried to do so by moving Jackies, but Skumon was there to cover, but hang on.
Fate finds the Brov, catches Isma as well, but they're trapped together. Out with the smooch ulti from Isma, a Cataclysm down, Lebrov trying to escape. He's going to fake it, Isma goes for the left. Oh, he's going to flag and drag eventually, but he doesn't have the ulti. Lebrov tangles him down, and with the Protobelt he won't escape. He dies to the turret in the end and wastes a bit of Isma's time.
June, zna se da kanal je hakovan, pa sad se rešava, tako da sad je taj proces žalbe rešavanja i svega toga.
Giant X should be able to put a lot of pressure down onto that bottom side. Cataclysm and Tempered Fate, though, going to be slow to come back up. So maybe if G2 can stall, they can get Nico back on the map.
Isma looking for an angle again. No Cataclysm. Skumon found out. Gets a Cosmic Binding now. Nice from Jun. TP going to be burned as well. Skumon has no ulti himself. He has his flash. Cap's going to save the day. Hansama almost dies. The Jackie's trying to carry the game. Forward goes Caps. Meanwhile, Hansama flashes over the wall. Noah dies, though. Broken Blade went into Mega Nah and said, Mega Nah! Broken Blade sending his Q out again. He's got a flash away this time with Herald out. Cap's getting the charm onto Jackie. Lets the distortion backwards. Lot meanwhile into dominance. Wants to fight again with the pop loss.
Dobro, misle će Labrov da nađe možda bar jednu metu ovdje, ali ništa od toga.
Or rather minion wave in the way. The Bruv tries to set it up, and yes, indeed, the turret will die. G2 find an advantage out of the play, but boy, is it close here with Giant X picking those angles quite nicely.
I'm shocked that G2 managed to make that work.
Me too.
Especially because Jackie's eliminated Hansama from the equation from the get-go. So both Lebrov and Hansama not at the start of that fight. But G2 still managed to make it work, and it's on Skumon with the engage here. Not the best of clones, I will say, stunning himself, but it's a turnaround as Broken Blade goes in that really sets up the play alongside Caps. They get on towards Noah. Noah doesn't have the ult, the flash, or the barrier available, so Broken Blade is able to finish him off. And from this then, LeBron able to make his way back out from base, and it's a slow play from G2 with Giant X completely separated on the fight, couldn't make it work.
Dobar je Bibi. Ima klimavih sezona, ali generalno je okej. Jedino da mu daje malo više da counter pika, to je ono što bih ja hteo da vidim od njega. I sad čim dobije mini formu, samo počne radi 7 puta više damage-a. Labrov tankuje, ostali vrstaju, on izvuče. Turret pređe na klona i GG's.
Giant X are trying desperately to keep up on the map plays from G2, but they're just too late. Jackies couldn't protect Block, Jun was dead, and Caps is pushing the top side again. G2's macro is keeping them afloat here.
Even in a messier game, Caps just demolishes that down, and Turret Closer taking 2 plates off the back of it as well. And Hansama keeps getting delivered resources, whether it's plates, whether it's the kill there. 1,500 gold again, and no one's having a much better game, but it does just feel, as you said, G2 understanding how to play the map right now. They're exposing Giant X as they move.
Yeah, exposing them on the map and also in those team fights. Like, getting access towards Noah like that should never happen for Giant X. But the team fight had already gotten away from them. And now G2 just setting up, want to try and contest vision in this top side. They have Broken Blade looking for that last remaining outer tower in the bot lane. And with Skewmond having 2 items now, working up towards that GA, he's going to be very strong and looking for these engages.
Lot's going to move down to the bottom lane. G2 getting edgingly close to Noah, but his ulti is now available.
Što je način Noah igrao okej ovaj game, samo su ovi... Samo je G2 igrao mnogo bolje kao tim, iskreno.
Well, Baron, as you said, is still the threat, but Dragon soon will be the next port of call in 2 minutes.
They're basically using Caps as a tank to buy space, like him walking forward, knowing that he can set up so well for Skewmond. And as long as he's here, the Giant X can't really contest the vision. You can see there, like, sure you're getting some poke, but Caps just gets to step up again. Isn't even bothered about that top wave. They just want to make sure that this Kai'Sa is going to be safe as she tries to contest this mid wave.
Broken Blade, as you said, though, that bottom turret is 2 plates from falling down. He's going to step up. Lot is in the way, but Jackies is coming to help. Hansama's moving into Fog of War himself. Broken Blade would survive a little bit longer than maybe you all expect at home. Going to go Mega Nara. Lot gets a stride breaker, stun up, then a wall now there. He gets a Q down. Walls Lot against it. Jackies misses the chain, and the rest of G2 are on the way.
Šti Avengeri. Avengers Assemble. Prelepo. Ma kakvi, ne, ovo je samo Storm serija. Ovo je samo Storm serija.
For maybe half a second on that ward, and the TP was already coming. G2 once again covering plays on this bottom side. They get the tower, and they're just getting everything on the map.
Skewmond almost finding another target. Luckily, Noah gets out before being seen by the lens as we look at this again.
But look, LeBlanc barely steps out of the ward here, and immediately you just get the Caps TPing onto the bottom lane. G2, they know they've got the turnaround. Broken Blade kind of hoping he'd catch both there with the Mega Nar, but doesn't even matter. Sidesteps the chains. Caps is tanky enough to follow up and tank whatever he needs to. Flashes away at the last second, and Abrov, with a brilliant ultimate under the tower, solidifies the play.
G2 fans looking happy. Top 4 looking achievable right here and today. Someone wearing a Gen G shirt, confused, but that's okay. Enjoy the games. I mean, now dusk and dawn here for Hansama. And this game's not really been about him. It has been about Skewmond. I think his setups with the
Interesantno da nije otišao na Shiv, moram da priznam.
Also with Lebrov, I mean, on this Nico, come on, like,
yeah,
come on. Kind of insane.
And it's a pick that has fallen off, but still, good push in bot lane, the ability to look for these big engages. And now Giant X have to try and face check into this with G2 once again putting pressure on multiple flanks.
But look at Broken Blade. I mean, he's about to go into the Mega Nar. Lot's going to run up into him, but here comes the Mega Tempered Fate on
I bijel se događa i dalje. Mislim, mi vidjeli na Fortuninom Twitchu dok se ne vrati YouTube kanal, tako da... Ništa strašno, kanal hakovan, to će se vrati i onda se vraća IBL na YouTube, do tad je na Twitchu. Što znači ovo bi vjerojatno bio brži Storm da Caps nije igrao Galija. Ne kažem da, mislim igra nevjerovatno Galija, ali... Malo je teško sa njim snowballati game baš jako.
G2 set them up, Han Sama knocks them down, and it'll be bot lane tower and Baron that fall with this.
I'm also being told as his turret goes down that in the history of the LEC, in a series that is a best of 3, the fewest kills we've ever had is Origin at 4. Giant X, this is the only kills they've had in the series. If they do not get another kill, they will make history here. Not in a good way, but a show of domination from G2, regardless of this being a messier one, will be displayed.
Not exactly what you want from the home crowd, but G2, they don't really care. Broken Blade with a good flank keeps Lot at bay, and it's Lebrov comboing with Skumon here that really sets this up. So Caps gets on towards Lot. Lebrov with Skumon flashing over, sets up onto Noah, and Noah doesn't have a chance. Immediately sent into the wall as G2 just chased down everyone on Giant X. It's just running.
Clean, baš clean.
In the end, triple kill for Han Sama. The play ends here, no one else dies, and G2 end up getting the Baron. We come back live, 9,500 gold. Can Giant X get another kill and save themselves? As Caps looks to face check, in a turret in top looks to be pushed. And with Baron, we once again crest towards the 10,000 gold mark in under 30 minutes.
There's no wards in sight for Jackies to try and find some sneaky plays. G2 doing their due diligence with the amount of pink wards that they've set up mid, back of red buff, and also by Krugs. The Broken Blade got to take this mid lane turret as the presence for G2 shifts towards this top side to look for the inhibitor.
Isma moved down, G2 moved up in
Je, Talija je baš prestala se igra, tu si u pravu. Talija je baš prestala da se da se igra.
Doing its work on its own. The Canon minion hard to step up to. Even Noah gets a winds of water to the face. Well, meanwhile, we look towards mid. Broken Blade about to go into the Meganar. Jackie's looking for the stun. He gets stunned up instead. Meganar against the wall, brings in Caps. Broken Blade flushes out, and here he is. He sets up the shield. Duran Hunsummer flies through with the Seeker's Arm Guard. And for G2, they're going to give away the kill, which means GX will be safe from setting a record. And at least slowing down the Baron with a 1-for-1 is a win, but the base is still in tatters.
They will be tied on that record, but G2 never letting up. They want to take more.
It's Broken Blade, it's Caps. Han Sama would make it an easy finish. They could find a fight, but 29 minutes in, they're still going to try. However, with the teleport in, it is simply just for the inhibitor for now, but Broken Blade is going to go into Meganar. They want to end the series right here, right now. In under an hour, it seems, or at least close to. Broken Blade comes back in with a Meganar and Lot gets shoved in, but no stun up with the W either from Broken Blade. Capston's in with the Justice Punch, shielded Durant. Pop Blossom only a one-man. Looking for the Tango Bars, Riddlebrov gets knocked up instead, and he's dead. Okay.
TP behind.
They're going to look for even more, get away from the Origin record and get into holding onto this game. The hop over the wall, or rather over Lot's face. Kiting it out as Broken Blade, and Lot is in danger if he follows up anymore. Broken Blade gets on out, teleport now down, Giant X. Get some room to breathe.
G2 getting a little too hypey on the play, looking to see if they could round it out right there. But it will be backing away. But still, Soul up very shortly. But this was insane from BB. Flash, moving in, gets the wall up, manages to flash away, but sets up for Caps to come through.
Možemo, ne znam ko ti igra, ali može, organizovat ćemo se neko. Napravit ćemo da bude balansirano. Kapiram, čim to tražiš da imaš Legenda i Peru, jer verovatno osim toga ne bi tražio da igraš protiv mene, ali najmanji meni problem, recimo. Rešim ja neka pojačanja s moje strane. Da, pa to. A ja igram šta? Ja Salty, Nina, Reggie i pobesneli. To zvuči jako balansirano. Mislim da ću zvati Bonu, Impulsa, Double Aima i vidjet ću koga još. Igramo best of 3, pobednik ostaje. Mislim da je to okej, da. Ne, lagano opušteno, mislim, pa bože moj, brate, šta sad sve. Možda si u kurbaksu igraju Arami, najmanji problem, brate. To je najmanji problem.
Has gone poorly for Ginex.
Yeah, and they changed the playstyle. Caps goes on something a little bit more passive, and he still has huge impact. A shout out to Jackies. I feel like with this game, he found some early angles, but G2's momentum is unbearable. But now with the last inhibitor turret left on the menu with the top wave pushing in deadly as ever.
Da, može. Bona Impuls. Vidjet ću koji još crack da igra sa mnom. Napravit ću ja roster, nije nikakav problem. Najmanji problem. Tako budu teli da igraju. A to i onda igramo best of 3, pobednik ostaje. Naravno da mogu, brate, mogu zovem koga hoću, what do you mean? Ne možeš, Marenci, gledaj, ne možeš, brate, kad gubimo da ti ne odgovara, onda da uzmeš Legenda i Peru u jednoj ekipi i da ti ne odgovara koga ja zovem. Brate, ja zovem koga hoću onda. Bože moj, brate. To je onda full legitimno, brate. To je legitimna priča. Imam 15 minuta da završim što imam da završim između dve serije, tako da sam BRB, stavit ću 14, ali ne znam tačno koliko sam BRB, pa da bi trebao dođem u draft. Publika će biti turbo fan. Sljedeći game je KC i Koi, a oba vlasnika su se onako baš jako isprozivala na Twitteru, tako da vidjet ćemo kakva je situacija s tim. Tako da kapiram će publika biti jako fan, tako da tu sam, čim pozavršavam što imam, vidimo se jako uskoro i ova druga serija će sigurno biti mnogo bliže nego prva, tako da sam BRB.
Outstanding. Yep. And he has had a couple of outstanding series recently. Like, this man is firing on all cylinders and looks fantastic.
Well, who's going to stop him? Doesn't matter that they're in the top 4, doesn't matter that we're, you know, talking about teams like Vitality, KC, there's always that thought. Well, G2 are going into a double elimination playoffs. They get a second chance. Ginex do not, by the way. They're in bottom. They're number 6.
Lock 6, yeah.
They're number 6, so they're the bottom of playoffs right now. As top 6 are the only ones to make it through. I'm scared. I'm scared because, again, that age-old story of G2 in playoffs, that adage, it's returning.
We didn't even make it to playoffs. We made it out of Berlin for a slight second. G2 came back. And I think for MKOI tomorrow, that is terrifying. But for MKOI, they have a very important series coming up here now in just a few moments. So I think they'll be eyeing up KC first before they even look at the behemoth that is G2 right now.
Oh, with today, I mean, this was only the taster, wasn't it? MKOI KC coming up after this. Get your keyboards out. Get on Twitter. Get on whatever your social media is and get ready to type your essay. I'm sure you've got a lot of good content. And on the English side, do some research as well, Laura, I've been told, is standing by with Caps, the GOAT, the best of the mid lane, with a quick interview after the series.
We're here with Caps after this very one-sided series, if I may say. Okay, we're gonna talk about this a bit later, but first, I want to know, it feels like every time playoffs is coming, you guys are ramping up and becoming the very, very fierce beers that you guys are usually in playoffs. So, do you feel like the strongest team in the LEC right now?
Yeah, I mean, I would say so for sure. I think we've had like two very good days here, and I think the last few weeks we've been playing better and better. But we still have like a long way to go if we want to be like confidently the best. So we need to step it up for playoffs for sure.
What do you think you're missing to surpass the form that you had at first stand, for instance?
I mean, I think like a bit of like meta, like always, there's always more you can learn, right? Like about the patch, like what champions we want to play, what matchups, and I think some of our team play is still like not fully on the same page. So we definitely
definitely have some things we need to step up, but it's great when you know what you can improve on.
It is getting there for sure, and it's always different when you guys play in front of an audience in an arena. And I wanted to do this interview here because first, G2 fans, they look great, but also this looks this looks amazing. So wait, can you come here? Okay, this is accurate. What do we think of mini broken blade?
I mean, it's quite accurate for the mini NAR, you know, the mini NAR. Maybe next time we'll get the mega NAR version as well.
Is there anything you want to tell your fans? They were cheering for you really loud with the drums and everything today.
No, I mean, I want to give a big thank you guys to everyone for supporting you guys. It's been amazing to walk on stage, and it makes all the plays really hype. So thank you.
Shout out to you guys. Congrats, G2. Now, I know you don't spend a lot of time on social media, but things got pretty heated last night, especially with the upcoming game. MKOI, KC, who do you think wins this one?
Sounds like it's MKOI. Sounds like it's MKOI.
Sounds like it's gonna be KOI. That's the right answer here, Caps. Thank you so much. And that's all here for this interview.
Taking any risks. He's like, I'm just straight up saying when we start KOI. I get it. I get it.
Answer there for him, I think.
Yeah. What do y'all think? Lore accurate broken blade or out of pocket?
I loved Cap's comment that it definitely represents the mini NAR, but also maybe just full of tall players. You know what I mean?
I also want to say camera angles do people really, really dirty.
That's true.
Because sometimes I'm interviewing players or whatever, but I'm closer to the camera. And I'm definitely not taller, and they look really small, and they're not. Right. And then sometimes it's just the way it is. So yeah, I don't know what to tell you.
We love short kings around here.
Yeah, I love short kings, I do. Anyways, League of Legends and G2, 2-0, super clean. Again, what a frustrating game, Jack, for GIANTX to play, right? Because you saw them like clawing, and then G2 was like, nah.
I mean, G2 just looked so insane throughout this whole game. You said it best, Vetty. They make it look easy, and GIANTX are trying. They're fighting. They're finding picks. Like Jackie's had a lot of. There were like 5 times this game where he got Hansama down to 100 HP, but he was barely ever able to really kill him. So that meant that they had no real gold lead in any lane to play around. And G2 were just so much better across the board in the teamfights. Like, there's no like bad thing you can say about G2 this game.
It felt like Jackie's was the player who was doing his best to set GX up for success, but the reality is that when it came to these team fights, G2 was simply overwhelming. And I wish that there was more to break down in this matchup. I wish that there was more to sell you on GX, but right now, there's a lot that they need to work on. The good news is that they will have time for playoffs. The bad news is that they are in that lower bracket now. Locked in 6th place means they won't get a second chance. It'll be do or die in their very first best of 5 in playoffs.
Can they beat anyone above them?
Right now, it doesn't look like it.
They are going against MKOI tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
No,
so that'd be an
that was
indicator.
yesterday.
No,
that was yesterday. KC.
No, they're not beating KC. I don't know how to try.
But in playoffs, though, like.
Yeah, in the playoffs.
Can they beat Na'Vi?
They can't beat Na'Vi. I mean, they did beat Na'Vi.
No.
But they
beat Na'Vi last split.
But it doesn't matter.
But not this split.
Because in the bracket, they won't play against Na'Vi. Their only opposition
we're trying to do something for GIANTX. Give them something. In a hypothetical world, they could beat Na'Vi.
In a hypothetical world, they could win the world championship. Okay, but like that's
We don't live in that world, I'm afraid, Jack. Well, the world we do live in is this one, where the fight for first is still on. But it's pretty much down to whether or not KC can steal it away from Vitality. Should KC lose in next series, then Vitality lock first, and then it's a fight for second amongst the rest of our top teams.
Next series.
It's all about pride, I think, more than the standings.
Pride? It's like, it's war. It's crazy. Our Kia player of the series, though, for this one was Caps. Oh, okay, yeah.
Fair enough.
I think it's pretty deserved.
I mean, Hansama for me.
I knew you were going to say that, yeah.
I mean, Hansama, he had a really good series, but Caps as well. I mean, Caps was Caps, right?
Yes.
He just found so many good picks, and the roams on the Galio were brilliant as well.
He's taking so many pictures. He loves Spain.
I mean, it's setting us up really nicely for the matchup tomorrow because, you know, I have made the claim that I think Jojo's the best mid in the league, but the reality is we haven't seen Jojo versus Caps yet this split, so I think it's setting us up perfectly for that matchup tomorrow. And I'm hoping for a really intense mid-lane matchup between the two.
Yes, but he's up versus Yahoo also, so that's going to be sick. Up next is the match we've all been waiting for. Mkoy versus Carmine Core. And to get us warmed up into that one, Lore was talking to Busio earlier.
Busio, thank you so much for joining me ahead of the craziness ahead of us today. I feel like it's the first time you get caught into the whole Spanish-French rivalry. How is that from the outside?
You know, I mean, it put more stakes on this regular season game, so it's just more excitement.
Yeah, is it something that you're trying to block the noise and everything still and just focus on your game? How are you guys doing that?
Yeah, I mean, us players, you know, like, we don't want more pressure, you know.
Yeah.
We still treat it as a normal game, but, you know, deep down it's a bit more exciting.
All right, but you gotta defend your CEO's honor now.
Of course, yeah.
All right, focusing a bit more on your game and Casey, some of the discussions that I've seen, you had a great start to this season, suffered your first loss yesterday. Some people were saying that you're maybe a bit too one-dimensional as a team. What do you have to say to that?
I wouldn't say so. I mean, we know how to play multiple styles, and, you know, some of the drafts are one-dimensional, because that's just how the meta is, but I think we can play multiple styles.
All right, and now Busio on tanks and engage versus Busio on enchanters and range support. What do you have to say about this?
Oh, I mean, I know I'm capable of playing both very well. Just right now the meta is enchanters and generally range champs, but I'm also comfortable on, you know, engage champs, so. My favorite meta is when there's a mix of both.
So you gotta pick them up. Okay, now, last question I have, especially ahead of the match today. Supa on the Spanish stream yesterday went and said, I saw Calist look pretty pissed getting out of stage, and I will make sure that tomorrow he goes out the same way. You can't let your AD carry not be defended like this. You gotta defend his honor.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess you can say that, but actually, me and Calist were very happy about yesterday because we learned a lot. And honestly, what matters the most is playoffs, so it's just regular season.
All right, not even looking at the opponents. That's how it goes. Thank you so much, Busio.
Thank you.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. Express VPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free Hextech rewards, exclusive skins, and more. Scan to subscribe.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
I lied awake for days, counting all the ways I died. Everything I couldn't save, buried
Welcome back, everybody, to Kameto versus Ibai, the match of the century. MKoi versus KC in the house of Movistar Koi. Absolutely unbelievable what unfolded on social media ever since last night. Jack and Vedius, who wants to give our viewers who are unaware, because they're watching the English broadcast, I mean, they're probably watching Kadril stream, and he talked about it too.
Yeah, so to give a brief summary, right? We had a Trayton fan account? Trayton fan account.
Not fan account, part of Trayton's like social media empire.
But it's supposed to be like a meme rage baity account is the whole point, right?
Yes, but they are connected to Trayton.
Okay, sure. But the point of the account is to be rage baity, right?
Jason,
and so,
we're shouting you out.
And so he successfully rage baited, right? the hook succeeded and chaos unfolded. Ibai reacted, Kameto reacted to Ibai, everyone reacted to everyone, and it unfolded in drama aplenty from both sides, from the Spanish side, from the French side, and us and the English viewers are like, whoa. Peak cinema. Things got heated. Words were shared.
Yeah.
Things happened today.
Yeah.
There was supposed to be a show match between Kameto and Ibai, which did not pan out that we were expecting. So a lot of drama happened, and it's resulted in now where the stakes are beyond just playoffs, beyond just top 4, because now it's about a fight for pride, a fight for honor, and a fight for your own name, as both streamers and both organizations fight to hold that title of who is better.
Low-key, this weekend is like, I don't know, really stakes. Like,
everybody's already in playoffs.
Boring. They were like, hold my beer. Yeah, it was really insane. Yeah, it's true, and I think in general, right, sometimes people go overboard.
Absolutely.
On either side, it's not like we're condoning any of that, but on the other hand, like, they're going head to head, and it just shows, Jack, how, like, their heart and souls are in these organizations, right? It's them that put everything on the line. Like, Kameto and Ibai, we can't forget also, like, Ibai and Movistar Koi are putting on this event, so obviously you feel a little kind of like, oh my gosh.
You can tell that the egos were really invested into, like, like, this is their event, this is their hosting it, so when, on Friday, when they didn't have that show out or turnout that they really wanted, then it caused such a huge controversy that we saw that led up to all of this. And now we have a match where this is, I think, for me, the most excited I've ever been for a regular season best of 3. Or at least like in a long time. And the stakes don't even really matter. It's just about the ego, about the pride, about who can say we're best. And it goes beyond just the streamers of Kameto and Ibai. It's an organization-long rivalry between both of them, and it's France versus Spain as old as time.
The thing is, it was already insane before all of this happened, right? Because whenever we have this matchup, it delivers just because of France versus Spain. Also, by the way, KC, oh my god. Nobody holds punches, right?
No, they're doubling down on social media.
Yeah, they are doubling down,
and
which
I mean, like,
I get.
Every time we watch them fight, it is actually an incredibly competitive series. Every best of 5 they played has always gone to 5 games. And when you see them playing the best of 3 as well, it also goes the full series. These two teams are always hyper competitive when they play against each other. And I'm just hoping that today they give us the same sort of action.
Yeah, I agree, because like for KC, obviously, they are also still in the fight for getting that first place. They're up versus Vitality. They were undefeated, but then yesterday they already lost that series, Jack, and they definitely don't want to lose this one.
Yeah, I mean, I think KC now, for me, when we looked at this roadshow, I thought they were the heavy favorites. But now, I mean, G2 took that crown pretty handedly. So now it's about bouncing back from KC to try to be able to actually beat Koi in their own house.
Oh my god, there's a... Someone's asking someone to marry them on stream. Can we show that, please? In the arena? Oh. Said yes, right? Totally said yes, right?
I think she said yes, considering everybody's clapping.
Yeah, okay. Huh?
No es para que me quieras, sino para que sepas que te quiero.
Oh. Yay!
¿Quieres casarte conmigo? Y ahora por los franceses, ¡ruido!
Oh my god! That was amazing! Yeah, you better win now, Movistar.
So amid all the heated rivalry, there's still love in the air.
Yeah.
There's still
Love
passion.
conquers all.
That it does. That it does.
If we all just get along and are positive, it's better for our scene in the long run.
That it is.
But that's a whole different conversation.
It absolutely is, because
anyway,
you know, when it came to a confident display on stage, the players also demonstrated that behind the scenes. We've seen comments from Super, we've seen comments from Kalist. The players speak with confidence coming into this matchup.
they do, and you're calling up what Supa said yesterday. He said basically, Kalist looked a little pissed after that game versus G2. I'm going to give him a reason. A reason to be pissed.
I mean, I think Supa's always willing to trash talk, and I really like that. He always has that confidence. I think he's someone who gets really boosted by the crowd, really a momentum player. So I think here, with the crowd heavily in his flavor, I think today is going to be packed, and they're all going to be cheering Supa's name if he does well. It's his time to shine.
They are. Supa also had a great showing yesterday, right? I think he broke like 1,000 assists even, and tons of kills. Like, he's been doing great, and I feel like this is also something that Supa really needs, right? A good performance here going into playoffs. There have been question marks around a lot of the players on MKOI. Veria, so he has to take this opportunity versus Kalist.
Absolutely. Yesterday, coming into their matchup against GX, so much of the eyes were on how Mirwin and Supa specifically would perform, and Rob and I both agreed that those two are the players that stepped up the most. Supa did win Player of the Series. I think that was very deserved, and ultimately, the biggest criticism that KOI have faced is their consistency, because the ceiling of this roster has never really been under question. We know what they're capable of. They won Spring last year. It's just a matter of, can they display that level on a more regular basis, and the environment with which you expect them to perform is an environment like this.
It's true. It's so interesting to me if you look at kind of how the league has evolved, because it was like a 3-person race before where KC was able to win winter, MKOI was able to win spring, then G2 kind of took over, and I think we're still waiting. Now Vitality's in the mix as well, right? I think this is such an exciting split overall, but of course a lot comes down to this specific matchup. We had a statement here before. They both apply actually to this match. I had Jojo Pyun is the best player in the league from
I did say that.
Verius.
Yes, I did say
and
that.
We also had from Finn, our best players are from NA. Well, they're both in this match.
Even after the performance from Boostio yesterday, would you still say that our best players come from NA?
I mean, the thing with how good G2 is playing, it's really hard right now. Like, G2 just keep playing better and better. I mean, like, Caps is just so good. I think our best players are European once again. I'm not gonna lie.
Wait, you didn't say Hansama?
I mean, Hansama, the thing is, all of G2. You could say, you said we weren't gonna have all pro.
Here's the thing, one of them is still the guy.
That's
I'm
true.
still gonna die on this sword, that as of right now, until Cap smokes him, he is, in my mind, the best player in our league. And I know many people will say, what about Naknako? What about Linsus? What about some of the players on KC? They're all valid candidates, everyone. I get it. But based on this split, I feel like I have not seen this man have a bad game yet. I feel like I have not seen him lose lane. If he falls behind, it's because he's getting camped. And even if he does, he still has an impact. So coming into today's matchup, this is the man that I think is going to be the difference maker.
That's I love your passion in this one. It's almost like, you know, the meme of the bunny with the, like, your time is up. Like, tomorrow Caps is playing Jojo Pyun. Like, we'll see, because actually, historically, he's had pretty good performances against Caps, too. So, like, maybe we shouldn't be using that as a moniker. However, if we start, again, about this matchup, rather, we did have a small delay in getting into game. I said struggling when it came to Kana. Now, that was a little bit strong in the pre-show, right?
Yeah.
But I just mean that there was this, for me, there was this mysticism around Kana when he entered the league with KC, about his top lane prowess, about how good he was in lane, about how stable he was, about translating that into game-winning team fights, you know, especially when they won that split. And I just think that it kind of, the sting has come out of it a little bit for me. That's how I wanted to portray it.
I mean, for me, the only thing that I feel like you can doubt Kana with is I feel like still when he's on tanks, KC doesn't look that comfortable. I feel like Kana himself doesn't play bad on the tanks. It just always feels like KC wants more firepower up in the top lane. But he's up against Mirwin, and he's the one who I feel like he's been struggling. And I feel bad saying this. I love Mirwin. Mirwin, you're my GOAT. But he's had a tough split. He's had a lot of bad lanes. He's had a lot of bad matchups. I think he's looked better in the last few games that they've had. I mean, the crowd is just going.
Wait, but who's that in the middle? Do you know that guy? Is he famous?
mean, they're just booing the KC players, no?
Oh, they are?
Yeah,
they're
the
booing
KC
the
players
KC
are going off
players.
stage and they're all booing.
And Callisto, as he walks through the arena, was actually kind of egging them on. I mean, we got a comment from him too, saying how he just thrives in the negativity of an environment like this. He wants to prove the doubters wrong. But yeah, going back to your point, the top lane matchup is a super interesting one because Kana, we wanted to see him step up yesterday and we didn't quite get that level of performance. Coming into today against Mirwin, which version of these carries will we see?
Yeah.
Just coming in, I would have expected Kana clear favorite, Jojo clear favorite. Today, Kana versus Mirwin seems a lot more even. And if Super delivers, well, I mean, we're in for a very exciting matchup where Koi are looking to upset KC.
It's true. Oh, you're calling it? It would be an upset? Yeah?
I mean, I am going to go out on a limb.
I think the stack is favored for Koi. I agree with that.
Yeah, I'm going to make the prediction. I think Koi is going to win today. I think it will be a 2-1 to Koi.
You think it's an upset?
I would say it's an upset based on what we've seen on the regular season, like especially given that coming into this weekend, KC were the undefeated team.
Yeah.
I absolutely think that if Koi beat KC today, that is not only a massive statement, but a pretty big upset.
In games that I remember where Supa has had those absolute pop-off games, he didn't just have pop-off games, he usually had entire series, right? This is a guy that's feeling it, and if he's feeling it, then he can be very, very good. But we've also seen the other end of the spectrum, right? And I think that's what we talk about in the inconsistency with MKOI. They need to really prove this, and the players can say, we saw it in the Busio interview, that it doesn't affect them, that they don't go on Twitter. It's not true. Of course it affects you. Of course you've heard it somewhere or other. And even if you haven't, of course it matters, because the fan bases that Kamito and Ibai have respectively are so much bigger than anything we now have in Europe. They've eclipsed everything, right? And they have a very, very close connection to these results. This isn't, yes, just a regular season game anymore. It's everything, Jack. And you, as someone who's been under a lot of pressure, you just have to turn it off. But in an arena like this, it can be hard.
I mean, I think you have to think of it from the perspective of the players. If you're a KC player, you want to come in, you want to pretend that the fans are not there and just play a normal game. Because you're gonna be completely outnumbered. Every time they get a kill, you won't be able to hear your teammates. You get a kill, it's a library in here. While the Koi players, they feed off of that energy. They love this. They play for this. We've seen Mirwin, we've seen Supa. They pop off in the voice comms after they get a kill, and they play so much better on the stage. So KC, they just need to lock in, play a normal game, try to ignore all the outside factors. While Koi, they play into it. They use it as their energy, as their fuel to win.
I'm just nothing short of excited. I'm guaranteed gonna get some great League of Legends on the Rift today. And you know the consequences of this is just gonna result in nothing but peak online drama, which I can't wait to experience. As an outsider with no horse in this race, I cannot wait to see how today plays out.
This guy never even tweets.
I don't tweet, it's true.
Reading.
But I am a quiet observer, so I'm very, very excited to see how this one plays out. My eggs are in the Koi basket. I'm going to predict Koi 2-1. We'll see how things plan out today.
What are you?
I'm joining the Koi 2-1 basket. I think the crowd is just going crazy, but I also agree with Vetty. Whoever wins, we win. Because it's going to be a bloodbath regardless, even if it's not in-game.
Yeah, if you checked this at 9 p.m. yesterday, you would think, oh, this is an amazing grudge match between France and between Spain, MKOI versus KC. And then it all kicked off. The community is absolutely set alight. And Ibai versus Kamito. Ibai never wants MKOI to lose, but he wants him to win today harder than he ever has in his life. Let's do it.
He is here, El Capitan, now. The most anticipated regular season match we have in the LEC. Elioya, I have to ask, what is it about today? Revenge after Barcelona, or the pride of defending your CEO's honor?
Yeah, I think it's about keeping the pride of Spain. I think we got a lot of hate in social media about the crowd and everything. I think it's a great opportunity to show them who is the best country to host this kind of events.
And the crowd is pretty loud right now. Is there anything you want to tell them ahead of the game?
I just want to, I mean, guys, this is personal for all of us, so let's take it home, you know? Let's make it loud.
a Casey ahora. Look like guys. ¿Se exprime? Bueno, hay bastante gente, pero... Sí, sí. Para mí hay mucha gente, pero bueno.
It's getting louder. It's getting louder.
La mayor rivalidad que se puede ver en Europa. Hoy se juega la revancha de lo sucedido hace unos meses en Badalona. ¿Y qué coño de lo que ocurrió anoche? Estos sí que han venido hoy. Estos no han tenido huevos a faltar.
Hoy el estadio se tiene que caer en este partido para dar la bienvenida a los malos de la película que quieren aguarnos la fiesta a todos nosotros, pero no lo van a conseguir. ¡Ruido para Carmine! ¡Gol! En la doble. ¡Como jungla! ¡Yay! ¡En la Midland! ¡Yahoo! ¡De de Carry! ¡Caliste! ¡Como supo! ¡Bucio! ¡Y como entrenador! ¡Ripper! Y ahora sí que sí. Nos acordamos de todos ellos. Rafael Nadal, campeón 14 veces de Roland Garros. Selección española de baloncesto, campeona del Eurobásquet en 2009, 2011, 2015 y 2022. Alberto Contador, campeón del Tour de Francia en 2007 y 2009. Garbiñe Muguruza, campeona de Roland Garros en 2016. Mar Márquez, 8 veces campeón del mundo de motociclismo. Miguel Indurain, vencedor 5 veces consecutivas del Tour de Francia. Selección española de fútbol, campeona de la Eurocopa en 2024 y de la Nation League en 2021. Fernando Alonso, bicampeón del Mundial de Fórmula 1. Carlos Alcaraz, campeón de Roland Garros en 2024. España, campeona de la guerra de los píxeles en 2022. Mbappé cambió el PSG por el Real Madrid. Gameto se ha cagado y hoy no se ha presentado. ¡Seguimos! ¡Soy español! ¿A qué quieres que te gane? Por si había alguna duda. Hoy sumamos esta fecha, toda esta lista. El hijo del Acharo en la doble. Es el líder del equipo en la jungla.
introduction to our final best of three of the day. Spain versus France, Ibai versus Camero. The drama's there, the script has written itself. Now all we need is 3 games to make it extra spicy. Whoever wins today has bragging rights. Whoever wins today, the enemy can't say anything for the rest of the split until we get into playoff 4. Even in playoffs, if they don't face, they're going to hold it over each other's heads until summer.
History is written by the victors. And in versus playoffs, it was KC who left MCOY in the dust, beating them in the semi-finals, going to a Game 5 with G2. And now it's MCOY back in Spain, looking for revenge, not only for what happened today on Twitter, but also for what this means to them, what was kept from them in Spain the last time these teams faced off. And now, Karmine Corp, with no longer a crowd in their favor, have to perform once again.
Over 5,000 people in head count here in this arena, supporting MCOY with very loud voices. We're about to jump into pick and ban. The band itself will take you into game 1, and we're going to start discussing what the priority picks are going to be here, because I'll lead you in by saying I see Varus, Nautilus, Oriana, and Xin Zhao start off your game 1.
We've seen a lot of Ashe and Seraphine being banned away from Karmine Corp. It's become a little bit of a speciality for them. We have seen the answer in the Bard be pretty potent against this KC bot lane. So I'm curious, what is going to be the plan here for MCOY? Do they want to go back to what has been this Kalista Renata style, play for these hyper-aggressive bottom lanes? Or do we see them kind of teeter more towards those traditional meta AD carrying supports we've seen at the moment?
I will say though, Ezreal in this series, both AD carries, feels like a must take away. Maybe for KC that'll be first pick worthy here as Jarvan's the final ban. Will it be Ezreal? Will it be Rumble? Will it be that support Lulu nice and early here to set up for Yunara trade? But remember again, MCOY have shown that they've started adapting. We've seen Lucian Milio come out, the Kalista Renata as well, to put Alva on something that can make plays. Pantheon goes first here for KC, for Yike. It's been a favorite for his as well. As MCOY are now thinking, what can they double take?
Evo nas zvanično i nazad, a vraćamo se u seriju broj 2. Publika je apsolutno spremna. A ja se nadam da smo i mi. Da vidimo šta nas ovde čeka. Ja otvaram Twitter na drugom monitoru da gledam ovaj meč.
Feels like 2 big takeaways from Karmine Corp, because Yehu's Azir has been his bread and butter, one of his best performing champions over his career, and has been at the forefront of the drafts for Karmine Corp. But we talked about the Ashe and Seraphine, we talked about the Bard being a decent answer, but Karmine Corp's bot lane do not care.
Maybe they go for Ezreal, maybe they go for Caitlyn. Options are there for Super. He's going to lock in the Caitlyn.
So basically MCOY saying we want to secure a strong lane for Jojo into Yehu, whereas for Karmine Corp, they put that priority on towards the jungle. So I imagine for MCOY, it is going to be the mid laners that are banned away, whereas we're going to look at things like those jungler picks from MCOY that will be taken away, trying to pinch the pool for Elyoya.
Well, if I'm talking about Elyoya, I'm thinking about things like Jarvan already off the board, Zinzao already off the board. MCOY did that themselves. Maybe Vi also disappears here. But that might be on the side of KC is banning away mid lane options. Akali now taken off. Trying to give Jojo a bit of comfort here in the mid lane. Again, he is the strongest mid laner in the league. Right now, until proven otherwise tomorrow. Strongest laner in the league.
Igrat će protiv Kapsa pa ćemo da imamo koliko je to istina.
There goes that Vi we mentioned before.
Yeah, I think Vi, good call. Put more pressure on towards Elyoya, trying to remove those engage tools and that follow up as well, crucially from the Bard. Because what we've seen very often is that Bard can just ult the Ashe, she ends up getting picked off, and if you've got things like a Zinzao, if you've got things like the Jarvan or the Vi, that follow-up is exceptional. But as you start to whittle away these things, maybe even a Wukong next to go, then what happens? What is that follow-up for Elyoya when the Bard ult lands?
Remember last week we were talking about Mew and him being a role player felt a lot better for MCOY. They're banning away Rumble. Maybe going to be a role player here in this game. Things like the Cassandre, things like Sion now come into question.
I think the good news for Mirwin is that he gets counterpick. Because what we've seen is that Kana is very happy to go towards the veins, go towards these more carry top laners when those picks are left up and available.
True,
trying to take away the rumble from Kana is good, but that blind pick Jace still available, that poke still available, and you have an awful lot of range already locked in on KC's side, and Azir not exactly the happiest when he's into range as well, nor is Skarner, which is the hover here.
Maybe close the gap a little bit for Elyoe. Can he do better than Isman did earlier on? Well, as it gets locked in, as you said, good call. Counter pick from Mirwin is exactly right on the red side, as you would. Sun did get better away by KC, so they were maybe expecting a tank on 5. But as you said, flexibility for Mirwin while KC have to lock in their cards now. What synergizes with this Ashe Seraphim when they have already 3 pieces of a great comp that can send it with a lot of lockdown?
I think it'll be the Jace for Kana. I think you just add in a little bit more of that long range. There it is. And now the question mark is, what does Yehu want to bring in towards that mid lane? I mean, you could end up just going in towards something like the Syndra here, try and look for disengage and trying to prevent some of that follow-up on MKOI's side. More of those engage tools as well. It just does mean you are very squishy when it comes towards trying to retake space if you start to fall behind.
Surely it's not going to be a blind vein though, right? I mean, again, we've already got the Jace.
Lucio hovers this every time.
And it's not going to be Jace mid.
See, Aurora, the hover at the moment, is a good answer.
Eto, Talija neko je spomenuo prošlu seriju. Ok. I Mirwin vadi Shivanu na topu. Shivana je bila dobra u Gnara, mislim dobra, igrala je u Gnara, tako da...
And look at Shyvana's in the LEC. We've had 2. One's been Wonder, the other was Mirwin. And it was only the other day, and Mirwin found a victory over the Gnar matchup. This time he's going into the range matchup of Jace. It's versus Shifters. This time, can he do it against KC?
That is the question. The thing that was the standout for Mirwin in that game was his flanks, his ability to try and chase down the Gnar, especially with the W speed up on the Shyvana, and trying to find advantages. This time against the Jace, a little bit more difficult, a little bit more range in the Jace. If he can find flanks, he's going to have an absolute field day in the back line of Karming Corp.
Well, I'm looking forward to this one, a spicy pick to start it off. I feel like the drafts are more exciting than game 1 of the show match earlier on. I'm just going to say that as KC versus MKOI, we finally get what we've been waiting for. The battle for top 4. Yes, KC have already locked, but if they lose this series, number 1 becomes exceptionally harder. But if
Postaje teško čitaš Twitter ako išta.
But they guarantee that Vitality will be number 1. Vitality now suddenly becoming Spanish fans as they look for MKOI to get across the finish line. Can they move to 6-2 themselves? Can they put KC in equal margins with them? Versus MKOI in Madrid. It is desperately one-sided in the crowd as we move to a Summoner's Rift.
A lot of focus on the doubles, globals for Karming Corp coming through. Yeti going to be able to play towards sides. You've got strong push if you can win out in these early stages. And the setup around Jojo in this mid lane could be very strong for KC as well. Depthfire touch on the Taliyah to look for a little bit more of those extended poke, those extended trades, and hope that can burn Jojo down.
And well, on top lane, quick check on Mirwin, who's got Grasp of the Undying. Also same for Kana here as well, but I'm curious to watch this lane play out because again,
Grasp u Shivanu. Koliko bi volio da kao dok gledamo ovaj game mogu da stavim miš preko određenih stvari da vidimo neke statove. Ajde upalimo i kameru, nismo dugo bili na kameri. Ako bi se kamera ikad upali sama, pošto bi se nešto ne pojavljuje, izgleda. Ok. Sad se vidimo. Me zanima koliko će puta da prokuje Grasp u ovom matchupu.
He does pull that Aegis out once again and gets the healing up.
Junglers both pathing down towards this bottom side. I do think either side are going to be looking to get advantages around this bottom lane. We see it an awful lot with this, with the Caitlyn Bard in particular, trying to get control over this bottom lane. Because if you can burn flashes early, it becomes a lot more easy for Alvaro to try and look for big plays on this bottom side. Elyoe though, only matching the push at the moment.
Mislim, samo Casey treba bude mnogo jači u Early game-u, zar ne? Sa Pantheonom i sa Talijom, mislim da baš imaju lagan kill pressure.
And that has been the one that sticks out in MKOI's mind quite a bit, the playoffs, that semi-final, that one series away from finals. That Movistar Koi would have loved to meet G2 there. It was Karmine Corp who took that chance from them after running that lower bracket. So we'll have to see now if Movistar Koi can find that success, or if Karmine Corp will continue to kind of keep MKOI in their place.
We were convinced they might be going through the weekend, undefeated again, but G2 yesterday slammed KC into the ground, and we'll see if MKOI can do it again. Lanes pretty much going as you'd expect, as I said before. Kind of with a small lead up in the top lane, as no one's back.
Decent. Uzeo malo. Mislim svako ne bi imali ništa, Pantheon je bio u ulogu da baci W.
This is what I like to see from KC though, using Busio to rotate mid to try and look for invade, just get in the face of their opponent. Looks like that one was actually won by Alyoya off the back of that, so nice might there. But still, Yike trying to keep that pressure up, just keeping track of where this Garner is.
Yeah, who's about to get a play? Just found it in mid. I mean, we talk about JoJo's lane a lot. Obviously, for this matchup, for the Talia, she's going to really enjoy life. But JoJo's been in many losing or, even matchups, and he's found a way through. But so far, Yehu kiting really well from JoJo with both hit level 5. Refillables both used. But still, Yehu maintains control, although his mana bar is sinking, but he'll have to walk back to lane soon. Boosted comes back down pot, hits Alvaro a little bit.
Lane bi trebao da je relativno even, u smislu poke pressure-a, Bard i Caitlyn su također dosta jaki. Samo očigledno level 6 Olin, Seraph i Nesh dosta jači. I tak da sa njegovim zabadanjem i double A Alvaro ima Journey, Jajki uzeo velikog. Alioja nije smajtovo, kolega Kasteru, sve cool. Samo uzeo malce sa AOE-om. Vesimato, prva serija je prošla bolno za gledanje ako ne voliš G2. Ali pošto sam ja G2 fanboy, razumiješ, meni je bilo super. Prvi game je skor bio 14-0 za G2, nisu jedan kill dropovali. Drugi game su dropovali nešto malo killova, ali samo su prestompovali Giants, baš nije bilo ni blizu. Kao da playoff gledamo, a nije playoff. Da, Giantsi baš nisu izgledali dobro, iskreno. Sad bar su ušli u playoff, ali opet. Ako nastave tako da igraju u playoffu, neće daleko dogurati. I onda ideja da ga Skarner skuca u zid tu. Juri ga. No, nema kako da beži. Kako je malo izmašio spelove, ali nema vezi. Lepo. Ne znam kako je nestao ovaj basic attack, ali ajde. Da, dosta su loši. Fringer, gdje si? Pa nemam pojma, Fringer, mislim ovo moje... Ne hodam boss na njoj, pa nemam pojma da li se greje puno ili ne, ali... Postoji šansa, mislim ja znam si kad si uzao traku pročito u put, to eventualno trebaš da je podmažeš i prvi put kad je koristiš, onda je podmazuješ na svakih x vremena. Moguće da ako je nisi podmazao da stvara malo više trenja nego što bi trebalo i da to greje traku. To je jedini moj neki take. Znaš toliko igraju Barda. Pa Bard Caitlyn i Giga dobro kombo, prvo zašto Bard ulti u Caitlyn Trap ti garantuje kill malo kasnije u gameu kada Caitlyn dobije dovoljno damage-a. I također ti daje relativno solidnu laning fazu. Dosta range pressure, jak je duo. Leona Caitlyn je generalno jako loš kombo jer Caitlyn nema in, ima samo out. Slično važi i sa Nautilusom. Mislim, Caitlyn ne voli da se mečuje sa kill supportovima toliko. Možda igraš, ali... Onda si pikovo lane dominantno AD carry-a i supporta koji, ako ne može dolina, je beskoristana. Caitlyn koja nikad ne žali dolina. Da, ne znam, meni je od svega najfascinantniji KC jer mislim da imaju stvarno predobar roster, kao što kažeš. Ali na neku foru kada dođu do play-offa samo se full raspadnu, tako da stvarno mi nije najjasnije zašto ekipa KC-a ne performa koliko mislim da bi trebali da performaju. Jer stvarno imaju baš dobar roster, ali kad krenu da igraju partije koje su zaista bitne, to se uopšte ne vidi.
Maybe a potential dive on towards Kana as well. Mirren is resetting very quickly, but you can see where Alvaro is. I think MCoy are looking to try and ruin Kana's day.
Alvaro as well, pretty deep. Look at the wards he just placed in KC's jungle. All around blue, he's going to have some good tracking here. Oh, Yak won't be near. He's pinging towards bot.
And Super has swapped up towards the top lane. They want to all in on this top side. Kana may not read the play, but is actually, yeah, so he's just going to reset. Doesn't want anything to do with this. So it'll be Dragon on bot side. So plate's already taken for the Ash.
Da ipak nije Kalista. Pa moguće, brate, nemam pojma, moguće. Mislim, nije loš, ali nemam pojma. Neko sad kad pogledam led, svaki AD carry je dobar. Da, čak i upset. I onda kao, znaš, više, mislim da nema neki sad gap, kao da Kalist mnogo gapuje bilo kog AD carry-a. Mislim, igra ok, igra konstantno, ali... Nemam pojma. Čak i Pedak i Pedak, Upset i Jopa i ne znam ko je četvrti sad koji su eliminisani, svi su bili dobri. Ono, Jopa je imao više klač situacija od Kalista ove sezone. Mislim da Kalista imao samo jedan klač game, ako je toliko. To je fora. Mislim, ja mislim da nije svako sposoban da nosi više od bilo kog sljedećeg. To ima smisla. To kažem, nisu svi okej, niko ne igra loše, ali... Samim tim, mislim da, znaš, niko nikog ne gapuje previše. Što je Dice, da. Niko nikog ne gapuje previše, znaš. Nije kao ja sad imam Kalista, sigurno sam dobio botlane, ne baš. Eventualno, možda da kažeš, ajde Han sama imao je neke ono giga dobre gameove, ali kao... Kalist se ne izdvaja se. Kao vidi, on je 6 nivoa iznad svih ostalih, nije. Igra okej. A Šivano što je ušlo u stealth, brate, nema veze. Invisible Woman u obliku zmaja. Grafičak bug. Grafički bug? A ne, vidjet će. On ima ulti za immunity, ne mogu da ga zaustave. Ulti je također bio jako loš od Busija ovdje. Mislim da je morao da proba, naravno ne igra u Šivanu, ali... Ej, sakene, nisam puno hoda danas, iskreno. Jojo? Nope. Ne hodam danas mnogo, nešto sam leđa povredio i onda... Više hodam radi oporavka nego bilo šta drugo. Zašto Busio tankuje? Ovo je loše bilo. Na kraju će dobiti kill, ali... Busio baš nije hteo da tankuje tu konstantno.
But they're still getting a lot for themselves on the opposite side of the map.
It's become a sticky game, Dagder, and I feel like for Super, that goal was shared a bit, but he's caught back up from when Kalist got the kill, got the CS advantage from staying in bot isolated for a little while. However, it is about the next Dragon, I feel. First one win over to KC. They're picking up quests now, finishing, rather. Seraph's first hit from Yehu. I do worry, even though MKOI get that individual advantage, I worry about mid. I worry about Yehu.
Ne bi verovao, ali sakrene iz nekog razloga Shyvana se jako dobro za sad pokazala u range matchupe. Igrali su ju Jace, igrali su ju Gnara i u oba matchupa se Shyvana pokazala jako, jako dobro.
You're using the strengths of the Caitlyn bar to move around the map, and now that you've started to hit that level 6, this is where it becomes pick central on this mid wave. Kalista and Busio fishing for the arrows, particularly on towards people like Alvaro, and it's the vice versa on the opposite side. If Alvaro can set up for a tempered fate, Alyoya can come in from so many angles to try and set up for plays. So that's where you're seeing Busio and Alvaro now starting to match up, sheet into the Orth's deep vision, try and use what they can. But KC, they're shadowing each other on bot lane, knowing that long way lane on top lane means that there's no...
Riverkovane. I kažem, jako se dobro drži range matchupa, što je cool. Super arrow, samo ko je tu da follow-upuje? Niko. 2 ulta za 1 ulti, ove fine za koji. Dok je možda ipak mrtav. Talija nije imala dovoljno range na zidu. Nice od Busija. Prelepo. Ne znam što je Jojo flashao kad je bio mrtav svejedno, ali... Te je možda da outplaya se Serafin ulti, ali... Teška priča, teška priča.
Trying to get there.
Kana has flash, but for Elyoy, he's got everything up and available. A wall present, bonked on back. Slow down on Kana, he dodges it all. Cosmic fighting from Yike is not going to hit either. As KC try and hold on to their Krugs, and Kana tries to hold on this wave as Mewin steps up for plating.
Dragon is now up and available though. MKOI with push on bot and having Yehu top lane with no way to get bottom. This should be the Dragon over in favor of MKOI. This is escalating quick. Like, there's so much movement back and forth. And while it's 4 kills to KC, you can see that MKOI keeping within touching distance, Super having the lead, but it's Yehu that is the focus. A 1k gold lead over Jojo.
One comes down, maybe found Yike, Impale he flushes away from. Alvaro and Elyoy doing great work for MKOI. As Super's going to come on in, help steal away this camp.
Dobro.
The shields are up and...
Ne znam možda li imaju, da nemaju ništa ovde. I Bard ulti wastovan. Ovo je fajn i dalje. Casey ima 4-0, 1000 gold leada, 1-1 u zmajevima. Samo je Kana malo u problemu ovde. Nope. Shyvana možda ulta, ali ne bi ništa uradila ovde. Ok, Kalist. Lep orbok. Da li još jedan? Možda bi bio dovoljan. Možda bi još jedan attack bio dovoljan. Da, ima shield sad, ima shield, ima E koji je dalje range, tako da ono, nije loše.
Super didn't have ulti available, but I will say on the mid lane play, Yike didn't have his ult available as well, so it doesn't turn into a snap dive on Alvaro or Super for KC to try and find the kill. As you said before, kills have been picked up in this game. 800 gold is all the lead that KC have. MKOI keep finding something back as now once again on the Busio, who runs away.
Pa da ne znam šta KC sad radi, šta je njima plan ovdje? Imaš Ashe, imaš Serafin i ti igraš kao da nemaš ni jedan engage u gameu.
KC that are kind of keeping pace with them, but MKOI getting that little bit further ahead. It's because they're constantly punishing Khan in the side lane, who cannot fight both Mirwin and Elyoy underneath the tower. So he's had to give up pressure, he's had to give up plates, and now it's the towers that are falling as well. MKOI holding on to this mid lane structure, Elyoy coming to support as KC come out of the woodwork to try and take it.
Čudno. Drake je tek za 3 minuta, nemaju zašto se bio, samo bude pasivna partija sad.
It's a tool, though, that is down now for MKOI. Maybe something that could be exploited. Canon now sitting on the mid wave. All the KC are trying to do is rotate members.
Dobar Aaron. Ima cleanse. Pa ima cleanse. Nije teo da cleanse, ali kao da je video već je trebati samo cleanse. Flash out, trap ispod, šta god. Ima opcija. Da li Supa tu ili nije, to nije bitno za Heralda, mislim da mogu svako da ga forsiraju ako hoće. Ali mislim da pre Pantheon hoće da ulta top da ubiju Azira i da naprave play za top kulu. Ja late više. I koji vidi šta se događa pa haveraju top malo izgleda. Dobro, busio, problemu. Yahoo se podijelio sam od svoje ekipe. Promašio je sve skill shotove. Alvaro je failovo Q timing nakon ulta. Bro, ovo je fiesta samo ne. Ne. This ain't it, Chief. This ain't it. Ako ovako igraju protiv G2, a G2 će stompovati sve bez jednog poraza. Bro, znači, Alvaro je pogodio ultomeš. Flashovo je da bi joj prišao i onda je failovo Q timing na njegov ult. No. Moram da stanem, da ne hodam na traci šta se izdogađalo. Čik Yahoo je vifovo sve. Mirvin je ulto Kalista, Kališku ulazi u control žbun, Alvaro flasha, faila Q na Kalista, Mirvinu ništa nije jasno, dobio je kill na kraju, pa mu gore, ja ne znam šta rada ovi ljudi.
For something competitive here, and game one's already delivering 10 seconds on the third Drake Dagda. Focus down there. No Weaver's wall, but everything else I see is coming off cooldown.
2 items for Kalis, 2 items for Yahoo. It's not responded with by Jojo and Super. And this is where KC maybe have their moment to find the fight.
Čudno.
And KC sitting in this mid lane. MKOI say take the second dragon. We're going to take our third tower.
Their inside track is dangerous. A lot of damage here from Jojo, but they're going to pull off after this. Super's the only one to step up by himself and take another plate on top of it. Mirwin found out in rotation. He gets arrow. Dragon to send over the wall. He steals it! The Dragon steals it!
Ok, ovo je bilo nice. Mislim, Jajki malo failovo smite, ali... Sad su izgubili junglera i izgubili su Drake.
Get him to safety, but he'll take that prize as well.
What a ball up. I mean, that is a huge mistake, but a huge catch from Mirwin, who got caught out.
And it's a nice idea from Kalis, but one, a single.
Unlucky za Jajka, iskreno. Baš unlucky za Jajka. Jajki vidio Alioju koji dolazi iz Rivera i onda ispaničio da smajtuje ranije.
It's a huge take, a huge win. MKOI, we come back. 2k gold lead, by the way, as the chase down netted. Yike dead. Emperor's Divide going to be used, but Jojo is the weakest one in this game. Constantly, Casey trying to punish him while the rest of the map is on fire.
But all he has to do is clear the wave, stop the play from happening for KC. Because again, MKOI drifting towards this bottom side, drifting to try and keep Canon in check and allow Mirwin pressure on these side lanes. 700 gold now, a lead on this Shyvana. And as long as those side lanes continue to play safe for MKOI, KC look a little lost.
Jako čudan game, iskreno. Obe ekipe prave baš previše grešaka. Mnogo više nego što očekujemo od... A što mi sviđa što Mirwin izgleda kod je u stealthu, a nije. Double za Mirwina. Jojo nije tu uopšte. Mirwin win ovo extendedu. Triple za Mirwina. Interesantno s ovim AP itemima da je lik bukvalno unkillable. Cosmic Drive, Protobel, CDR Boots i on je toliko unkillable. Baš interesantno. Koliko Shivano u stvari može da radi.
And it's Yike who's able to pick up a few as both Mirwin finds 3, but it's Elyoya who falls on the other side.
Sitting on the Molten Burst, Mirwin gets free damage on Yike and cleans up once again. I mean, the Shyvana game we saw versus Shifters versus Rooster was this impactful as well. Maybe not even this impactful. This has been exceptional play from the top laner who has come under criticism, who... You know, the AD was talking about him not having the best split. It was a disappointing split.
It was.
We've all said that, and we all stand by it. But all of a sudden, not just the road trip, but the last week and a half, I feel, Mirwin has been coming back.
And it's when it needs to happen. It's when MKOI need to try and secure that top 4 spot in front of a home crowd. It's Mirwin who has been getting the better of Kana when it comes to impact in the game. And that's what we needed to see from this Shyvana pick. It's what MKOI were playing for and how they continued to put pressure on Kana, how they denied him that CS. And now it's MKOI with the tempo advantage. A minute until this next dragon. A potential soul point for MKOI. And if they can keep these waves pushed in, KC need a fancy play to get back in this game.
We're on the verge of Super getting his third item.
Ne znam koliko Kalist možda nosi, ima jako užasan build. Ono čemu sam pričao, mislim da je ovo samo najgori build za Ashe koji postoji. Jako ne volim Kraken. Ja mislim da Kraken samo beyond useless bukvalno.
That could be the difference maker. That could be the thing that lets Yike send himself in to set up for this turnaround fight for Karmine Corp. The picks feel like they need to come quick and fast for KC though. 25 seconds until that dragon is up. Focus from MKOI in securing vision around this barn in the top lane though. Almost coaxing KC into over-investing in the bottom half of the map.
Mirwin trying to threaten Kalist. There's the Weaver's Wall. It's going to be a play from KC. Instead, Tempered Fate dodged again. Onto Super, they look, but he flashes away. Mirwin doesn't get to play the dragon. He got caught out as a CC from Impale. Would be good if anyone else was alive. MKOI napping here as Kalist steps up, almost kills Alvaro as well. Big mistake as KC pull the trigger and end the play.
The pick was needed for Karmine Corp and they found it. MKOI thought they had the numbers, but it's KC who come out in force. And just like that, the gold lead vanishes. Baron disappears with it. Jojo wants to look for Dragon, but doesn't know it's on a ward.
And with that ward as well, I mean, Yike, he can't fly in. That's the only thing. Baron might go down. But third dragon here for MKOI is a serious possibility. They are moving down though, as you said. MKOI getting poked out super at half HP as Yehu is a real threat with the threaded volleys, and Jojo is not. He doesn't have his flash available, so if he goes on in, it might be his last words. At least until he goes to 4 deaths. A smite available, a Q with Yike. Down it goes, Alvaro goes over, Cosmic Fighting dodge.
Dobar Mirwin. Dobar Mirwin. Još da je Jojo imao flash da baci ulti da follow up ovo, bilo bi super, sad će da umre. I sad ih Kalistuje. Kvadra za Kalista. A jao, publika se utihnula. Penta? Ajde, dobit će Penta. Kalist wants to what? Ovo, chill, bro, man. Chill. Penta za Kalista, prelepo, iskreno. Dali su mu baš previše. Vidi ga što je ustao da isproziva publiku. Ustao je da kaže tišina tamo, Španci. Sam vas išta pitao. Kažem da je loš build, on dobije Pentu, tako mora da radi. Kana nije ništa spec. Samo da je Jojo imao flash, da možda flash ult ovdje, ovo je insta-win s ovim Mirwinovim playem.
picks up the pieces of MKOI.
And they're back in the driver's seat. This game looked like MKOI were contesting it and pushing it to solve point, but as Kalish picks up the penta, Casey,
A jao, to im rekao. Au, to im je rekao, ljudi.
They're still going though, Elyoya. Nerdy calls.
But Dagner, we come back from the replay. It's a 5,000 gold lead. They got the second dragon. They stopped that soul grind potential. And with Baron now,
Moram Twitter da otvorim sad. Šta se događa?
they got 50 seconds to go, but look at Red Bull Baron power play top left. 5,500.
Literally the gold lead.
It is massive from KC to put themselves back in the potential of winning this game one.
And this is the thing, so often KC when they get to the mid game, this seems to be where they shine. Doesn't matter if they fall behind a little bit. Their decision making, so quick, so decisive, has now beaten MKOI. And now they need to try and defend against it.
Seismic shove looking for the potential after the Weaver's wall. It's off. Jojo finds a
Oh.
but only under one. It's onto Kalish, but he just walks it out. Dragons then comes in.
Našao je Zmajaš. Dobar ulti od Elyoje. Caitlyn ima full combo. Ja i gubi Guardian. Moguće, Nikola. Ma je, viš, izgubio je fight, brate. Ja vam kažem, bit ćeš ovo na Twitteru. Jer Kameto i Ibaj, kad spojiš ta dva, se jako flamuju na Twitteru sad. Tako da je u stvari giga fan.
Don't forget, even though the last one didn't work around Dragon, the setup looked clean. Give him a bit more time, and he'll do that now. With Bloodletter's Curse picked up 4,000 gold lead individually. We just saw KC with a 5.5k Baron power play. Baron is gone. The gold is only 500 in their favor. That was 5,000 for the taking from MKOI.
This game could not be more even. The Dragons shared a minute until that will break. But I don't know what way that's going to go. Super is massive. 4 items now on this Caitlyn. He is hitting like a truck, but same with Jojo. And it really comes down to KC once more finding their ways to pick through MKOI, enable Kalish in these fights.
Mirin je baš jak, baš radi posla. Kekjahua, mislim da dok je ulto video je Jojo Elyoje samo je abortovo. Evo je Kalisti dao go. Gle Mirvina. Mirvinik samo čeka. Kjahu je pao je Azir. Kana mora flasha. Možda izgubi pola healtha pa da flasha, to je plan B. Ne toliko dobar kao plan A, ali okej, ko sam ja da sudim. Ne znam mogu završiti na top. Da, Mirvin baš radi posao. Iskreno Mirvin sa Shivanom baš prži. Baš lepo. Say what? Say what? Kasteri, chill, alo. Chill ka ćelavim komentarima, Kasteri, chill. Mislim, Kalish uzeti Guardian i usta ako Caitlyn preživi, samo će staviti trap ispod i ga šota. Pogledaj vi koliko se oni plaše Mirvina, gledaj ovo, oni ne smiju da priđu ovaj čuk, jer znaju da je Mirvin tu i znaju da ne smiju da uđu ovde. I onda su ovi gore izolovani. Keho je izolovan, Kalist nije smeo priđe. Ide Kana malo izolovan Mirvina, Kalist je prešao za 2 basika da udari i onda je opet mora da abortuje.
Shows again, Donacije Super's going to be cleansed away, but AORUS caught on out. Magical journey while Yike steps on a trap. Super has to get the hell out of there. Tepid favour, Yike gets zoned. There's the encore Super about to die. A big pick. KC bringing on back, and now Kalist gets the fire into Elyoya. This game, just when you think there's a victor, it's not over. Mirwin is pushing in the top lane, but now he has to...
Ima Barona, mislim da je mogao da... Mogao je da ostane, da uzme inhib dole.
The picks have been perfect, but Yehu has no ultimate, and now it's KC at 3v4. Mirwin has done it before. Can he do it once more?
I mean, the problem is Jojo...
Ovo se rimovalo, ljudi, ovo je bilo nice. Negala, ovo je bilo nice.
Baron's going to stave the aggression, but KC look for another lane. They look for pressure in bot, while they see Yehu is in the top side dealing with the wave.
KC again. It's picks versus long fights. MKOI responding well. But this is so back and forth. The gold lead refuses to shift in either direction. It's been 1,000 gold here or there, but realistically, this game continues to stay within harm's reach of both of them. But it's a moment of respite. Dragon not for 3 minutes, but its full items started to be completed across the board. Full build starting to come through. And it's KC now, as this starts to go on, that must once more find those picks. Because Shyvana is full build, and Shyvana may be looking to turn that ring into a death book.
But Kalist has flash.
Ćemo vidimo. Ništa ovo još nije gotovo, ljudi. Znate šta kažu pametni ljudi, nije gotovo dok se ne završi. Razmislite malo o tome.
Might be fatal unless Jojo uses his to make a generational play.
Well, KC have been at their most fatal when it's the TP available for Kana. It's using that teleport along with their pick tools to overload a point on the map. But now that Kana has that down, it's MKOI who's stride forward confident, looking for the picks, looking to push out these lanes and keep that vision control that they need. The timer ticks down towards the Ocean Dragon, and it's KC who don't have that reset timer now. As MKOI look back on the map to get the vision down, but you can see that Red Bull Baron power play in the top right
Ništa, nebitno.
It is not. But what I think is pretty dagger is very different because I'm looking at Mirwin, he's got a Magi's.
Ne znam baš Magi. Mislim da ako u ovom delu partije bilo koja ekipa dobije fight, vjerojatno je dobila game, tako da nisam siguran koliko mi se sviđa Magi? Sviđa Magi.
Especially if Mirwin can get his back, which I believe he should be able to in 50 seconds. He just needs access to a wave, so he's running towards that top side, has the teleport. But KC know that he needs access to the side lane, so looking to push in mid, looking to establish vision. Kalist still has the arrow, doesn't strike through.
He's just playing around with a Hex Flash for now, it seems. As he hovers around, even Hex Flash, don't know what that was. If he hovers around, remember if they come into the play, Arrow gets
Nope.
up. If Mirwin's not in the way, he doesn't
Ili nema zmaja.
but he still found out, yeah, who's going to zone him off the Unravel, won't do the trick, but maybe the rest
Ali gubi prema što dobije Drake formu. Yep, nice, big. A ono Mirvinovo, Ja mislim da Shyvana dobije armor i MR od takedowna, zar ne? Ajoj, Kalist. Ajoj, Kalist. I sad trap ispod i GG. Supa se flashovo. What the fuck? Supa! Ja sam u šoku što je Supa uradio. Brat moj je toliko tunelovo na Kalista da se flashovo da umre da bi stavio trap ispod njega. Ja ne mogu dojeti što je Supa ovdje uradio. Holy bronze, please. Da li toliko malo vrednuješ svoj carry potencijal kao AD carry ako je spreman da umreš da bi probao da ubiješ protivničkog AD carry-a.
It was absolutely insane. Because as you say, pick from Alvaro, perfect if they can kill Yike. Uses the Aegis Assault to deny some of the damage, but Supa ends up being at the forefront, and as Kalist goes down thanks to Jojo, they all turn, they all look for it. But the massive CC across everyone from Busio was huge there. And just like that, they managed to regroup, and KC can turn the fight in what looked like it was MKOI's moment.
It's still not decided, is it? I mean, this has been like, enjoy. You're eating good tonight. It's a Saturday. It's getting a little bit freaky in game one, but we like our games like this. 10 seconds till Baron. Sole point for both teams. Getting towards 40 minutes. Will it be decided here? Double GA now down for KC. Is TP going to be burned? Jojo teleports 2 seconds away.
But this is the thing, I think at this stage MKOI should be in it. They're afraid of Baron. But I think at this stage MKOI should be the ones that are stronger. I think they should be able to outscale. But the way that these fights have been going, KC have just been able to find their moments, find their picks, and refuse to just fight even. But Mirwin looking for a flank. KC marking him again.
Great ward. Mirwin's tagged out. Kana's going to 1v1 him. Yeah, who gets off early? Dragon's Ascent, but he goes over the rocks. He goes over the pebbles. He flushes away. He's tagged out. Yike cuts off their flank. Now MKOI are stuck with 4 versus 5. KC for the chase down. Sun turret goes up. But a mistake from Mirwin as he tried to find the angle.
KC going to turn over towards the Baron. It's Busio's ultimate that is the engage tool. That's what KC need to turn with, and they're playing around vision. MKOI, did they step too far?
Elyoya gets tagged out, tries to drive away. KC turn back towards the Baron. No Dragon to leverage for MKOI. They have to walk near.
No Jojo to leverage. He's moved to bot side. No teleport available on the Azir. MKOI will give up the Baron.
Oni dropaju Barona, da.
And have nothing to speak of as a result.
Solo letters for KC. Let me give a quick shout out. Yehu has had an insane Talia performance, and alongside Kana finding this play, reading Mirwin like a book was huge.
Constantly keeping tracks of the Shyvana. This is the second time now they found him. Kalist with the ultimate in case Mirwin escaped. But KC are patient. They're not overextending. They're not overforcing these plays.
And the more I see these plays, Dagda, the more I'm realizing the Talia value against the comp is massive. The Unraveled Earth is stopping the Shyvana, stopping the Skana, stopping the Azir, stopping the Caitlyn. It's like the Bard is the only one who gets any value that are not being stopped.
Well, that's the thing. They're trying to play around the Bard. They're trying to shift the pieces of MKOI into position to start off the fights. But they're getting caught in those relocations. And it's MKOI then who are struggling and caught on the back foot as isolated members are picked apart by KC. But once again, it's MKOI who step up. KC, 2 minutes until Dragon. They're just trying to establish vision.
Yike's going to block the damage as he walks through. We're past the 40-minute mark. We're on to Soul for either of these teams. 145 till it comes up. And Baron is going to triangulate with that as 150 till it expires.
Both GAs should be up then for KC on Yike and Kalist, which gives them a new lease of life in these upcoming fights. You can see across the damage chart how close these fights are, but
Yike is stepping up. He has no GA. A mistake, a cosmic binding and impale. Weaver's wall is going to come through, but it's too late. Yike, no, still alive.
Yike je fajn.
Topped up. Medic he calls, and the medic comes. Alvaro takes a magical journey, but he's broke down.
Samo su Ghost bacili na Kehu ovdje, ja mislim da nisu ništa pored toga bacili s te strane. Pro kakav game. Neželi fun partija. Mislim da obe ekipe malo prave greške, ali bože moj.
Now before we get there, quick note on items. Rabadons for the GA, or rather for the Magi, as talked about before. We don't have a new item for Elyoya, but 4 there unless one was increased while I wasn't looking. Jojo with a blasting wand. A BF sword for Super. Blasting wand turns into Rylai's for Jojo, so spacing gets a little bit better here.
Skoro su svi full build.
GAs will be up. Yikes, just about I believe, if not there. GA for Kalist, about 5 seconds off. And his flash is up available, while flashes on MKOI, I can see it coming up too.
But look at the positioning from MKOI. They don't want to play this fair. They see that KC are running down mid, and they're trying to already position in towards the Dragon. But this leaves their base exposed. So MKOI.
Oh, Arrow connects as well. Jojo, he has to get on out with the Protobell. 10 fight won't connect. Jojo gets out of there, but now it's Mirwin's turn to run. Kalist is running them down as the Emperor's Divide comes in, but look, Mirwin's getting shredded to pieces. Kalist will take him down mid-flight. It's
Nemam reći. I to je to. Ja mislim da je to. Ja mislim da je to game. Ne, zašto Mirvi mora da umre pre nego što počne fight. To je to. Valjda. Zašto ultaš Supa basicu, brate mili, iz 3 basic ubiješ sve. Supa je mnogo loše igrao, iskreno. Supa je baš loše igrao. Najiskrenije Supa je baš čokao cijelo game. Baš je loš bio. Prvi game. Za KC, mala pauzica i onda se vraćamo sa gameom 2. Tako da ostanite s nama, tu smo za nekih 7-8 minuta.
How you break this one down, Shocks, I don't know, because that's content for days.
It is a series. That was only a game, Dog, but I know how you feel. There are KC fans here. I'd like to point that out. There's a whole block of them. They're having a field day. Also, guys, can you hear that? Can you hear that?
No.
It's Twitter. It's blowing up. It's going insane. It's going crazy.
What a game one. It felt like so one-sided for one team, and then it felt like it swung the other way, and then back and forth and back and forth. We could not have asked for a better first game. Like, what a truly awesome spectacle. And I mean, like, I don't even know where to start.
I'll give you something.
Go ahead.
Our Euronics play of the day, it's a pentakill, of course.
Okay, of course.
Yeah, Kalist. He went absolutely, and it was funny because we were listening. So let's take a listen to what they said.
I will try. Yes, Rush? Yes. Nice. 2 seconds. Gimme. Yes. I'm not hitting. Let's go. Okay, chill, bro. Okay, chill, bro.
Let's go. The way he stands up. Oh, we didn't even show the whole thing. Can we show it again if you didn't see it? Like, aura, bro.
Yeah.
Like, so much in their house.
Yeah. I think he's buffed. When the crowd is against him, I don't know, he plays way more cocky. And just every time he gets a good play, you just see it in his movement, man. Like, at the end of the game as well, he's running down. Look at him, bro. This is comfort zone.
The crowd, man. Like, what confident play from him.
That's crazy.
But, like, we thought when we saw this, that it would be over.
Yeah.
We thought that was the game decider. We thought that was the moment that they were going to just end it all. And then Koi mount a base defense.
Let's look at that base defense, because I know who you're going to defend in this game. So let's just start.
My boy in the mid lane, he got perma-camped every time. Jungler always there, attacking him on side lanes, attacking him in the mid lane. Yet Jojo still, this is what I love about this guy. He always finds a way to have an impact, and he starts the play off by connecting onto the man that you need to take out, focusing Kalist down, and then setting up his team for success.
Yeah, and then Mirwin just kept finding good ultis after ulti, and after Kalist dies, there's not much damage on KC, especially when Yehu gets CC'd up as well, and then Mkoi can actually start cleaning up, and you see how different the fight looks when it's one where Kalist can hit and one where he can't. And in general, in this game, I was super impressed by Mkoi. The fact that they had really good macro throughout. At one point they were down 5 or 6 kills, yet the gold was completely even, just because they were able to find cross maps wherever, and they played really fast. They played fast but smart at the same time, which is really rare that we see that combination, and it's a level up from Koi that we've seen before.
I agree, right? Because this is, I think, Molecule, our stats guy, was saying like, oh, this is so un-Mkoi, right? They are taking the early game in a different way, but it was impressive until it wasn't. And I don't speak that much Spanish, but I heard the word flecha. Flecha. It means arrow. They were saying it all the time because it was like flecha again. Not just the ult, but just in general. We know how oppressive that Ashe can be, and Kalist played it to perfection. I think you're right. It was, is he still alive or not, right? Does the team set him up or not, Ferius? And it was too much, even when Mkoi had some really good parts, like Mirren on that Shyvana.
I felt like the biggest difference to me was that when we entered those neutral states, Casey was just much more aware of where they were on the map and where Koi was on the map. We had this period in time where Mewin got caught out like twice back-to-back.
Yeah.
Once in the top lane, once in the bot side jungle. And I felt like KC started to quickly realize, hang on, if we just instead turn this more into a pick comp, make sure we don't give Shyvana that flank, then we can win every single fight. And like Kalist, as you were saying, the moment you gave him the space to run away with the game, he did just that. He ran away with the game.
Yeah, I think you're saying some good things here, Reddy, but I want to rack your head on some replays we had. That goes regarding one of our quotes.
Yeah.
So you said Jojipin's the best player in the league.
I did say that before this series.
LEC.
Before this series,
And
I
I think
did say
we have
that,
some
yes.
replays here that I really want you to like talk me through and talk to me how you think the best player in the league, like what happened?
I mean, that's a great play. That's a good play. And then what happens? Jungle shows up and ruins everything. Pantheon Talia versus Skarner Azir. I mean, you're never going to have the advantage in the early game, are you? I mean, Pantheon ult is very broken. We can both agree on that.
Yeah.
And so I feel like this is a pretty understandable death from Jojo.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, jungler's gank, more at 4.
And then look at this. Again, jungle camping, jungle ganks. It's again, yike. He has a much better performance today compared to what we saw from him yesterday. And again, so much focus is putting down the superstar of Koi. I feel like it's a pretty good strategy overall to attack him. But notice that as the game continued, he still had perfect CS. His damage was still good in team fights. And twice, not once, twice, he caught Kalista out in this game. I'll be a Jojo defender until I die.
Yeah.
It's happening.
Well,
until he loses,
down. Wow.
until he loses to Caps, I'm gonna defend him.
Yeah, it's like me with Carzy. But CS doesn't win games, Fedius.
That's true.
That's true.
Chovy taught us that. Until he started winning.
Yeah.
Before.
Defend, please. You have to defend yourself now. They're come for your ass.
Because first Chovy was just farming, and then then he developed to be the best player in the world.
I predicted 2-1. Okay?
Right.
So a loss here, my prediction is still alive. Yeah. And I'm hoping that Koi can bounce back. And I like to see Elyoya on something that has a little bit more agency than the Skarner. When I think of him, I think more of the Vi's, the Kianas even, the Xinjiaos, something that has a little bit more playmaking independency. Okay. I know what she was referencing there, and I'm not going to bring it up. But Casey definitely still looked like a very scary threat. They bounced back nicely after their loss against G2 yesterday. Yeah. And, I mean, we've just got a beautiful series on our hands. Like, the gold grab, look at that gold grab, just absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, the Himalayas right there. But when it comes to MKOI, right, we were singing their praises, Jack, of the way they approached this game from a macro perspective, right, that they didn't fall too far behind. But KC kind of had the run of the map because of that. And Ashe could get where she was because of that also. Like, Supa was kind of a non-factor, and you think this Caitlyn's going to come online later as well, but it didn't really work out. So would you say go for this approach, again, even though it's antithetical to what MKOI usually shows, but they almost won the game?
I think playing this sort of style is just better League of Legends than what we've seen from MKOI before. But I also double down with what Vetty said, that I think you want more playmaking, not just on jungle, but on support as well. Let's see Alvaro on not a range support. I want to see him on the Rel, on the Rakan, on the Nautilus, something that can actually, even Nico more so, because something that can actually go in and create pressure, because that's what MKOI, when they have the tools to actually find picks, because the Bard ultimate, it is there, but they weren't comfortable in actually using it as a pick tool.
It's true. I think there was like another game where he played the Bard and MKOI won the game, but we weren't super convinced. It's just sometimes, you know, as pro players, they play a lot of things, right? But you do know that some things are better than others.
I mean, people just have preferences and tendencies, and when we sung Koi's praise in the past, it was Alvaro and Elyoya, Alvaro and Elyoya, Alvaro and Elyoya. That jungle support combo, syncing up, finding plays on the map, that was the best version of Koi that we've really had to date. And it's harder for him to do that when he's not on a melee support. Now, will he suddenly go to melee supports, especially against Busio, who's kind of the range support guy, the man that just seems to be able to play everything? And of course, what is an AD carry without his support? So that bot lane is still a big threat for Koi that they're going to have to find a way to get around.
Oh, they will have to. It's going to be libraried here, man. If they 2-0, he believes it. Are you willing to say it's going to be a KC 2-0?
I mean, I predicted Koi 2-1, so I would be kind of flaky. But to be fair, that was some of the best Ashe play I've seen in a long time. So sure, Kalist, KC 2-0.
There we go, that Ashe. We'll take a quick break and we'll be right back.
They're proposing here, I think.
You know, Newman's going to come back in for the wave, though. Arrow's up in 5 seconds. I don't know if this is a play. Tempered Fate probably saves the life as Kalist takes him down.
I will reset the flank. We have a flank on Ashe. Last flash, okay? Cash, look, Cash. You did a flash. Top, top. Flash gates.
a break? Have a Kit Kat.
Maybe 'cause I'm the crushing.
Whoops. Wrong word.
Red Bull gives you wings.
In your best man speech, you said my wife is funnier than me.
That's factually correct.
Okay.
We're in range.
Nah, it's fine, man. It's fine. Relax. I've got this. I have years and years and years of experience.
Yeah, but it's gonna.
And there we go. Look at that. What are you so worried about?
Oh,
WLOL game changes, massive news. Also great news. We always love to prop up the community and get more people playing League for everyone, right? My name's Turks. I'm joined by Dagda, and with cool news like that, you better rewind about 50 minutes and look at the other cool news of Game 1, because Game 1 was also...
It was a banger.
It was tops.
It was a barn burner. Like, it was absolutely absurd. You can see the KC fans. They are out in force today. And after a win like that, where your heart is in your throat for the entire game, I don't blame them.
Yeah.
That was an insane game of League of Legends.
Sorry, the Giant X fans were in front of the father and son, I presume, didn't look too happy after, you know, G2 series earlier on. But I will say one thing. If you're sitting at home and you're neutral, you don't care. You got a bit of trumpet man here with huge dubs. I mean, everyone wants to hear the trumpet. And you got a series starting like that, we're all winning. Give us more. We've got the drama to pull the stakes up. I think Gilly has said it on Twitter. It's like, it's made this so much heavier on the stakes, to paraphrase him. And it really has. The Kometo signs are coming out. Ibai talked about it before. And all we want to see is great League of Legends come from it as well, with teams and their pride on the line as we're about to jump in pick ban for Game 2.
And God only knows where this is going to end up, because after that last game, it was so back and forth.
Yeah.
It felt like for MKOI, they kind of came in with this game plan of take away key picks for KC. Get Yehu's Azir away, get Arbusio's Bard away from him, and make sure then that we can try and play through it. It became very close to working, but couldn't quite get across the finish line.
So now, what is the adaptation for game number 2? It didn't feel like a game to really talk about the draft. We still have both drafts executed. And it really did come down to that word again, execution, on how it got across the line. As Java and Nautilus are gone, Engage Tool's gone, as well as that Varus, which can be flexed by MKOI especially. They get rid of the Milio because there's not going to be a Lucian lane. And maybe MKOI here think about pulling out the big guns, question mark. Are we going to get a Kalista Renata game again with Ezreal Karma off the board, but not Ezreal individually. But wait, Oriana's open. Oriana's open for Yehu.
Oriana is open, yeah.
Oh my lord. Mistake
Great call
or not?
there. I mean, Oriana incredibly strong, but you have to imagine that JoJo feels comfortable trying to take some matchup into it here. That's the only reason you would try and leave this open. So, but it does also then open up new tools for Yeti, like a potential Oriana Nocturne combo that could try and work. Because we saw what these global tools could do against MKOI in this last game. But MKOI aren't going to take that sitting down. They've opted immediately in towards the Vi Rumble combo, looking for strong team fights, good single target damage and lockdown to set up these fights for MKOI.
Simple tools. And Yoya on the Vi as well, while KC thinking about what they can round out. Are they going to match top? No, they're going to look at bottom lane instead. Corki Nami usually doesn't get picked anymore, because then they just run Lucian Milio into it. But MKOI banned away the Milio, so that lane is now null and void, and they don't have the Nami to go with the Lucian. Are they going to adapt to something else?
The thing is, though, when you look at the stats at just a face value for Kalista on his Corki, it looks pretty good. He's an 80% win rate, doesn't look too bad for him. But when you actually start to dig into it, coming into the weekend, he was down on average 542 gold at the 14-minute mark. And whereas his other champions, he tends to average a positive goal difference. So it's something where he has looked decent, has got wins when it gets to the mid game, but has struggled in that laning phase. And a lot of it has been down to, hey, we've got counter-picked by like the Lucian and the Milio, playing into this exhaust that he didn't look too comfortable in. So now with that taken off the board, I am curious what this bot lane now looks like for Busio, and if they can win out in the 2v2.
Bot lane is curiosity, because again, we don't have it yet. So as they start batting away the Lulu, there's obviously resistances they don't want to fight. One of them being the Yunara Lulu with the outscaling. Quickly, we didn't mention it, but Akali locked in for JoJo, and he's running that into the Oriana. I mean, this is mega dive from MKOI.
Yeah.
And they're getting rid of some resistances themselves with the Poppy and Gallia.
It also does, on KC side, mean that the Oriana Nocturne becomes a little bit less potent, because Oriana wants to try and build for this big burst damage with that Nocturne combo, but have kind of forced the build Rod of Ages into things like this Akali. So I think now for KC, it becomes a little bit more stock standard, where you want to try and play through a slow fight using Oriana's uptime and that shockwave to try and enable fights rather than just as this big one punch.
But Dagda, what happens if the punch has such a wide arm it can cleave? Because I see Kaiser locked in, and we are suddenly sending it deeper.
Yeah, it is all in on the dive for MKOI. They are not mucking around. And I think in this one, this is looking pretty decent. Like, I think Kai'Sa does struggle a little bit against the Corki when it comes towards the laning phase, because you have to step up so far that the Phosphorus Bomb and the ability for the Nami to actually play up and aggressive with that Corki does become a little bit difficult. So I want to know what Alvaro is going to bring to the table here alongside the Kai'Sa, particularly because Nautilus taken away, a lot of these pairings taken away. Are you just going for engage here for Alvaro on the bottom side?
I like Alvaro on engage. I mean, we've talked a lot about his enchanters. Renata's been like that weird interim that has been a lot better, but I mean, I don't like Alvaro if he's not pressing the go button. And it did feel like last game, I mean, the Bard was a go button, to be fair, as Busio gonna lock in for Kana. It's a Renekton into the Rumble. So he's just gonna navigate the lane while Alvaro thinks about what can strengthen the lane. We only saw this last series, and it seems like the perfect pairing, as it also adds more engage and more dive for MKOI.
Yeah, the Nico is a nice touch. The ability to try and push out the wave a little bit, help out the Kai'Sa, and as you say, fill in for some of this dive. And it does mean for MKOI, they are very one note here. Get the dive, kill Corki, kill Orianna, and hope that that can carry the fight. But there's a lot of damage dealers on KC, so I am curious if this is just going to be enough if you blow one person up.
Can you blow one person up? I mean, how worried are you about mid lane? Because that seems to be the focus. I mean, game one, Yehu played a very good matchup into the Azir. This time around, we know Jojo kind of has the skill power as we get to level 6.
Yeah, I think this is where, so it's a matchup where Orianna can really bully if she has jungle assistance to protect her so she can play aggressive. Wukong not really going to provide that against the Vi in the early stages. So I think that's where, at least for Jojo, you kind of get to isolate the matchup and scale to that level 6 less hindered than you usually would if it was like a Pantheon jungle, for instance, right? And then once you hit the level 6, that's where that matchup really starts to swap over towards the Akali side of things. And also in this matchup, Yehu is forced to go the Rod of Ages. So the burst damage and the ability for Yehu to really find those kills is going to be lessened.
Yep.
So I think this is where for Jojo, you're actually relatively happy in this matchup because you will just get to scale. You can still be a threat on side lanes, and the ability to immediately burst you out in those side lane plays is significantly less.
Well, Daggers, we enter Summoner's Rift again. Let's see. Kimetto versus Ibai will continue. KC already have a game score over them. Last game was exceptional. I mean, we were so lucky to be alive to watch that kind of League of Legends. E-start from Kana, by the way, so slice and dice for the lane, but he's already gotten some good damage down. Autoing down Mewin, Electro Harpoon won't get the slow enough. And Mewin has gone for the DFT in this lane, but as we look at runes, I'm also noting Absorb Life for the Renekton. Scorch also picked up. Yes,
Hail
indeed.
Blades for Kalist. So really all in on trying to bully the lane matchup, and this is what I was talking about. Kai'Sa struggles in matchups where she can get bullied as she approaches the wave. Corki is
sad sam spreman.
champion, especially having that Nami behind her. You get to extend these trades with the Gatling gun.
Dakle, ja ću navijati za njih svakako. Za testa sa i double-ima. Problem je što ja nemam stretch vremena gdje meni igriv taj turnir. Jer Rast baš mora da se grinda. A ja radim EBL, radim LEC, idem u teretanu, šetam se s Klarom, s Luijem. Znaš, nemam... Ja kao i da legitimno, hoću da igram, što mi stvarno mi se čini super i baš mi je drago da se događa nešto na našoj sceni. Zdravo i lepo. Ali nemam kad. Bukvalno nemam kad.
We go towards mid. Deathfire Touch is doing wonders here for Yehu, who hits level 3. Waiting for the command attack. Dissonance is Zelyoya, about to get 3 himself.
There's pings on towards him already. The question mark saying, I think he's in our bot lane. I think we got to be careful. But how do you escape? Kalist places the ward.
Opa. Opa, Hob.
Alvaro walks into melee range, gets Phosphorus Bomb. Kalist almost gets super, but it's a trade. Busio gets out. Both 80 carries on the board.
Alvaro missed the Tangle Barbs, so Kalist could get the turnaround. MKOI managing to finish off Kalist, but it's 1 for 1, so they need to try and push this wave in to ensure that at least Kalist lose something on the play.
Meanwhile, we go back to mid. Dissonance, good damage. Yehu needs a couple of more command attacks, and
that's giving it.
Wind up, and Jojo's in serious trouble. Another good lane here for KC's mid laner as Jack comes in for the invade. Alvaro won't be able to stop this. Tangle Barb's down. It looks like Yike is not even going to smite it. He just presses E, takes away the Raptors, and gets one back on Elyoya.
Alvaro is stopping Yike from being able to match the red take, though, so Yike doesn't have access to as many camps. You can see his entire camps are cleared, and it's Elyoya who's taking his bot camps, taking bot crap, and will be able to collect his top side. So for the moment, Yike kind of out of options.
Kana's in trouble. Neil, and he's got flash available. Electro Harpoon will get Kana out of dodge, but he burns his flash.
Cancelo recall, ovo je dosta big. U stvari poprilično nice.
When Mirwin gets uptime on Rumble in the danger zone.
Nice shot by Mirwin to force the flash. Yike re-invading on towards his top side, knowing that he needs to start getting some of these camps, or else Elyoya is just going to run away with the experience in the jungle. Busio helping Yehu get the crash so he can try and reset here. Alvaro to try and deny.
Good goal taken from the auto attack. Busio walks up the turret. Jojo's getting pretty low, but look, Yehu's mana. Command attack is all he can muster as he takes turret shot while trading.
Kana playing very aggressive to try and get that wave crash, because you could see there was a ward on red buff of Elyoya that spotted him out moving towards Krugs. So knowing that he could...
Evo, Kevine, chillamo ga, radi se LEC, danas prvi game je baš bio Stomp, sad gledam kombinacije, što je večeras Patreon Game Night, kad ćemo krenuti, uzet ću obzir da trebam još nešto da obavim ako bude 2-0. Ako ne bude 2-0, onda neću stići. Jer sad je skoro 8 sati, a taj rad ne radi do 9, tako da ako bude 1-1, mislim da to nešto moram sutra da uradim. Ne znam dokle rade sutra oni. A? Važi, znači ću pogledam.
And he's a couple of minions off 6 himself. He'll be able to teleport back here with Yehu trying to stop the back.
KC just looking to keep vision up, making sure they can figure out exactly where Elyoya is going to be in this one.
Čemo kakva je situacija onda.
This is a very slow-paced game compared to what we had in that first one. Much more activity in the early stages, especially as we started to kick over towards that. Actually, I suppose it was when we hit the level 6 mark is when we really started to see things blow open. So maybe that's the go button here once more, and that should be coming in the next minute for many of the players on your screen.
Hana's hit level 6, but Mirwin's pretty close himself, so the equalizer versus dominance now could be a potential trade. It's going to be Merctread's rush here for Kana Mirwin. He's got the buildings of Tarvis himself. We talked about level 6 for these mid laners. Jojo, Yehu both now have acquired it. One big chunk out in this lane, and the opposite mid laner does not have TP. Shuriken flip in, Shockwave fire.
Aj, samo malo pouka i to je to.
Pretty hard here. Clockwork wind up. Yehu looking for another command attack dissonance, but Jojo moves into the shroud, plays it easy, and Yehu will just farm the wave.
Elyoya is very behind on the experience, though, with all the movement and grooving that he's been doing. Means that he hasn't been able to find those camps, so it's Yike now with that potential for the upgraded smite and the level 6, but Elyoya doesn't have that same luxury.
Super's going to face check into Busio, gets everything down, second skin as well. Busio in a bit of trouble.
Tako je, Kevine, veoma bitno. Veoma bitno da vinaju. Četkam se malo korake nabijam, nešto sam kičmu zeznuo. Mislim, diskus hernija, klasična priča. I onda... Opa! Interesantan bubble od Busija. I onda sad 2-3 dana nema teretane za mene, nego samo hodam. Dobro, nema Jojo šta, mora baci flash. Flash E da ga ubije. Da, pa vidit ćeš ti tako isto za jedno 20 godina, kad me stigneš. Vidjet ćeš kako se to događa. Elyoya je 6. Nice. Lepo igraju. Baš lepo igraju. Još sam i ovaj skvizer za podlaktice. I onda se s tim zezam dok hodam na traci. To je wombo kombo. Istovremeno nabijam korake i jačam podlakticu. Lepo.
down one. Kalist now alone, and Super now on the board.
KC not expecting that play for immediately come through from MKOI, but you knew they were on Dragon.
Immediately. Barijera.
The deny on the reset.
Šta tim?
But still, MKOI again, another kill. And this time around, they mean
business. Teško. Juče sam izgubio mnogo.
Regardless, so gold over to MKOI, an early game over to MKOI, the first Dragon over to MKOI. At the cost of grubs, you'll take that any day of the week. Jojo also on a Kali with a bit of a lead, and coming out of this lane, not just even, but a little bit ahead.
And this is where it gets dangerous for KC, because if MKOI can keep up with this pressure, they can certainly play in towards side lanes, and it's...
I pustio ga malo pretero s ovim bubbleom, iskreno. Jelvara je baš lepo rutova. Odi. Ne odi. Jesi tu Kevine zarame, treba mi ozbiljno pojačanje. Treba mi neko da me nosi u Aramu. Pošto igramo na veoma jaku ekipu. I onda moramo neko da pobedi. Ne znam kako ćemo to uspeti. Ne znam duše kad ćemo krenuti, ali zavisi od leca isto. Ako bude 2-1, 2-1, šetam luje i krećem. Ako bude 1-1, to jest ako bude 2-0, onda odem da kupim to što mi treba, donesem kući, jedem, šetam luje i krećem, tako da... A kako stoje stvari, bit će 1-1, tako da mislim da nema ništa od mog malog road tripa. Da, posle Clasha, neće biti pre Clasha sigurno, Kevin. Neće biti pre Clasha sigurno. Jer kažem, ako bude 1-1, završiš jedna partija, to će biti šta, 9, pola 10, dok ja jedem, napravimo has, jedem, proštam luje, a bit će šta, pola 11 tek, tako da. Samo kad se Clash završi, prelazimo na Arame, danas ćemo ispamo Arame. I što neče, baš mi se igraju Arami danas. Mislim, nisu uvek igraju Arami. Arami su stvari, vratno je od najjačih stvari u LoLu, ali pogotovo juče nakon onog horora od Solokija mi se još više igraju Arami. Interesantno da je Oriana ostala otvorena, iako je manje više perma banovana u gameovima.
Looks like he's even going to be behind Jojo's first purchase of this game.
But look at the vision control that's there for MKOI right now. 3 wards spotting out, that one of them is actually the control ward about to be cleared by Yike. But knowing that this Wukong's on the bottom side, which means that Elyoya can either play for the gank on top, which might be the case, or go immediately for void groups.
Ana playing it cautious, has dominance available.
Sad je publika mnogo sretnija, njihova ekipa dobija.
Making these plays happen, and there's just little that KC can do. They're struggling to find scraps in this early game.
Elyoya running a clinic. 6 KP out of 7. And it is a
Ja ne znam da Kisi može se vratiti uopšte iz ovoga. Ovo baš ne izgleda tako dobro za njih.
So instead of KC looking at Dragon, they're looking to move 4 members top lane and dive Mirren. But will Mirren spot this? He's hiding out of vision for the moment.
No equalizer to clear the wave, as you said.
Jako clean od Mirvina. Jako clean.
Goes in with a cyclone. Kana now gets the plate and then looks to engage as well. But Yike is dying. Yike is almost dead. Flash from Mirren, but Yike burn hands as well. They didn't expect the Rumble to cook him alive.
The Deathfire touch and faded ashes burn. Nearly burning a hole in the play for KC. But still, Mirren holds strong. Dragon for MKOI. The push
nema šanse. Ja mislim nema šanse da KC ovdje uzme game. Možda kad Korki dođe do 2 itema, ali mislim da, ne znam, Kalis možda nosi s tim. Vaj ulti, u Rumble ulti, u Akalija, mislim da Korki nema šanse da preživi.
It does feel like MKOI have a lot more cards than game one.
And now they just get to continue to play through side lanes, right? They've already been playing this exceptionally strong pick style in the enemy jungle by just constantly reinvading, like now, onto Yike's jungle. Now, though, you've got a Fed Akali who's just completed that Hextech Gunblade that can now support you in reinvading on this bottom side. You've got Mirwin who's going to be able to look at putting pressure towards this top end. And Alvaro and Super can just support at any point in time. That's the beauty of having a Kaisa in this sort of position, where she can always join in as that extra person, thanks to that killer instinct.
Now might be one of the cases of it. Jojo gets over the wall, sure, complete 5-point strike up, sees this killer instinct. Kana goes into dominance to buy time, his team is on the way, but he gets bursted. Elyoya will claim the kill while KC now back off. Their time is done in this bottom lane.
MKOI, this is picture perfect. Like, if you wanted an example of how to play this style of composition, you load up this VOD every day of the week.
Oh, yeah.
They're constantly looking for reinvades, constantly finding these moments to look for every pick that they possibly can. And KC, they don't stand a chance.
Proverimo nešto na brzaka.
This is the kind of comp that you remember for MKOI. Their ability to send it has never really been a problem. Sometimes they get too overambitious. But this just fits right into their wheelhouse. Alvaro's going to face shake, he gets Aqua Prison, Clone comes out. There's Cycloning, Flash Tangle Bars. Yike looking again, Pop Blossom zones him off. Tidal Wave as well. Boosters help secure a kill. And they punish. Alvaro went deep without backup.
Nova misstep from Alvaro. Does cost him a little bit.
Oh, Flash onto Yehu, he flashes as well. Against the wall, probably executed.
Clean. Baš clean, iskreno. Zašto se u pro play uvek igra isti heroji? U suštini uvek postoji nešto što je najbolje. I ti kad igraš profesionalno, naravno ćeš uzeti heroja koji je najbolji, a ne heroja koji nije najbolji. Kao, znaš, to ti je kao, mislim, jako je teško balansirati heroje, da svi budu jednako jaki, znaš. I onda, isto kao što, ono, u Counteru, znaš, neće da igraju revolvera kad mogu igrati kalaš svaku rundu. Veruj mi, toliko je razlika u balansu i u lolu. Gde kao, ako ti ne igraš tipa Orianu ili Akali i uzeo si Zeda, samo ćeš izgubiti game, bukvalno troluješ. Jednostavno, nema tu prostora za da kažeš te kao cheesy pikove i šta god. To je fora.
It's going to use the big one to clear the way, but this mid turret is only a breeze away from falling.
And you don't even need to make that play happen, because that's the goal, is to get that mid lane tower. List steps up, remembers that Elyoya is nearby, and with object permanence in his brain, will back away.
Jojo now on the roam as well, sees Kana, sees Busio. Two members of KC on vision, spotted as two more are roaming through mid. Nothing's up here. Mirwin's looking to chase down as Kana gets over the wall. KC going very deep towards the top side as Jojo gets the push in. And MKOI looking to shepherd this mid laner as he pulls off as well. And Elyoya, I think they're
6k u 16 minuta. Ništa biće brz game 2, ali nije na stranu koja nam treba. Tako je, sudija, sve je broken i sve je izbalansirano. Mada mislim da je činjenica da u Doti heroj nije vezan za rol. Ti možda igraš heroja i kao keca i kao trojku i kao peticu. Znaš, a mislim da je to, taj koncept u LoLu ne postoji. Mislim, nekad je postojao. Znaš, ali ti ne možeš sada, pre si mogao, pre je LoL radila recimo mid, top i bot. Ali sad kao svaki heroj jako lokova na svoj rol i onda mislim da to također dosta smeta LoL meti. Jer da se svaki heroj igra na svakom rolu, onda bi i counter pikovi bili mnogo više ono impactful i mnogo bi sve više imalo smisla i bilo bi čudnih pikova i sve ostalo. Znaš, tipa ne znam. Igro bi Mafit Yasuo, botlane, lupam, daj primjer. To je fora. Tako da slažem se, da, mislim što toga tiče Dota definitivno ima ono... one up na LoL.
Jojo gonna look to get some turret plates on top end. So this is what we're talking about. KC get the dragon, but MKOI wanted to make them pay for it.
You're still going to be taking away camps as well in the meantime. And Dragon at least stopped. It's like a long con here for KC.
Da, Sol su zaustavili ako ništa.
Pressure in the next 5 to 10 minutes. But what are you going to lose in those next 5 that you're in now?
Well, that's the thing, right? Dragon got taken. Yike lost his top side. You lost the tower mid. You also lost your turret plates in top lane. Like, there was a ton of pressure there, and Jojo looking for a bit more.
He doesn't have flash, but he has Protobelt and a Hextech Gunblade. He's got a target in mind.
Evo me brzo, da, Oprema.
Mega save. That guy does not want to leave the turret. The pings are going down. Boosters coming to help, but that fish might be dead instead. Jojo, new target, Shuriken flip, 5-point strike into his web. Jojo will take any victim.
Where'd he go? That wasn't even the ultimate. That was just a combo with the Hextech Gunblade, and now Elyoya is seeking the Yike.
He got the red buff, by the way. Cease and desist. Killer instinct. Yike called out. No Cyclone number 2 for you. Setting on up with the Pop Blossom. Kalist has walked into another web. MKOI chasing Subwayne for the Vault Breaker. Kalist trying to kite away, but the flash. Elyoya finds his mark. Revenge for game number 1 is coming swift.
It's nearly 20 minutes into the game, and MKOI are staring down all of these inhibitor turrets trying to take the tier 2.
Ne, slažem se, bilo bi bolje da je meta malkice šarenija, mislim, to je 300%. Ja sam se vratio na koji samo nastaje da bije KC, pa dobro. Nismo iznenađeni. A, busio je face checkovo, dobro, laki. Ništa, ne uđeš u taj žbun, mislim, to je moj savjet kolega Kasteru. Koliko je prefidan Jojo? Koliko je prefidan Jojo?
Jojo was potentially thinking to turn that, but instead, now back in base, will purchase everything. He's gone for an elixir. He wants to end this now.
With the Magi's as well, that Book of Death is going to start stacking, or rather finish the stacking. Mid turret goes down on top of that, and I have a feeling Jojo might get a raise for summer, nay, 2027.
I mean, he's at least getting a standing ovation in this crowd.
Oh, he is.
What an incredible performance. I have never seen a Kali be this valuable without an ultimate use.
Agreed.
Bio, baš bio. Mirvin je možda mrtav ovdje, pitanje samo da možda nađe Canon, ne može. Okrenuo se na pogrešnu stranu dok je bio stanovan i zato je izgubio previše damage-a. To je baš unluck.
This barn push, as it will be the reset for MKOI and the Dragon on their minds.
When you see games like this, that's when you say, you know, maybe Vetty was right. I don't like saying that, but
none of us do.
To be completely fair, I mean, Jojo, lane 1, game 1 rather, he got bullied. And on the Azir, he didn't get to play. He found some windows, found some roads. But this time, this dude is paving it. This guy may as well be back in ancient Rome building the first ever one, you know. And at the level 15 Akali is 3 levels over Yahoo, by the way. 3. This is a shellacking. This is a stomp. This is an insane way for MKOI to recover the series and take us to 3 in their home arena. And to try and lock Vitality into number 1. Remember, that's what happens if they win the series. Well, KC tried to do the same themselves. Season desist on Nakana. Killer instinct, and look, super shreds through this.
Ne, ovo je samo, bukvalno nema šanca ovaj game. 22 minuta. Moraju Španci da
KC can do. They step outside the front door, and it's just open fire from MKOI. Baron has a tiny sliver left, and MKOI want to see if they can use that to eke out an inhibitor turret.
Yike's going to go on in. He starts the cyclone, but Shuriken Flip has landed. Yike has another. Jojo doesn't need to take the Shuriken Flip because, look, MKOI just do damage somewhere else. Then Macro again. It's push and pull, push and pull. We'll just use Jojo.
They couldn't quite get the inhibitor turret, but just the last inkling of the Baron. But with Dragon now up, it's resets and immediately move back into that position. You can see Alvaro just trying to play defense, prevent KC from really being able to establish vision in that area.
Inače, dosta bitna stvar, evo sad sam pogodio i Discord, ako tražite igrače za Clash, imate i na Discordu, ljudi traže, imaju 3 čoveka, traže još 2 igrača, tako da ako neko planira da igra Clash, a nema ekipu, uđite na Discord, ima fali specifično top i mid, ali generalno, ako vam treba ekipa ili igrač za Clash, Discord je cool mesto gdje možete naći ljude, tako da eto, ako ima nekomu se igra Clash, imate na Disu 1 ili 2 ekipe, mislim da igraju na Vestu. GTA trke. Gle što najjače, mislim da neke trke verovatno mogu se organizati. Neko mi bre poslao, ne znam da li je Plavi ili neko, poslao mi neki racing game koji možemo da igramo. Ako hoćete se trkamo na Patreon Gametu, što me tiče može, brate. Mišu pogledam što ima. Če jedim što ima.
MKOI making a statement. Incredible performance in this game. Whoa, Yike does send it, but Alvaro has his pop blossom on his deathbed. Sets up for Yike to be a target for Supers. Elyoya gets the perfect knockup. Jojo jumps in.
Probat ćemo nađemo nešto. Mi su ovo svako stompaju po stompaju, nema tu šta. Što se mene tiče, možemo Aldara teško da skidamo to, treba vremena. Probat ćemo nešto naći, vidjet ćemo kakva je situacija. Ništa, 7-8 minuta pauze, znate priču. Naravno da mora biti Game 3, ja sam nazad brzo, vidimo se nakon pauzice i onda gledamo finalni game dana.
Jojo, most of this has to be for him. Yeah, they're chanting Jojo for a reason. And hot damn if we didn't organize an interview with the code of the mid lane from NA.
Reactions on the game?
I mean, I think they just ran it down, to be honest. So.
I mean, Caliste was shushing you guys in game 1. What do you say now?
I mean, we're gonna fuck KC so hard the next game, and I'll show them that.
The rivalry is on. Back to you guys. Thank you, Jojo.
Thank you so much. Not gonna lie, I couldn't understand them because of our feed here, because it was too loud. But I bet he was flaming them so bad. I swear. Yes. Oh, and my producer producer saying I can't repeat verbatim what he said. So I'm sure they heard it at home. But hey, you want to start with Jojo Punvedius?
Yeah, I mean, he had a fantastic game, absolutely. He certainly popped off, to say the least.
Yeah.
He did get himself a winning matchup, but I feel like he stole the show a little bit from Elyoya. Because to me, Elyoya really was the superstar in this game, and I love that we got exactly what we were looking for in how we wanted to see early investment from this jungle mid, jungle support, and we've got mid-roll clips. Now, so let's focus. So I'll focus on glazing Jojo for now. So you glaze Jojo for a bit, and I'll get my point later.
Yeah, but you famously struck on Akali, and he's showing you how it's done, so that's great.
Well, I feel like he learned a little bit from my Akali. He's probably watched a stream or two. Like, he went for the Gunblade first, big personal favorite of mine. Yeah, and it's, he had a stellar performance, absolutely.
Not just in getting kills, but the mobility to build pressure around the map as well. Overall, an insane performance, and it keeps building into that larger point of MKOI just having really, really good macro for me. The fact that they played the map really well with Jojo's pressure, they were able to pressure multiple sides and use how strong he was as a linchpin to build around. It's an MKOI that we haven't seen before.
Yeah, it's absolutely beautiful to watch. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, I can't hear myself. That's my bad. It's my first show, guys. But Vedius, just to with your point, right? You guys said on the desk, right? Alvaro maybe on something else. We know he loves the Nico.
Exactly.
Maybe Elyoya on something like the Vi. They were cooking. They were cooking.
Yes, and so the approach that they had in this second game is really what we loved coming in from Koi, because we wanted to see a little bit more agency, a little bit more playmaking, and my God, did we get it, right? The Vi plus Nico combo gave that jungle support combo so much agency in the early game, and I felt like that, yes, Jojo definitely stole the show, but the foundation with which Koi built their early advantage on was this duo. Them finding these early ganks, making these plays happen, was a large part of what built this foundation for Koi to have a strong start in this game.
And I think you could see the difference night and day with how they were able to set up plays, execute them, and when Alvaro and Elyoya are holding hands, that's when MKOI are at their best, and these two champions just allow them to do that so well, which then sets Supa up for success, it sets Mirwin up for success, and it sets Jojo up for success. The whole map plays so much better when they have the playmaking in the support and jungle roles.
Yeah, absolutely. It was beautiful to see, and I'm gonna say we were a little bit scared that maybe they would throw it away, because that is unfortunately something we've seen from MKOI before, but it's like, it's really warming me up to the development of MKOI, as you've been saying, Jack, that they can show us a more kind of elaborate plan of playing the early game, not as fast and loose, and having control of all the parts.
Yeah, I think you saw that when Jojo solo killed on the tier 2 bot. The fact that they didn't just rush to fight the Herald, they still dropped the Herald and instead cross-mat for the tier 2 bot. Elyoya went and hit that. But I feel like I've seen MKOI before. They're like, oh, we're stronger, we have to fight every single objective. But in this game, they understood it doesn't matter if KC get one dragon, it doesn't matter if they get a Herald. As long as we're getting more on the opposite side, as long as we're continuing to play our game, that's when we're going to win.
It's true. We have our statement here. Our best players are from NA, referring, of course, to Busio and to Jojo Pune. Well, Busio was Sushio this game, okay? He got cooked a little bit, but it wasn't really his fault.
He did get cooked by the other player from NA, though. So.
It's true, so like, it's fine. They negate each other. It's fine.
The big thing for me is going to be how KC now pivot and bounce back moving into game 3, because the approach that Koi had is one of way more agency in the early game, being super proactive, whereas for KC, I felt like Yike was just muted. And so the question's going to be, which jungler can step up moving into the final game?
Yes, we have special guests, Kane. Hello, hola, hola, hola.
Hello, hola, ¿qué tal? Hola, ¿qué tal? Hello.
Muy bien, muy bien.
Muy bien, ¿qué tal?
So, how is it over at the Movistar Koi camp?
Yeah, we are so hyped. Actually, the game was a stomp, right? I don't know if you guys talk about it.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I mean, it was like a clean game for us. The first game was really rough. I think that both teams had like their ways. But the second one was, I think it was like 20 to 3 kills, more or less. It was just like a stomp, so we are really happy.
What was better?
I think overall the comp, and I'm like a really speak up person in terms of Alvaro being good on Nico and engage champs.
Yeah.
Bart is not his champ.
Yeah. That's what we said
no,
too.
you're saying that kind of.
Yeah. So I think that for Movistar Co, I think it's really important for us that Alvaro is on a really good champ for him, and it allows us to play the game, kinda.
It does, but also why we have you here. What's going on there? You know, you're co-streaming with eBay. There's a lot that's been happening. Do you have any news hot off the press?
I mean, from my side and like the crew side from Movistar Co, we thought that it was banter, but it was not banter at the end of the day. It was not banter at the end of the day. I mean, at the first, I was like, okay, this is just banter, but no, it's not banter, bro. It's personal.
It feels personal on the rift, and I mean, Jojo in the interview afterwards, he had some strong words to the crowd. So, but the energy's been nothing but electric. You've got nothing but support here in the arena today.
Yeah, I mean, we are kind of hyped as well for getting Casey in playoffs now. We want to kick them off. It's just personal now, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, it's funny because at the start, I legit thought that it was like only banter, but it's not.
Yeah.
Wow.
What was your favorite moment of the? Not banter. This is dangerous, actually.
I mean, I can.
Be careful. Be careful.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, everything in general. No, I don't know.
Did
Do you have any
Casey's,
specific?
did you see Casey's tweet earlier today?
Oh man, they are just putting wood in the fire. You know,
Yeah, salt in
you know
the
what I
wood,
mean?
salt in the wood, yeah. But the thing
more
is,
and more and more.
That's kind of low-key the things that I find fun. Like when it stays kind of fun and bantery. Like they came. I mean, we all know it wasn't full at the beginning of the day, right? What counts is that it's full now.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff is funny, I think, personally.
I think so too. And like as an outsider with no horse in the race, it's incredibly entertaining, and it just adds even more stakes because either way, like there's a lot on the line for both Koi and for KC depending on who wins this series.
Yeah, I agree with you. Like the France versus Spain is like a classic, no? In general, even in football as well, we won, by the way. Menjam goal, really good. But yeah, we almost every time we win, so.
Oh, by the way, now that I have you here, in the opening ceremony for the players, that they were calling up all the victories of Spain.
Yeah. You know what? Like for like the non-Spanish community, like there is like a famous ad that it was like Pau Gasol, the basketball player, saying that. So it was like a recreation of the. Yeah, and Rafa Nadal as well.
Yeah, the KC fans are like, oh, what are they gonna do? Like talk about our World Cup victory, like talk about our like tennis victory.
It has like un motivo, una razón, a reason, yeah.
Okay, it was funny though. Skane, what do you think about Game 3? What's gonna happen?
I mean, it depends. Like both teams are really good. That's
blah
like
blah blah.
I mean, but it's true. It's true. Like there is good basics there. Like the first game actually was so fun as well. I mean, I hope that we get into the momentum and we get into third game and we stomp. The truth is that Bucio has the Lulu Open, I hate it. He has as well the Emilio Open, I hate it. So let's see if we can like draft in a way that Alvaro is comfortable. By the way, the JoJo's game, it's so insane. Actually, Bedis, you said like, okay, that's actually really true, bro. That's actually really true. And it was one of the best performances I have seen in terms of mechanics in LEC, I think. Like the Kali.
Yeah, let's put it on the sign. Let's do it. Okay, cool. We gotta go to
break. That's really solid, no? Even Mesha is.
Yeah.
He's feeling good.
Solo kill.
Yeah, we need to go to break because the new game's on the other side. But thank you for joining us and good luck in the next game. We'll be back with Game 3 of this absolute slugfest right after this.
How do you escape? Places the ward.
Ball breaker flushes the tangle ball. Not going to connect. Alvaro walks into melee range, gets Foster's bomb.
Does cost him a little bit.
Oh, flash on the Yeti, he flashes as well. Against the wall. Polly executed. Oh, Jonathan! Raises kneecaps in Madrid.
Nej, jag gör någonting och Renegade muito yo. Orkis kom. Gör det då, okej? Inga flash. Ah! Kill the Wukong. Kill the Wukong. Good job!
Brother, let me try.
Wait, brother. Let us break this instead, brother.
Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
What is this, brother? Perfection.
Red Bull gives you wings.
We have been delivered what we deserve. Good League of Legends from Movistar Koi in Game 2. An exciting series that was peak in Game 1. An audience that I swear got even more packed. I said over 5,000 before, it's starting to feel like 6. And they're getting louder, they're getting more trumpety. And Dagner and myself as Serix will be taking you through the final game of the night of KC versus Movistar Koi, where all ego is on the line.
It's Ebi versus Carmelo. There are 5,000 people here in the stadium. There are 120,000 people watching both of those streams at home. Both lines drawn in the sand for who can take this victory here today. So much is now lying on the shoulders of these two teams. And you can see from not only the fans, but the individual men on that stage, how much a win here means to them.
We appreciate you all being a part of this. Our road trips are legendary this year so far, and we hope to keep building upon them. And with your support, we can, as Milio is starting the ban off here for you for MKOI. And if you're on the other side, normally you'd say something like an Azir, but it might be Rise. As remember, we haven't had a Rise this series, and it feels like they're trying to set up Yehu for that, as Xin Zhao is now gone.
I do agree with you, though. I think Rise is going to start to come up in priority. Jojo has looked absolutely absurd on the pick. But also, I think Casey, given respect to Jojo's Anivia, it's been his go-to over the last couple of series that we've seen him, and he's looked really good on it.
Yeah.
So I think removing that, a good call. But what are the final bans going to be? The focus, I think, needs to be on Oyoya, a man that has kind of been left out of the conversation with MKOI for a lot of it, because it's been about Jojo, it's been about Supa, Mirwin, what's happening in those spots. But Oyoya,
Okej, evo nas nazad.
that was the Oyoya that we used
Da
to
vidimo kakva je situacija i šta se događa.
titles, and he came back to play against KC.
Da vidimo ko je bolji, a ko je gori.
His Skarner game one was kind of okay, but the vibe was exceptional. So a great point to raise as Varus gets taken off the board. It could be the blind Karma, yeah, good point, Dagda, because Ezreal's still up and available. But Casey might take Ezreal and the Rise here as an easy one too.
You can take the Ezreal. The question is, what do you try and pair it with? Because a lot of those couplings are already taken away. Maybe, though, could actually be something like the Kalista Renata that's used by Kalista Lucio. So I think you've still got options here. Just got to wait and see what that is exactly going to look like. But I do like the call out. I think mid lane a focus, jungle a focus as well for me here.
Yunara Lulu trade also an option, but it could be prior jungle because you know that they're most likely not going to take Yunara with Karma, although a possibility. When Ezreal's open, what's it going to be? Jungle or AD carry here? Siva for Kalist. Okay, so we've got the Han Summer approach for game 3.
Is it still going to be the Ezreals? Sivir, good into it. You get a lot of value from the spell shield, both through the Karma and the Ezreal. And you can try and push out those waves. So maybe a little bit of a pivot here from Supa. Not sure what you'd want to try and pair alongside the Karma, though. So maybe they just default to the Ezreal.
If it is Ezreal, then you can add a little bit more scaling in your solo lanes. How are you going to accommodate trying to beat out the Sivir Lulu? Are you trying to match, or are you trying to get your early game up and running? The Rise is open, and it's going to be taken since Yehu, I mean, they already banned away the Anivia, not only against Jojo, but also against the matchup as a possibility.
The call out from Jojo, though, hovering the Cassiopeia could be the option in this one as well. Great late game scaling, good team fighting for KC, and the option to try and shut down the Rise. Again, Rise started to drift away from those top picks because Phase Rush was removed.
Yep.
Getting that 25% damage on Storm Raider Surge significantly more difficult for him.
Ovo će biti baš fan, iskreno.
It's going to be Yehu going back towards the Annie.
A, rešio sam obaveze, tako da to je bar okej.
Suppress is Annie 6-3, 9 games played. This will make 10. So, there's a bit more go button, a bit more layering, but we haven't got any junglers, surprisingly. The priority is shifted down with Jarvan and Xin Zhao down. They're like, let's leave it to 4-5.
One of the things as well is Kana having that 5th pick. And this is where he's been at his most devastating. And when I have an Annie in the mid lane that can be that engage tool, the potential for Yeti to look towards something like a Nocturne, the ability to play sides is real for KC if Kana wants to go for that Vayne pick that has been left open. Maybe that's going to be the focus for MKOI, is trying to deny Kana some of these more crucial picks. It's actually KC who could ban the Nocturne.
They get rid of the Vayne. Maybe it's Mirwin saying, look, I'm either going to play a tank or I'm going to play that Gnar top. We haven't had it yet in this series, and with Kana losing his Vayne, which he's fantastic on, he's great on range top laners. We might not get a revisit of that game 1 Jace that felt quite impactful as the game went on. With Nocturne gone, maybe the chance of... Dagda, what jungler am I trying to think of? Sejuani? There goes
That's
Kiana.
the thing, right? Yeah, well, I mean, Oyoya, very strong in the Kiana. This has been his go-to. The other one that he could be looking at is in the Fury, that we've seen a little bit of, that I think can work in these sorts of situations. But I do think you're probably looking towards, like, the Sejuanis, the Maokais, these kind of things that start to creak in towards that later game.
Kako funkcioniše Let's Rivals?
Obviously, Kha'Zix is a bad pick.
Rivals?
I mean, we've seen Yike pull it out a couple of times this split.
Ovo ti je normalan split, nema tu šta, bukvalno. Najnormalniji split, ovo je finalna nedelja. Tako da, nema tu šta.
I mean, I think in... Oh!
hang on, no, time's running out, no.
Okay, they just go to I was going to say, because with the Vayne and the Nefiri ban by MKOI, like, they're kind of saying, because Nefiri started to come out as this, like, counter pick to the range top laners, right? They're nearly trying to, it feels like, bait kind of into taking the Gnar in this situation, because there aren't a lot of those things left open. So unless Miro wants to go towards something like an Olaf or something here.
Olaf's a really good call out. I also like bringing out the conversation of Sejuani Trundle. Also throw that in the mix there that we've seen a little bit more in the LCK. Let's find out for MKOI what's it going to be. They're going to predict. They are. They're going to say that it's probably going to be a tank jungler. And a bruiser from Kana as well. Trundle gets locked in. They're cheering because Azeri got locked in. Is it Ezreal? No, is it Zeri top or Ezreal?
Well, the thing is, you can flex, like, AP Ezreal mid has been something we started to see in solo queue. So it could be Ryze top as mid, it could be Zeri into the top lane as well. Because this is what I'm saying, with the Vayne and the Nefiri,
šta oni rade?
like they were trying to bait it, but they end up baiting out the Gnar to then still have range to answer for the Gnar.
As Kha'Zix gets locked in, Game 3.
Šta oni rade? What?
And Mirwin decides to throw a curveball. Range top laner for the guy that was the master chef. He took some vacation time. He took some time off, but it looks like he's put the robe back on. The apron's tucked in tight. Here we go.
I'm really curious to see what his build path is as well. Like, because traditionally on these top laners, we start to see like the hex plays because you get the tankiness.
Ja moram da slikam ovo stanje. Isto se slikam. Da se slikam, stavim na story, vidite šta radi.
So may not synergize as well, but we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is, because we're kind of getting mirror and back to mirror and ways on these funky picks. And yikes, Kha'Zix. Again, the focus for KC. It was clutch in that game 2 versus Fnatic. That smite that turned the series around was thanks to Yike's pick. But now against MKOI, kind of find the same success.
As we get into game 3, it's all on the line. Top 4 for MKOI, or the chance to get number 1 here for KC. MKOI get top 4, they'll join KC in that said top 4, and they will lock Vitality as the number 1 team of spring. They cannot be usurped with an MKOI win. We'll get into it, as I can remind you all, if you go to something like LOL VVV, Wonder is the only person I see on my screen that has pulled this off recently. No one else from the pro play list. He took exhaust as well. He went experimental hexplate as well as the static shiv with a mixed AP build. He had an alteration there. It is the second top of Zeri in LEC history. It was also Mirwin, and it was against G2.
So thank you to our producers. Apparently Mirwin goes a crit build in solo queue.
Okay.
So we'll have to see exactly what the game plan is going to be here. Either way, the exhaust from Mirwin in the top lane, the ability to play hyper aggressive, and Gnar does not like things that outrange him. And Zeri going to look to do just that in this matchup.
Well, you get the Vayne top without getting the Vayne top, I guess.
Yeah, we got Vayne top at home.
Yeah, that's right. Yike on the Kha'Zix, another interesting point. He's, I mean, he pulled off one hell of a game. Dagda, what was the game still on Kha'Zix?
Fnatic game 2,
Fnatic. Should have been a done deal, but Yike brought the game back single-handedly as 2v2 is going to step on up here. Super and Alvaro, they're going to burn the heal in response. Busio did the same, but it looks like Super will get to first with Alvaro and push KC away.
Yoya is stealing away Raptors as well, so already starting to get in the face of Kha'Zix, trying to put this assassin behind. Kha'Zix from a deficit, not exactly where you want to be. Still has decent late game scaling, but still, you really want to get the snowball going if you want to try and find any success in the pick.
Well, Jojo is finding success in the mid lane in the meantime. Gets level 3 first, but he's exhausted his mana supply. Yeah, who knows it, he'll push in. Look for a quick back here to get his tier. As instead of going Storm Raiders, Dagda, we have DFT. So the Ryze, like, forget it. I'm not going phase rush or the equivalent of. I'm going to go for a little bit more poke here on this Annie and a little bit more sustained damage.
Yeah, so just foregoing it all together, it does mean you are way more vulnerable to potential ganks in the mid lane. Especially if Annie can close that gap, you don't have that safety net in the phase rush or Storm Raider surge to get away. So I'm wondering if KC go back to get the game 1 plan. Camping Jojo succeeded. He did not have the impact that you're hoping for on the Azir. And maybe that's what KC are banking on once more.
Alvaro already sent out his mantra in a flame. The super steps up as well. Buso getting tagged. Casey's 2v2 not doing too well, but Ezreal Karma, known for their lane dominance. That's why this Karma is first pick worthy and has been banned away for the games prior. Why the Ezreal was waited until this as well. So lane's going good for MKOI as we go to the top lane. We haven't looked at it too much, but as you said, Kana's got to pay respect.
Yike, a little bit homeless at the moment. Checked in on the enemy side of the jungle, so all the camps are gone.
Busio's rooted down though. As Flux doesn't work, he flashes away. Kalist goes after the 1v1, he's got lethal tempo, super in trouble. Flash, gonna be mad.
Ima ga. Kalisti mogu nastaviti da bijem, lethal. Da, i mrtavi. Dobro.
Kalist with the play with Busio in the pocket. Sets up beautifully. 2 kills? That's insane to start things off. Caulfield's Warhammer to a tier and a fairy? That's not what you want to be coming back to lane with.
Alvaro used his burst on a Lulu. Doug, you're going to explain it here because Busio ends up flashing.
Yeah, it's, as you say, they all go in on towards Busio, but that opens up then for Kalist to immediately turn on towards Supa. Busio with the great flash. Kalist then flashes after. And then Busio uses the minion shield to get the Q onto Alvaro, which sets up then for the double kill, which is why there was no protect on the Sivir as she went down.
Now Kalist did miss that wave. Busio had to push it in, but I don't think he pushed it in time because Supa got to pick up all the minions. So it is a double kill, but I will say Supa with a bit of a lane lead here as it gets the bounce back and looks at the reset.
It is a sizable lane back though.
Thank you, observers.
Still a lead for Supa off the back of it. It won't quite even up. But at least for Kalist, he's still going to be about a kill gold ahead. And at the end of the day, you're going to be more than happy with that as Kalist.
Now, thank you very much for letting us know on the production side. They've just reminded me that if you haven't already heard the good story of Yike on Kha'Zix, he's 19-3 on it in his career. As he's coming down to the bottom lane, level 5, super in trouble. Look at that health bar. Madrid tries to warn him, but Yike in a brush, a face check, a leap, tasting the fear, the void spikes around.
Fiesta od partije. Taka fiesta od partije.
To absorb the wave.
The barrier barely keeps him alive. Elyoya is on this bottom side, so looks like KC aren't going to try and commit for anything deeper. You can see even Alvaro using that sweeper just to spot out if the Kha'Zix was around. But still, MKOI getting punished in the bottom lane.
It is going to be used in the mid lane. Jojo at half HP. Good burst from Yehu. Might enable this dragon to start. Meanwhile, Trundle we haven't talked about at all. Elyoya on the way in. What a gank path. Kalist doesn't have flash or anything available. Pillar up. Busio doesn't have that summoner either. He's a free kill. Chomped down. Hit hard. And Supa gets one back.
Elyoya played around the vision. Moved in through that banana brush. Wrapped the entire way around the front of Blue Buff. And managing to get in behind KC. The gank, much needed for MKOI.
You're right, couldn't come a moment too soon. Elyoya on the warpath after his brilliant game number 2. Jojo getting hit by Tibbers. This is some good damage. Tibbers is just...
Ja samo želim da vidim što ova Zeri radi gore, iskreno. Mislim kao u kom trenutku će Zeri početi da radi šta god.
Disintegrate have now cleared the wave and gotten a, excuse me, a push up. Jojo will back away and take his reset here while Alvaro tries to cover mid.
Both supports just trying to cover in that mid lane. Control ward to spot out in the banana brush though what's happening, and Busio doesn't realize that it's there, so may need to clear that out in a little bit. Still, this started off as a KC great position with that double kill in the bottom lane, but now not looking quite as easy, and you're already starting to see on that top side Mirwin getting the play for himself in that, or not quite the play actually, in that top lane, but still opening up with a little bit of a lead for himself.
I mean, look, for Mirwin does have a BF sword, and thank you again to production. Just a quick reminder, Untel, Hurricane, Hex Optics, IE, that's usually the way to go, and since Vamp boots are so OP right now, it seems like we are going to get the glutinous, gluttonous, man. I swear to God, Atlas, and then Medic did it. Like, these play-by-plays, man, I'm gluten intolerant. I can't deal with that.
That's why you can't buy the boots.
That's why I can't touch the boots, yeah, give me hives. Spinning out the old shock laser. Mirwin won't connect on that. Kana's actually doing okay in the lane. So we take stock. As we said, mitigated by Supa getting the kill. Elyoya coming down. Kalist, excuse me, is
Kalista?
the core of the problem. KC scaling bottom lane are still in a comfortable position. So let's see how Elyoya can get this game pace going, maybe elsewhere as he heads towards the top side of the map. Kana's found. He gets subjugated. There's a realm warp over the wall. Kana's going to flash. Jojo has his, but he needs a prison. Kana will not be locked up that easily. The Boomerang Blade slows down the play, and Jojo's flash is down, but Kana's in the trade.
That was MKoi trying to counter-punch on that top side as Yike was taking Dragon. But Kana barely escapes, does make him significantly more vulnerable on this top side. So I wouldn't be surprised to see MKoi over the next couple of minutes try and make him repeat play towards that top half of the map and see if they can kill Kana under the turret.
Yike will get the Dragon in the meantime, and Kazakhs love Drakes. Easy for the isolation as he picks up level 7. And I believe he's upgraded Taste Their Fear for the isolation bonus, of course, to get that cooldown. Miwan's going to help with the grubs in the meantime in the top lane.
Ne znam je koliko još moram da šetam, iskreno. Sam u fazonu blame na traci. Šta radim blame na traci, što onako? Ali ne naknako. Ali ubrzao malo.
I think that's what MKoi are wondering as well, because they immediately back off. Annie had disappeared from the mid lane as well. So Yehu out of vision really put the fear in MKoi. They back away, which gives KC the opportunity to get another plate here and maybe look for a bit more.
Elyoya is doing the same thing that Yike's doing right now on the map, though. Junglers are crisscrossing with Elyoya taking Krugs as of now, but Yike is taking the red buff away, ignores Krugs, wants to go up and play defensive, but he will be seen on entry wards into his side of the jungle.
Keep my eyes on Busio and Alvaro. Busio opened up mid, trying to support KC in going for their own kind of cross map here as well. It's going to be both junglers who run into each other here.
Yike, if he goes over the wall, will be a 1v1, but Trunda, one of the best duelists in the game. Good stun.
Moram da javim neko nešto.
There's Elyoya spotted out. Yike wants to press that ulti.
There's no smite on Elyoya. Yike can smite it and then turn on the damage to Elyoya.
And the crowd, they want to let him know, but I mean, Elyoya, there we go, smite taken away. Elyoya now subjugates as Yike went in. His leap not on cooldown. He gets ultied out while Growth is. Miwan gets over the wall. Yike's still alive. Miwan isolated flashes so that he's not. He's got a friend in Elyoya.
Mirvin je mrtav. Mirvin je mrtav.
Got a big job to do. It's MKoi's fight. A stun up, dodged away. As Elyoya is spacing. A pillar in the way over the wall. Megana into Jojo.
Malo off top što se desilo. Jao, nije off topic, što super, vrate, temamo da pričamo na streamu. Samo dim da li će Kana ovdje da uradi bilo šta, pošto ako napravi 3 na Elyoya, on ga ubija. Ok. Znači, NLC. NLC je ušao u giga dobru priču dok je Losta Tonez bio tu. Imali su ono baka prase šajnse trenutak. Velike brojke, sve bilo super. I onda su počeli da vuku budžet, da gube sve više i više para i da gube jednog po jednog kastera. U jednom trenutku su izgubili sve kastere. Sve ljude koji znaju da kastuju, ajmo tako da kažemo, da se tako izjasnimo. Onda su bili u fazonu, nemamo kastere, ne može program da nam bude normalan program, hajde da krenemo da mimujemo. Onda su promenili pravila lige da bilo ko može da učestvuje manje više, da bi stream timovi igrali, kao što je Forsen, koji je platinum igrač koji je boostovan. To je onaj Hearthstone Forsen. Ću biti njega. Uglavnom. Znači, postaju od ozbiljne lige do meme lige. Umjesto kastera imaju neke randome koji ne znaju šta je LOL. I između partije, umjesto analiza, doveli su strongmana koji je počeo da baca džakove peska po studiju jer su bili u fazonu, Gragas cosplay. No joke, by the way. Casey će malo da istom pobegim. Uglavnom, fast forward, nakon što se završio taj meme split, NLC je prijavio bankruptcy, ta organizacija koja je držana NLC. Rekli su da više ne mogu da rade NLC, da nemaju više budžeta i da ne žele više da rade NLC. Onda je, mislim, šta će Rio da kaže, ok, brate, šta da kažeš moraš, ne moraš, što god, neće da rade. NLC je nestao. Zbog nedostatka bolje reči. Uglavnom, LEC je nestao kao celina. I onda je Riot krenuo da traži zamenu za te što su radili LEC. Ali koliko sam skapirao, nisu je našli. Tako da sad imaš situaciju gdje NLC se nije dogodio i pitanje da će se dogoditi uopšte. I šta će biti sa NLC ekipama uopšte. Tako da to je to je fora. To ti je ceo story time. Propast NLC-a.
Comes out to play. So KC just keep control of their towers, try to keep control of their waves, and MKOI want to keep control of the scuttle.
Yike has good damage though. I mean, for this scuttle, the contest is there. Smite available, void spikes to zone, taste their fear, will take it down with ease. So, I mean, Yike has a little bit of a lead in CS, and in the jungle, will net him that second item quicker.
But the problem is, so they've sent Mirren to match up against Yehu, and that's a lot of burst. And when you look at the bot lane, it's a 3-kill Nar that's going up against a Rise that's still sitting on components. So for KC, their solo laners in a much better spot than the one on the base.
They're going to fight. They steal away the red. Wild Growth used. Leap on the way out. RKC too deep though. Pillar into Bucio's face.
Tranli je bacio ulti na Lulu, baš ne znam koliko je to optimalno. Canon, dobro. Ne mogu Jojo da ubiju. Stanovali su ga, Kalist ima ok damage ovde. Clean, našao je jedan, Yike traži još jedan. Ojoj. Dobar damage ako ništa. Kako popravi makro? Pa moraš razmišljati aktivno o igri, gledati stvari, zapitati se zašto ljudi rade to što rade i pitati ljude. Najbolji način da popraviš makro je da uzmeš coacha. Mimo toga moraš samo da nađeš način da se informišeš kad treba se rotiraš, kad treba se krećeš, šta kad trebaš da radiš i zašto. Prosto to je najbolji najgore se desio na LEC-u. Pa mislim u suštini da. Mada nije kriv Losa Tones, mislim kriv je organizator. Znaš. Mislim da je organizator kriv. Mislim, ja razumem da su, brate, kasteri NLC-a verovatno bili malo greedy za pare i sve to. Tražili su sve više i više para, pošto dosta NLC kastera, dosta NLC kastera kastuju split 2 u LEC-u pa se onda vrate nazad u NLC. Onda verovatno traže mnogo više para. Ali vi kada pogledate realno, to je engleski jezik. Nije to španski ili francuski, pa da ti je broj kastera limitiran. Znaš, ja razumem da taj problem ima češka liga. Kao nađi mi 3 češka kastera. Ne postoje. Znaš, ali brate, nađi ja mogu kastujem na engleskom jeziku. 90% kastera koji kastuju bilo šta, 99% kastera koji kastuju bilo šta, mogu da rade na engleskom jeziku. Tako da, realno gledano, nedostatak kastera ne sme da bude izgovor. Jer, kažem opet, svaki kaster može da kastuje na engleskom, mogu si je nađeš koga god. A ja vam garantujem da za koliko su plaćali jedno kastera tamo, Dagda dok je bio u NLC-u, koliko je on tamo dobio, vam je budžet bilo koje minor lige za sve kastere zajedno. Si lagano nađeš kastere. E sad, produkcija, ljudi iza scene, kako su oni to zamislili, šta su radili, to je već pitanje. Super and Alvaro trying to use this 2-item spike that Ezreal is renowned for to try and play through Bacana with the dodge. The focus is on him, and he's doing a good job of keeping himself alive.
Super's on a ward, Void Assault. Upgraded Vorpal spikes. Yike isn't going to find anything. Rather, as the Void spikes were used, Super gets out of there. A close call as Yike commits the ult, and top turret's going to go down.
Exactly, it's a handshake. Mirren gets top. Yeah, who gets boss? The Hex Flash, or sorry, not the Hex Flash, the Arcane Shift was the only thing from the Ezreal really invested there from MKOI, so they're happy enough. And this is it. reset timer is now going to be coming through. Vision is better for KC because they've already kind of shifted their presence down towards this bottom side of the map. And it's going to be on Endpoint now to push mid and then drift into River to try and keep control over this objective.
50 seconds. Second drink for either team. I wouldn't have it any other way. A game 3 that is epically close. Granted, KC have a very big gold lead. And on the Civ that's now at Infinity Edge, it means a lot here. But with this...
Će biti streama, hoće. Večeras je subota, mislim danas je subota. Svake subote uveče se igra Patreon Game Night. Za vas koji niste upućeni, možda ste novi na kanalu ili gledate na TV-u, imam Patreon program. U sklopu tog Patreon programa svake nedelje, jednom nedeljno, igramo partije zajedno. Tako da bude svega. Danas će biti najviše arama jer se puno ljudima igra aram i meni isto. Tako da Patreon Game Night je svake subote. Danas je subota, mislim osim ako nisam fazon u kući, ali ono. Skoro svake subote Patreon Game Night. Također skoro svake nedelje je Patreon Movie Night ili ti Šajna bioskop, gdje izaberemo jedan film koji gledamo zajedno na Discordu. I mislim da će sljedeće nedelje također biti prenos Eurovizije, tako da za vas koji gotivite Euroviziju, gledat ćemo je također zajedno na Discordu u sklopu Patreon programa. Znači onda mi dobijemo neki bolji seed, ne baš, ne, mislim da neće napraviti neku veliku razliku to. Mislim da neće napraviti neku veliku razliku iskreno. O, dobar pilar. Jako lep pilar, Elioje. Epic gledaj. Ibi, hvala ti puno, hvala ti na lepim rečima, brate moji. Pa napravili smo nešto, napravili smo priču da bude održiva, u smislu ja igram s Patreonima i mimo subote, ali subota je kao dan gdje ima najviše smisla, jer kao većina ljudi su slobodni subotom. Onda subota veče nekako je cool, jer ljudi mogu da se zabodu duže, da ostanu budni duže. Tako da zato sam baš stavio da je subota taj game day gdje igramo zajedno. Jer realno i da ostaneš ono do 1, 2, 3 sutra ujutru, mislim nedelja ne bi trebao da radiš. Onda nedeljom gledamo film, završimo negdje oko 12, tamo ljudi koji rade ponedjeljak mogu da legno spavaju na vreme. I naravno, mislim, kažem, Patreon program je nešto što pokušavam da unapredim ono iz mjeseca u mjesec. Što se tiče i mrča, što se tiče i svega ostalo što radim. Tako da gledamo da bude gledamo da bude smisleno i da bude zabavno ljudima. To je glavna stvar.
No realm warp available, does have everything else. He'll just push in, and Yehu, seen on a ward, crossing down to get the wave.
Empire playing so well on the map again, though, creating pressure on multiple points, defending their own top side, denying KC from doing much. But now this vision is gone. Empire needs to re-establish it, and Empire...
Malo su letili u karma ulti, Zeri top, ne pričamo o tome. We don't talk about that. Mislim da je Casey u trunku bolje pozicije, ali dalje nije izgubljeno. I dalje može se igra.
Maybe if I go into fog of war, I can pretend I'm picking an angle as well. As you said, the interruption nice from Mirwin, who now has Renan's. Omni-Vamp booms are there too.
Ne pričamo Zeri top, tako je. Što način moram skočiti do kuhinje, samo stavim hranu u rernu, tako da BRB sam bukvalno sam BRB 20 sekundi. Samo da isprintam dole do šporet, valjda se ništa neće dogoditi. BRB.
Chase down members of KC. Now they're shifting their attention towards the top side. Push is there for Mirwin, especially with this Runins now. It becomes significantly more threatening on that push. So KC now have to respond by shifting multiple members towards this top side.
Second pause. If we commit to the top side, the answer is Dragon could be a potential. 1v1 happens, Jojo okay for now. He's got the health to play with. Runs around, tries to fight Yehu, kites out. Realm Warp actually going to be used. Yehu in trouble. Jojo willing to take it. He's got flash available. Tibbers is in the way. Jojo flashes anyway. Protobelt out from Yehu. Flash down from both mid laners as Kliss answers the call. Tibbers has done job at TP out, TP in. I think Mirwin got baited. He thought he was going to have backup. He teleported in and Jojo said, I'm already out.
But now there's no top laner for MKOI for the next Dragon. No TP to get Mirwin into position. And KC, they're
Evo me.
just find the pick.
Igramo na istu,
Slight indecision.
Na istu smo, Stefani, slobodno, mislim, ti si Patreon i dalje slobodno, mislim, dođi na disbani. Vidiš da smo u Voice-u. Filmove isto vidiš kad budemo, stavimo obaveštenja tamo u movie roomu, tako da u suštini samo pratiš Discord i sve je na Discordu. Večeras sigurno će nas biti više od 10, ali ćemo se menjati. Menjat ćemo se po defeatu, igrat ćemo best of 3, pa koji izgubi menjamo se na defeatu i tako u krug. Treći Drake za KC. Igrat ćemo Arame danas. Danas ćemo možda spamujemo Arame. Nego sam teo da nađem neku igru za sljedeći vikend, neka igra trke neke da budu. Tipa neki Need for Speed ili nešto, da igramo. Ali da je džabe, da mogu svi da skinu. Lepo od Mirvina. Čekaj da mu padne ulti pa da ga biju, to je pametno. Što se Patreona tiče, link je pinovan u chatu. Ne može Mirvin ovo da vina. Teška priča. Patreon je pinovan u chatu i Patreon u suštini imate free verziju. Koju preporučujem svima da postanete bar free Patreon, to vas ne košta ništa, samo trebate napraviti account. Jer dosta ljudi, ti si mi plavi dao bre, ti si mi dao neku trkačku igru, zar ne? Baš sam pričao pre pola sata na streamu, neko mi je dao igru, mislim da si ti, ali ne mogu setim kako se zove igra. Kažem, napravite Patreon, free account, postanete free Patreon, jer onda kada neko gifta Patreona i stavim u chat, brže ćete claimovati. Ako hoćete Patreona, dosta ljudi znaju da gifta Patreona može se poklanja drugima. I onda imate plaćene nivoje od lurkera koji je 5 evra mesečno, pa onda jeli do šefine i fitnessa ako hoćete i mrč i plan ishrane i svašta nešto se tu dobija. To je fora, a poslije od 50 giga. Danas je poslao neke trke. Danas je poslao neke trke. To ćemo za sljedeću nedjelju da setupujemo, Danas igramo rigovane arame, tako to volim da zovem. Meni neko gifto pre na mjesec dana. Pa to ti kažem, mislim, ljudi giftaju Patreone, tako da ono. Ako napraviš free, onda imaš šanse isto klemaš. Znam na Stefane, ali to ti kažem, slobodno samo prati Discord, nisam te video puno u Voice-u. Evo sad ih ima 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, su već na Voice-u, bani tamo. Slobodno i večeras kad budemo igrali slobodno uđi u Voice i napravit će se slot. Fora, mate, iskreno sam baš zadovoljan i sa communityjem i sa svim, mislim da je baš super priča. WTF iz Pariza. Ideš na takmičenje neko nešto ili ideš ovako turistički? Da li će biti merch da se kupi? Ne biće. Biće sajt, ali neće biti sav Patreon merch. Jer Patreon merch ostavljam ekskluzivan za Patreone osim Reborna. Znači Reborn će biti da se kupi. Tako da svi Reborn dizajnovi će biti na sajtu, ali ovo ostalo što radim, anime i te stvari, to neće biti na sajtu. Iako je i to licencirano, mislim kao plaćena licenca za dizajnove koje nismo mi napravili. Tipo ovaj Attack on Titan je licenciran. Ali ne znam, onaj solo leveling koji je bio, to smo mi napravili, tako da ono. Razumljivo, Mato, razumljivo, vidi. Neću da kažem da se slažem, ali razumljivo je. Evropsko izrobo... Plavi, pošalji neku sliku, brate, kad budeš tamo na Discordu. Pošalji neku sliku, kapiram da ćeš imati zanimljivih stvari, nam pokažeš, brate. Ali ovo je stigo da ulta, on je živ, što je najjače. Ništa, moraš Keja da igraš. Ili Heimera na Aramu, jedno od ta dva. Casey je vino game ovde. Oj, prežive. To, šibaj slike, brate, šibaj slike. Mislim, šibaj slike takmičenja, šibaj slike i Pariza, ako bude nešto fan. Moram sam jedan kvari se stavio.
And Mirren and Super cannot find what they need as Kana with the TP to cut off the retreat. Finds Super, finds the setup. And once more, it's Yikes Kazakhs that may just continue this absurd win rate.
19-3 if you haven't heard. As KC pick up Baron, 5k gold lead. The game's still not over, but Soul might be.
To šalji. A šta je fora? Kako to... Mislim, kako funkcioniše to takmičenje iz robotike? Jer kao imate neki... Mislim, šta je poenta? Kapiram da nije baš Robot Wars... gde se nabadaju roboti, ali kao imate neki cilj, kao napravi robota koji može to i to, ili kao napravi šta god možeš cool pa zadivi sudije po nekim njihovim metrikama. Ne smiju da ostave jajku da ima free smite, nice, ovo je bilo dobro. Sad moraju da čekaju da Kana izgubi Mega Gnara. I Jojo ne... Ajoj, Jojo, dobro. Mirvin je mrtav. Jeli, Oega baš mu živi u glavi. Dobro, uzeli su Soul, to je fajn. Ne znam, Mato, ja nekako... Koliko god mislim da je Casey dobar, toliko imam trip da samo neće u play-offu da odrade ono što treba. To je moj take. Aha, dobiješ zadatak. Ok. Pa iskreno cool.
Into the pit, and it's MKOI who cannot get on towards Kalist, who's dealing so much damage in these fights. The AoE is crucial from the Sivir.
And man, Mirwin tries to get in and make the game-breaking play, but yeah, MKOI fans have seen it a few times this game. The disappointment that it couldn't all come together. Soul is down, 5,000 gold lead for KC. Is it enough? How many more plays does MKOI have in them? Well, Elder Flip has got to be one of them, as Baron in 3 minutes 30 might be the next.
The trumpet sounds are still here in Madrid, but it's sounding more like an epitaph than a celebration as KC stepping towards the base. They can see their moment, they can see their opportunity. This is no longer just about the 5 men on that KC jersey. They represent so much more today, and a win would mean the world to this organization and to France, it feels like here.
Oh yeah. And with that vitality, their chance of locking in first, it's slipping away a little bit. KC have the chance to do it themselves. All they need to do is clean house tomorrow once more. And of course in that last week, the same question will be asked, but...
Šta igra KC protiv G2, ali tako? Ili protiv... Giantsa, nisam 100% siguran, iskreno. Nisam 100% siguran. Drvene kotkice, interesantno, to je cool. Da, Casey samo išao na first stand i tu su bili baš dobri na first standu, mislim. Jedini international i tu su ga iskidali. Malo je Jajk čokovao na Vaj, ali mislim da je to malo i do koča koji mu je dao da igra Vaj. Najiskrenije. Tako da ima tu svega i svačega.
He's got flash. Teleport going to be burned now. Yoya gets stunned up. Tibbers comes in as well. Realmorph, he says, get out of there. They burn the TP, they burn Tibbers, but Yike is here again. Jojo's isolated. A wild growth. Polymorph, no chance. Yike, he's leaping with resets now at level 16, and he's on the hunt. He'll taste the fear of the Gromp, then he'll look for his next victim as KC use it as an onslaught to continue top.
Kana escorting the wave in. KC looking to take out her towers. MCoy fished for the play, but KC responded, and that takes one more turret off the map for them.
Top turret's dead. More gold for what it's worth. And a minute 15 timer on Baron. MCoy are going to try and turtle it out. They're using Hex Gates for now, trying to get these recalls. They do. They find Kalith. He's a little bit low. Everyone from MCoy jumping in. Is it enough with Crushdown? Yike! Oh my god, it's a massacre! It's Reset City for Yike! I wish Rivington was here. The noise he would make would be Yike jumping and jumping and waddling everywhere. A triple kill again. And 20 and 3 looks pretty damn likely.
Kalith stood and forced.
To bi trebalo da je to. Nema šta. Publika muk. Muk.
Successfully taken away the S for MCoy. Yike is legendary. He gets a reset. He'll take another 20 and 3 on Kha'Zix.
Last game. Da. Clean. GG's. Iskreno, giga lepa partija. Giga lepa partija. Kažem opet, od Casey-a sam iskreno očekivao da će da budu bolji. Samo je pitanje, opet kažem, da li mogu da nastave to kad uđu u playoff. Tako da provjerit ću samo pre nego što kolamo za danas šta se dogodilo. To je šta se događa na tabeli s ovim. Jer ako se ne varam, KC ima još jedan game i to će biti KC Giantsi. KC bi trebao da bude prvi na tabeli ako pobede Giantsi. A onda imamo koji G2 i to će isto biti giga fan. To će biti sutra od 15 i onda od 18 časova dve serije, što je jako nice. Tako da lepa partija, lepa serija. Ekipa KC je stompovala, ljudi moji. Mi ga za danas zvanično kolamo. Ostavit ćemo naravno neki intervju, gledat ćemo publiku Francuza koja se raduje i brda Španaca koji u protestu napuštaju arenu. A onda se vidimo i nešto kasnije na Patreon Game Nightu. I odo sprejim ručak, proštam Luja kad jedem i tu sam da se družimo. Tako da, ljudi moji, što se tiče streama, vidimo se kasnije, što se tiče Leca, vidimo sutra u 15 časova. A tada veliki pozdrav.
And look, they pulled out a banger draft. I've got to give them that. I mean, the Zeri top as an answer into the Nah was really cooking. But unfortunately, it just felt like Kana. I mean, Kana had an insane game on Nah, like, again.
3-0 coming out of lane.
Yeah.
Great rotations.